Hey fellas, this is the first video on a brand new channel, technically, so if you're seeing this at all, odds are that you were brought here by my plugging this video on the main channel, The Ponderer. It's always possible, that that's not the case, but if it is, then you can look at the time codes and skip around, but this is just a little bit of a preface to explain what this channel is, what this video is, and a little bit of a language warning, because that's a whole thing. This is a channel where, for those very, very long-time subscribers of The Ponderer, you know that I occasionally, back in the day, did very lengthy episode or season podcast reviews of Doctor Who with some of my friends. And we're sort of slowly getting back into the swing of doing that, and so you can see that this is like a, circa 8-hour long discussion of the most recent season of the show on Disney+. So it's me and my friends Brian and Danny, and we go through episode by episode, talking super big spoilers, going very much in detail, and swearing like sailors throughout this video, which is really the primary reason that it's not on the main channel, because I endeavor to keep the Ponderer channel as family-friendly as possible for a number of reasons. And so here's your warning from me. Language. Don't complain about the no-no words, because I'm telling you right now that it's a thing that's going to happen, okay? So yeah, just because I think enough editing goes into this, really more than you realize, and this is, I think, the most audio tweaking that I've done on a video yet. We'll see how it turns out. I don't know if it even sounds decent, but for the sake of not having to add painstakingly censoring every single swear word on top of that editing time, this is going to be the main channel where I put any and all unscripted Doctor Who podcast stuff that's like between me and another person. So the name of the channel, the name of the show is Doctor Who Deluge, and like I said, massive spoilers, so if you haven't caught up with Doctor Who, or at least the most recent season, then this isn't for you. We talk about the Tennant Specials briefly also, but again, you can see everything in the time codes. If you're coming over from The Ponderer, or this is your first exposure to me, then subscribe to that channel, and this one. I endeavor to hopefully get stuff up onto this channel, but a lot of my work is going to be put up on the main Ponderer channel, obviously. So subscribe here and there if you haven't already. Let me know what you think of our discussion in the comments, and I hope you enjoy the show. Thank you. Okay, we're back, finally, after years and years, both in the sense that years have passed, and also RTD doing years and years. But it's time to talk about Doctor Who again. It's been like a long time, but I am excited to be talking about it with you guys. I'm Nick. I'm here with Danny and Brian. It's the frickin' nerds. It's Doctor Who time. And so, I don't know. Okay, so we talked for like very briefly a second ago how we're going to go about this. I think naturally we kind of go around, talk about, I think first of all, important for me at least, is like the feeling in the immediate lead up to this season, and just where we've been at with Doctor Who in the absence of us doing these podcasts, like leading up to this, and like coming into this season, and then just general thoughts on the season. Then we'll go episode by episode, because there's a lot to say.
Okay, I have something somewhat in my head planned to say. If you're okay with me going first? Or
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so, I mean, it's actually a shame we haven't done this for a while, because, like, I think Flux would have been a very fun episode, or the 2022 specials, but I mean, let bygones be bygones.
I'm willing to go back and do those at some point.
Well, yeah,
I'm in the process of watching them currently, so whenever I finish, I will be as well.
Nice.
I mean, I think we were at the beginning of Series 5 before we started doing this, so maybe we'll catch up the long way around.
We recorded The Beast Below, and then I decided, like, partway through editing that one, that I didn't feel like editing it, and then we just never got back to those.
Fair. So yeah,
Beast Below is pretty rough episode.
I mean, just going over my general thoughts of like, so like when Russell was announced as the new head writer for, well, the old head writer brought back to Doctor Who, I was cautiously optimistic. Well, I mean, I was more cautious than optimistic, really, because like I'm not somebody who has a lot of I didn't grow up with RTD. Moffat was my introduction to Who, and I don't have the same nostalgia goggles for the series, and I'm somebody who has a very strong opinion that like I don't think there's like a preferential showrunner, which is controversial considering how much people dislike Chibnall's run. I think they all have their strengths and weaknesses in their own kind of separate ways. And while RTD can have some of the best, most bizarre, crazy, fun ideas, he can also have some of the most embarrassing shite. And
aliens.
We had this ahead. My only real positive hope for it was the fact that it had been like 12, by the time he was announced, like 12 years since he had done the show, and 14 by the time the new episode, his new one, well, 13, sorry, would be by the time his new one would start. So he has a lot of room to grow and mature as a writer. And the one thing that did get me excited was that I finally decided to watch his new shows that I hadn't actually seen, like his most celebrated one for years and years, and it's Sin. And I did try to watch all the shows he'd ever created, and without going into that rabbit hole, because that could be a fun fucking podcast in its own way, it's extremely difficult to find most of the shows. He created like at least 19 shows, probably more by the time this has gone up. And like his first show is the only reason I could find it because it's recorded on YouTube. Because of all things, it's the first time Kate Winslet had acted in anything. It was the first show.
Extremely random.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. She's a cast member. It's only like 4 episodes long.
Like before a kid in King Arthur's court?
Yeah, it was from like the very late 80s.
Everybody's got to get their foot in the door somehow.
Yeah, no, and that was the first show Russell T Davies had created. It's actually very Doctor-esque. It's like based in this secondary school, and it's these like kids doing kind of tech-based mysteries, and there's this villain who looks like fucking Max Headroom of all things. It's fun. It's actually really cute, and I found the entire thing on YouTube. But so he's called. Yeah, it's called Dark Season. 1991, Dark Season.
And then the year I was born. Jesus.
And then he created a bunch of other shows, but I couldn't find them. And then I tried watching Queer as Folk, but I got through the first episode. And without going into too much detail, I didn't have a very positive reaction to one of the major subplots of that show. If you know, you probably can guess what my issue was. So I was like, okay, fuck this. This is not going well at all. I'm just going to skip to Years and Years and It's a Sin. I really, really liked it, Years and Years. I don't really like the final episode, but that's kind of part of Russell T Davies. It's a Sin is probably one of the best things he's ever written. It is amazing. It is one of the most heartfelt, soul-crushing, emotional things. And I think it's because he grew up as a young gay man during the AIDS crisis. He put a lot of his heart and soul into what he was doing there. It is honestly some of the best acting I've seen from him as well. It's really, actually, because funny enough, it's Neil Patrick Harris. He ends up playing the Toymaker later on. So, I was bothered by the fact that yet again we have somebody within the Doctor Who community of the Wilderness Years guys, and I can't remember the name of the pub, but like that collective once again taking over the show, and I'm just like, we desperately need new blood and a perspective outside of that. But I was like, okay, I'm willing to give him a chance. And then the 2020, then I find out that David Tennant and Catherine Tate are coming back. David Tennant and Catherine Tate are coming back, and I'm like, but it's only 3 episodes, that's fine, whatever. Then Marie Gold is coming back, and I'm like, oh, okay. Stephen Moffat is coming back to write, and I'm like, oh, I'm beginning to get a bit worried that it's basically just people trying to like pretend it's 2008 again, and you were young and full of hope. The biggest thing kind of keeping me really engaged with what's going to happen was that Ncuti Gatwa I got into an argument about this with my friends in the pub. His name apparently is Ncuti, but he sometimes pronounces it Ncuti.
He did not realize that it was pronounced with the N until he had a discussion with his grandmother about it, or his mother.
His mom, yeah.
How does that happen?
I don't know. It's crazy. It's great. But so when he was announced, because I was actually a big fan of Sex Education, well, the first two seasons, and he is one of the highlights of that show. He's great. That was the first like television or film thing I think he's acted in, and if you ever seen Sex Education, you think he'd been acting for years. He's amazing. He's so good in that. And so I was like, okay, this is actually the new blood I think this show desperately needs. So I'm like, okay, I'm happy for Donna to be back, which is one of my favorite companions. I don't really care as much about David Tennant coming back. I'm sorry for people who were fans of him. And also then you find out that he was playing the 14th Doctor, which I don't know. This isn't really going to be about the 2023 special, so I won't really go into my huge thoughts on that. It's done now, so it's fine. But I wasn't really a big fan of it when it happened. It does feel like this fandom has a rather over-attachment to Tennant in his era. Yeah. So I was
what?
So we get to the 2023 specials, and I was beginning to get a bit worried again because I don't dislike the Star. I know Nick, you're not a huge fan of the Starbeats. I didn't hate it that much, but it felt way too reminiscent of his own stuff, and I'm like, is this just going to go back to the shit we've already seen? And then we get to Wild Blue Yonder, and it's like, Wild Blue Yonder, and it's like, holy shit, this is like one of the best things he's ever done for this show. It's bold, it's interesting, it's extremely well written. It's a two-hander. I mean, I don't know if like Donna needed to come back to undo her ending, because I'm one of the few people who's like, that ending is really poignant, and I mean it's done now, but like I don't think that episode particular wouldn't have worked without the specific chemistry that David and Catherine had.
Well then, if you consider it, that ending is really poignant, but also it makes me sad, so I don't like it.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you gotta fix all the things so that everybody's happy. No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Russell D. Davies doesn't have a huge issue of giving his companions extremely like bittersweet endings and then undoing them because he likes them. So yeah, Wild Blue Yonder is wonderful, and I'm like, okay, we might actually have something good here. And then the gig came, and I wasn't a huge fan of the 3 episodes that were crammed really awkwardly into one. And then like
it's end of time syndrome. I'm telling you. It's every time.
Then it was the Bi-Generation, which, again, I know people have argued the value of it. I still don't like it as a concept, especially because you basically just have your David Tennant on ice, and it's going to be like that Simpsons speed. Whenever David Tennant's not around, we should ask, where's David Tennant? So, like, I don't think it's a good idea, but I'm like, okay, I'm getting a lot of mixed feelings here because we have 1 amazing episode and 2 pretty underwhelming outings for them, and then we get to the new series 14 or series 1, depending on how pedantic you want to be about it, or season 40 if you want to be that pedantic.
British, we can.
And overall, I really fucking like this. And I'm not saying there is things to not complain about. I'm a Doctor Who fan. I have plenty of things to complain about always, every time, no matter what happens. And there is certainly stuff that feels very reminiscent of RTD in the past, but it does feel like he wants to branch out and take a bit more creative control, especially with the fact that he wrote most of the scripts. I'll probably go into more specifics about my feelings of the new TARDIS team when we start going more into things. But I do like, my general feeling is like, I do like Sutekh a lot in the part as I expected I would. It feels more like a Paulie situation for me, where I feel like it'll be a slow thing where I grow to love him more, where he doesn't, it's not like Matt Smith, where he just, for me personally, immediately I clicked with him. But like, he's got some great moments here. He's a fantastic actor. I think if there's a bit more polish towards how his Doctor is characterized, I'd be way more on board here. And I really like Ruby. Again, same issue is that there isn't a lot of like really strong characterization outside of one episode, which we'll get to. But I do find Millie Gibson is a wonderful performer. She's a superbly up and coming actor. For somebody like so young, she goes toe to toe with every other cast member, and I have an issue with their actual bond together. All the mystery stuff is crap. I just don't care. But that's par for the course for me. And the finale is garbage, but we will get there. So I guess my overall thoughts are, I agree with a lot of people saying there's 8 episodes. It's probably not enough for what they're trying to do here. If they're going to have an episode count this short, they need to be a lot less ambitious with their overarching stuff. But overall, there's some great scripts here. There's a row of 4 episodes I love, and I'm really looking forward to hopefully them polishing this and kind of getting into this new flow and kind of ironing out the kinks. The problem is we might not see that for a while because they are bulk shooting these stories 2 seasons in a row. So any complaints that RTD wants to take on board, he can't read them because series 2 was either it's wrapped now before the finale even aired, or it's in the middle of shooting. So I'm hoping I got my point across there. If anybody else wants to speak generally.
Nick, did you want to go before me, or?
I don't really have a preference. You can go ahead.
Alrighty. Are we including the Tennant Specials in the discussions of individual episodes later? I wanted to clarify that first. Okay. I will give my short thoughts on those then beforehand, because I do think they quite heavily inform a lot of this season. I don't know. I think I like what they did with Catherine Tate bringing back Donna. I'm not a huge fan of the idea that they could just let go of the meta crisis stuff. And I know,
that's fine.
Yeah, there is some there's some technical jargon about it being technically half of the energy in each of them and all that stuff. So technically, it's fine. It emotionally just kind of felt.
I won't go into that rant.
Yeah, I felt kind of just emotionally that it was just kind of like a cheap out. But at the same time, I'm really happy to see Donna back, so I don't even really care that much. The meat was hilarious just because of the twist. I hated both versions of the character, but I think that was the intention. And then, as you were saying, why Blue Yonder? This is kind of an issue that I have with this series overall, because as you were saying earlier, there was that period before the series came out where we're worried about kind of the incestuousness, one might say, of the creative team that's coming back, and how they're redoing a lot of the same kind of creative things that they did before. For me, this episode was more or less a midnight knockoff, and I love that kind of monster. I love the kind of Lovecraftian abomination you never really see fully. It was fine. I never sat there watching the episode and was blown away by the character interaction between them and the Knot things. Themselves trying to figure out the mystery was kind of interesting. And weirdly enough, I actually really liked the giggle. And I hate everything about Neil Patrick Harris, but for some reason, when he does all those really annoying things as the toy maker, it becomes a double negative, and I love him. And I think the bi-generation idea is really bold and goofy, and that's it would only ever work in that episode because of the fact that he's bringing myths to life, essentially. So I enjoy it from that angle. I don't really
I have my own fan theory on it, but that's not really the purpose of this podcast.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, I thinking about it afterwards, I was like, oh, this could be a really great Valley Art story if they wanted to bring David Tennant back. But I very much doubt that's what they're going for. I like the idea of like having a doctor kind of finally get to take a nap. So I really liked how they informed that, and the idea that like Ncuti was like leaving the kind of all of that crap that the Doctor had been building up inside of himself, just to like be with the 14th Doctor, so they can kind of get it out of their systems. I really like that idea, and it like really helped inform the following season because it was this literal like wiping of the slate, like I'm making myself anew, sort of, and like that's really good for a reboot in general. But I just kind of like the concept for a long running character because eventually you get bogged down in like a lot of their backstory. So I like the idea of having kind of them being able to start fresh a little bit. And leading into the season overall, I think that was really kind of great. I liked the idea that his Doctor is something, we've seen bits of his Doctor before. I think the way that he like really like just spontaneously like switches moods, especially when he's talking to I don't remember Ruby's actress, and you just said the name.
Millie Gibson?
Millie Gibson, thank you. There's moments where he's like talking to Millie Gibson, and she's like very upbeat, and then he immediately makes the topic really dark, and it's like disconcerting. And that struck me as like 12 and maybe a bit of 6, kind of coming across there. And I really liked that kind of weird edge to his character, while also kind of being a new Doctor in a lot of ways, like one we haven't seen before. And I mean that's something you could only really get with Doctor Who. It's such a unique, like self-regenerating series in that way. The fact that they kind of took advantage of it specifically in this, I really enjoyed. And yeah, the twist at the end was goofy. I think overall, like I'm glad that he went that route, because if we did another Clara story, I was going to rip my hair out.
You said twist at the end was goofy, and I was like, you mean the plot twist at the end of the season or the song?
Yes, story. Yes, we'll get there. Not that twist at the end.
Thoughts about that, but again, we'll wait till we talk about that.
There's so much good stuff about the Maestro. But yeah, I kind of enjoyed the fact that it kind of took the piss out of itself, because for so long everything's been like the most important thing in the universe, and to kind of weaponize that thought process is kind of beautiful in a way. But yeah, like overall, I really liked both of the actors that got like the majority of the screen time. I like the fact that RTD was forced to work within constraints, because I am actually a fan of like not minimalism necessarily, but working under limits. Because like if you don't give George Lucas limitations, he makes the prequels. But if there's oversight, or if there's multiple people that stuff passes through, it's I think it makes for an overall better story, and that's definitely the feeling I got here. Like 72 yards, they could have taken a Dr. Light episode and just did absolutely nothing with it, and I think that's one of the best episodes in the series.
Again, getting ahead of myself, just to go with your point, that I think two of the best episodes of the series were basically where Russell's hand was forced, but shooting was available for shooting.
Yes. Sorry, when you say this series, do you mean like British series, like this season? Because that's going to get super confusing.
Well, this one gave us the benefit of actually being called season, so we can call this season.
Yeah, they're really trying to like Americanize the show, even though they have been since 11. And that was also my first Doctor, funnily enough. But I did, while I was watching and getting used to 11, before I did that even, I went back through and watched David Tennant, because my very first episode I ever watched was The End of Time Part 2.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, who are these tentacle-faced people? Why are they worried about this guy that looks like he works at Target? Like, I love John Sim, but like he just looks like a guy that like walked onto set one day and they were like, you know what? I like the cut of your chin. Get in here. overall, I really liked the acting. I really liked the writing. The thing for me that really didn't work was just I felt like I was going through old episodes with a new coat of paint. And like they're great, they're really well done, but like I'm in the back of my head, I'm like, you had a first draft of this. Like Midnight is structurally kind of a different episode than 72 Yards, for example, but like there's a lot of thematic and story like beat similarity there, and that afforded us a chance to get some really good episodes. But at the same time, you're always going to be thinking, what if we went in a completely different direction? And I think that kind of is my opinion on the whole season. It's like, this is comfortable. This is episode 7 of Star Wars. What's episode 8 going to look like? And that's kind of we're going to have to wait and see if he decides to like go in a different direction. I'm really sad that Millie Gibson, is that her name?
Yes.
Yes. I'm really sad that she appears to be gone. But I mean, other companions have in the past and have come back for stints or whatever.
She is coming back. We just don't know what capacity it is. There's a press photo which there's a press release basically that implies they're going to be a 3 TARDIS team. But
okay.
Especially with the ending of Empire of Death, it's really hard to call. That felt
final.
I don't know how much you want to go into behind the scenes stuff, but that felt kind of weird to me because her replacement actress was actually shot. It was actually caught on when they were shooting for series 2, and Millie Gibson was on holiday at the time, so the gutter press, the tabloids, ran the idea that she was fired mid-season, and that because she was too much of a diva to handle people.
Of course.
I'm assuming because the team didn't want to spoil what's going to happen both in the finale and they wanted to control the announcement of the companions. They didn't say anything for months, but it left really sour taste in my mouth because they basically just left this I think she's 19, 20 now. This girl just hanging out to dry.
I want to say she's 19 now.
Yeah, she's 19, and they just left her out to dry. And
that is insane to me. First of all, that they did that to her, and second of all, that she's that young, because she is extremely skilled. Like, 72 Yards relies entirely on her.
73 yards.
73 yards, my mistake. 73 yards. And,
it's a really strong performance there.
Yeah, it's a character episode for her, and, like, without a good actress, that episode doesn't work.
And, my guess is that they want. I don't know if the finale did factor into their decision because they announced the 3 team companion thing before the episode released. But I know this has a very bitter taste in my mouth, and I mean maybe she wasn't bothered by it. Maybe she completely understood why they did that. But I don't know. It felt a bit spotty, especially with again this is going into other track. I would say the track record of how cast members were handled for their departures on Russell T Davies' series. And
Christopher Eccleston,
sorry, period. I know I'm bad at interrupting.
I was glad to hear the information. But yeah, I think overall I'm really happy with what they did. I'd like to see some new stories that don't obviously share elements for the next season. But I'm back into Doctor Who for the most part, and that takes a lot because I dropped out and last of Capaldi's seasons, I think, which was a terrible idea. I actually really liked that season going back, especially Target employee John Sim coming back. But I kind of side-eyed Chibnall's run the whole time. I'm like, I'll maybe watch this when it's over. But with RTD, I'm like, I can feel comfortable getting back into that kind of week-to-weekness of it. And I watched the episodes in almost individually with my wife. We did 1 or 2 at a time, and I felt like I was back in that. I think it was 2012 when I was going back through the early Russell T Davies stuff, and I got that familiar tickle of nostalgia for the older stuff. But we're at a precarious position now, I would say. It's something that could go really well, as we've seen, but it could also get into repetitive garbage. and he learned nothing from End of Time. I'm just gonna say it. Like, I kind of love the finale, but I understand why everybody else hates it. I also kind of love the End of Time. I don't know if that's Stockholm syndrome because it's my first episode technically, but it's just something about that kind of grandiosity that he does like really terribly. It's almost the episodes are almost always like overfilled, and I don't know. It just creates an atmosphere for me that I love. But at the same time, I'm like, don't do this again.
I just want to say the new companion's the actor's name is Verada Setu, and she appeared in Boom, which nobody was expecting.
Okay.
She's Mundy.
She's the lady that like saved the kid.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right. Technically, I don't have any strong opinions about the Chibnall era.
I was gonna say, Nick, I think that's it for me. If you wanted to get.
Yeah, and I've been thinking a lot as you guys have been talking, and
last privileges.
I have a very similar, not super similar thing to Brian, because I have obviously not like dropped off the show at any point, but throughout the latter half of the Chibnall era, I had kind of emotionally, mentally checked out on some level, not even because of what was happening in the show, but just because the discourse and the online discussion.
Happened with me in Star Wars.
Yeah.
I was like disgusted with like the fan community of that fandom, and it like made me not want to engage with the material anymore.
Yeah.
I had like the exact same response.
Yeah, and so it had been like a year and change of, plus, you know, it was that plus first viewing of Flux and the specials. I enjoyed Power of the Doctor, so the Chibnall era did end on a decent note, and I remember when we did discuss Power of the Doctor, I don't think that ever went up, but I definitely was the most positive of us when we talked about it. But Flux did not do much for me on a first viewing, and Eve of the Daleks I thought was okay, and Legend of the Sea Devils I thought was garbage, and so I was just kind of in a really sour place, and I also wasn't super jazzed on the idea of bringing Russell back. So going into the Tennant Specials, I didn't really have a ton of excitement for this show, and when we inevitably discuss it, obviously we'll go into more detail, but like anybody who's been following me knows I've been going through the modern series, like rewatching everything, and I'm happy to say that for the most part the Chibnall era has gone up in my estimation, especially Flux on rewatch, so that's good. But this is like this time last year I was not really having it with this show. I wasn't super excited about anything like coming back. I was like, obviously I'm going to watch it because Doctor Who in any context is going to be like something that I'm following, and it's my favorite show.
I'm a lifer. I'm a lifer.
Yeah, ride or die, baby. But then, so I feel like I had very similar reactions to all of us here for the Tennant Specials, which is, I loved Wild Blue Yonder, thought the Star Beast was pretty lame, and thought the Giggle was not great. But actually, as you were talking about, Brian, how derivative it felt, I didn't really feel like it was so derivative of Russell's previous work on the show, but I think I can see where you're coming from, and I can also see, now that we've got the full context of this season, why it's like that.
I think the only thing you could really compare it to is the fake out regeneration in the Series 4 finale.
Yeah.
Fueled by Generation, but by Generation takes that idea and just like puts it on that.
Yeah, kind of like remixed tropes, like the way that you could compare Wild Blue Yonder to Midnight. But I had the thought, which is that, like, and this goes into the discussion of why this is Season 1 and not Series 14. Because obviously we like to talk about how this show, with new doctors, with new showrunners, the show regenerates as the character does, or as, like, the writing staff does. But I really think that you can make the strong argument that if there was ever a place to say that, like, we have fully, in some ways, become a different show, then the transition from The Giggle to The Church on Ruby Road is it. And I think it makes sense from, like, a marketing perspective, as, like, we're on Disney Plus now, we're trying to court new audiences, like, this is season 1, so you don't get confused by there being a whole backlog. But it also just makes stylistic sense and thematic sense, because with the context of hindsight now, the Tennant Specials feel like saying goodbye to the show as it was. And because it's Russell, and because it's Tennant and Tate, a lot of that feels like, Russell, like, filleting himself and his era on the show. But I really think that from what we're calling RTD1 up through Chibnall, up through the Tennant Specials, is its own show, and that those 3 specials are kind of like, here, all of you Doctor Who fans who have been following for the last several years, or who came in with RTD, who came in with Moffat or Chibnall or whatever, here's the end of the show that you were watching. And here
it's
is...
a jumping on point.
I would call it like a jumping off point, even. Where I think in bringing Tennant back and having a past Doctor be the guy for those episodes and ending that with this Doctor is the one who gets to stop and, like you said, take a nap finally, like, ostensibly retire. Meanwhile, a different version of him gets to go off and do these adventures. It feels like, to me, that is Russell saying, this is what the show was, and we've kind of paid tribute to that, and I've kind of played the quote-unquote greatest hits of, like, my own writing tropes in the past 3 episodes, and now we're kind of done with that. And the show's not going to be that anymore, and it really, because if there had been more time in between the Tennant Specials and Ncuti's season, then I wouldn't feel this as strongly. But the fact that these things are being produced pretty much back-to-back and came out in such close proximity, and yet they feel so different, that says to me that that was a really pointed choice. Because you could put the Star Beast or Wild Blue Yonder or The Giggle out in 2008, and I believe that they came from that time. In terms of, like, it's Tennant and Tate, and also just the way that Russell wrote it, and the genre, and the style, and the tropes that he's using. And it definitely feels like he's like, okay, I'm going to give myself a couple of episodes to indulge in the show as I used to write it, and then, like Danny said earlier, the hope was that it's been so long for him that he's really grown as a writer and is coming to the show with a different approach. And then as soon as Ncuti comes in, that is the new Russell, who has a lot of his same old flaws, which we'll get into on an episode-by-episode basis. But I feel like stylistically and thematically, and just in his general approach, Season 1 is a new show, and I'm happy for that.
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct, and specifically, Russell seems to be very aware of, like, not just tropes in writing, kind of on a meta level, like a TV tropes reader or whatever, but also he's aware of his own, like, tendencies to an extent, and I think that's why he went back and redid it. Like, there's a very conscious kind of meta-narrative around the fact that David Tennant is back during those episodes. And I think with it's funny because very similarly to comic jumping off points, there are a couple of little tidbits that don't quite make sense if you're not kind of paying attention to the larger lore. Like the toy maker saying, like, oh, the one who waits is coming or whatever. That bit is just pure setup for the next thing that's happening. But for the most part, there is that kind of cap off what you were talking about. But if I may go on a tiny mini tangential queer person rant here, about specifically the Star Beast, I find that episode in particular is also shows, like, I don't want to say how little, Russell has like grown as a writer, but when it came to the presentation of this character, a lot of it was like really respectful and really well done. The Rose, I believe her name is, who's Donna's daughter, and the line for me that killed it, and you guys have heard me scream about this before, was the binary non-binary line. And to me, that's like just an overall problem I have with RTD is that he very much strikes me as like 90s Joss Whedon version of gay, where like he'll say a couple of things that you're like, that seems like it's really outdated, but then he'll come in with something new, and that's been kind of like representative of my feelings of RTD overall. And that one moment, that one episode in particular, I was like, I can't believe you wrote that and like wanted people to take it seriously, man. Like, it would have been corny in 2008, never mind 2023 to 2024.
Well, again, that's what I mean. That definitely feels like 2008 Russell, because he could definitely write some corny shit at the time.
Yeah.
I just want to jump in on this just because a minor defense for him in regards to Wild Blue Yonder.
Blue Yonder. That's fine.
Sorry, I meant Starbies. Jesus Christ.
Oh no.
Okay.
Blue again.
I mean, I just want to jump in a minor defense for Russell here in terms of his writing for the Starbies, and that is that he's in his 60s, and I'm not trying to say like
he's boomer gay. He's boomer gay. Like it's
I'm not trying to argue that he's completely above criticism because of his age, because that is obviously ridiculous. Like, any person should be taken to task. But the thing is, I genuinely feel through his writing, he is trying to broach topics he doesn't have a broad understanding of because they weren't what he grew up with. And the fact is, I'd rather somebody be messy but trying rather than being so afraid of trying at all that they don't really say anything. And he's a platform who is able to do that. And there's a lot of stuff I really like about Rose's depiction. Like, there's that one moment where her grandmother accidentally misgenders her, and that was just such a real, honest, like, slip-up, and it felt very genuine, and you would see a lot of queer media try to broach this.
I love that. I love that stuff, and like especially the stuff with like trans people's pronouns. I have a number of trans friends, and it's been very difficult for me to remember like the correct pronouns offhand because I was so used to calling them by the other one. And I remember seeing that and being like, A, I feel seen, and B, I can't believe that I still love Donna's mom. Like, I thought she was going to shower on me completely, but I'm like, no, like, she's still kind of great, even though, like, she's a huge pain in the ass. It makes sense the entire time she's there doing that.
Sylvia was one of the few things that I was, is her name Sylvia?
Sylvia.
Yeah.
Sylvie something, yeah.
Sylvia. She was one of the things that I was actually really impressed by because they actually managed a way that felt natural, even though we haven't seen this character for so long.
Yeah.
You think especially because like Wilf was really the heart of their family, and he's obviously not that they're not in contact with him, but his age means that she's probably have to take more of an active role. But she's not used to being in that position, especially with like the way it's implied that Donna's mind wipe affects her personally and mentally throughout the years. That she has to take on a more maturing role, and it's not very natural. And I actually think they handle that balance really well.
And when they were... Oh, sorry, I was just going to throw in there as well that the way that they handled like Donna's amnesia and the way that it felt like kind of a mental illness, I really respect how they presented that because the other characters are like very nurturing and helpful when like Donna's having those episodes.
I still love the first thing she does when she gets her memories back is swap the doctor out of it because he motivated her to give up like millions.
Give up $2 million.
There's one more thing about the RTD thing in case I'm sounding like I'm trying to completely defend him because like I said, I'm a bit more forgiving of him because I can see where his heart is, but at the same time, I hate my problem with I actually don't mind the binary not huge reference, but the problem is the episode implies that her transness has to do with the meta crisis, which I don't know if that was intentional, but it really rubs me the wrong way. And also, obviously, because I'm not going to go into this too much because everyone's complaining about this, the male presenting Time Lord line is so dumb. It's so gender essentialist for an episode. It's about celebrating diversity in gender. I fucking hate
And
it.
even within the context of Doctor Who, like, the Doctor did it first. Like, the Doctor transitioned into a woman before Rose did, and just, like, on top of being awkwardly written, it's just, like, it's a misnomer. And that's what killed me. I was like, you want to be hip with the kids, actually talk to one.
Also, the implication that Jodie Whittaker's Doctor would be more emotionally mature to figure this out
Yeah.
is a very generous reading of her character.
I'm only a serious woman, but I already agree with you.
This show in particular has done these like soft reboot idea for like a lot of times. Like the most obvious one was that Chibnall feels like a really huge like attempt to make this a new show, and then he gets bogged down by fucking lore bullshit in series 12, and then he does. I mean, okay, fair enough. Flux wasn't really his decision. It was like either do something a lot more compact where they can reuse sets, or don't film during lockdown or during COVID. But again, the point is, it got way too wrapped up in its own lore by the end of it that it really didn't help. It really didn't work. And I mean, Moffat did it for his last season. The pilot was an obvious one that people bring up, but that was literally his final series. So like he was gone, and a new team took over almost immediately. And series 5 is an obvious like that was my first episode at the 11th hour, which honestly just feels like a fucking page one rewrite of the show. But the thing is, like, it feels very similar. I mean, the most obvious thing is that Murray Gold stayed on for Moffat, and he's back now again. But one thing I really liked about this thing with RTD, and I mean, I have some reservations for this, but the whole idea that he's going to lean way more heavily into the more kind of out there, mystical based, cosmic ideas of Doctor Who that the show has not entirely avoided.
They flirted with it in the past, but it's never really been a genre that they've leaned full into. And that's definitely what I mean by like feeling like we're in a different show. Part of that is tone, part of that is structure, but a lot of that is just how heavy we're leaning into the fantastical and the very sort of broad fantasy sort of ideas that I think a lot of previous seasons would not have touched it. Like, you would maybe get, like, again, an episode in a Chibnall era season or a Moffat era season or one of the earlier Russell era seasons that flirted with ideas like this, but would have more of a sci-fi bent to it, or would try to make it more palatable in the context of like other Doctor Who stuff that we're used to. But here it's just episode after episode that takes like really big sort of like genre conceptual swings, and I really like that Russell is like, if I'm gonna come back to this show, I'm not just gonna do another season of like what I would have done in 2009, you know?
Yeah. And to go on top of that too, like I hate to be that guy, but like the only thing separating sci-fi and fantasy is like lore dumping for the most part.
Well, I'd say it's more aesthetics than anything else.
Yeah, because you technically, like, if we want to look at these guys as magical beings, there's obviously a reading for that, but like in universe, they're considered almost like outside context science. Like they operate on rules that just don't apply to the other characters or vice versa, which I think is a fascinating idea for like Doctor Who in particular has kind of edged into multiversal sort of like content recently, and like I think one of the biggest things you can do with that is like rewrite the rules of physics in a world to have it so that a character can eat music, for example, and it just makes sense owing to their physical makeup, and it's only the fact that we're intersecting with them that makes it weird. And like they're normal where they come from.
And I think let this be the transition to us talking about individual episodes, because what I really like is that we and even as, like, what I'm talking about, like, the Tennant Specials are cleanly separating this show from the old show, the really smart decision was to set up the impetus for us bringing in all these fantasy elements with the salt thing and the toy maker, like keeping it ambiguous enough, but it's there as justification for whoever wants it, so that way we don't have to start Ncuti's era with making his first story about, like, the mechanics of justifying all that. We can just hit the ground running with...
Forever.
Yeah, we can just hit the ground running with there's goblins now.
Flux is one that really doubles down on these concepts, but it didn't like delve into them as much as RTD is very, very consciously going into that. And I think one thing about difference between sci-fi and fantasy is that science fiction has a more of a basis in kind of the idea of conceptual reality, whereas fantasy can be a bit more broad and out there. And the thing is, Doctor Who has always had a very loose sense of what science fiction really is, and always has that. So my only real kind of reticence is that I don't know if they really need to... I can understand both why they need to, like, you know, bring up the lore of the salt to explain why things have gone more ridiculous compared to, like, the last, like, 20-something years of television. But also, like, I just kind of miss the liberty of this show just having bizarre bullshit happen because the writers need to get some weak. Like, one of my favorite stories is Inferno from series 7 of the classic era, and it starts off being about it was like a rip from the headlines story where they're talking about trying to bury into the Earth's core before they realized, like, this is like 1970, so they probably realized, like, that was not possible. I don't know the actual thing behind that, but they were like, what if there's some beings that come out and possess people and cause them to go crazy? And they get to, like, episode 2, and the writer's like, oh my god, this is fucking awful. I hate writing this. So, just out of nowhere, they decided to turn it into a fucking alternate universe story. The Doctor's trying to fix the TARDIS, and then he accidentally transports himself into an alternate universe where everyone is evil. And they're like 5 minutes ahead or something, or like 30 minutes ahead or something. So what they're doing is destroying the world. And it's great, because they just came up with some random bullshit off the side of the head. And again, it's not a toy maker. They didn't need, like weird explanations of why cosmic things are happening now. The Doctor just happened to come across it as a toy maker in his journeys. But I mean, I can understand why for a modern day audience they need to explain that, especially with how the show was going. And that does bring into my other modern thing I really hate, the whole universe, because you brought it up briefly, the whole universe kind of thing, really kind of trying to, like, copy the MCU in this really kind of cynical way. The fact they're doing it, like, from the get-go without seeing if the audience really engages with the series, I think was a bad move. But okay, sorry, unless you have any response.
I'm going to say one last thing, and it was in response to one of those. I think there is, like, a conversation that directly addresses that kind of contention that you're talking about. Right before the Toymaker shows up at unit headquarters, the Doctor's like, oh, we need to stop it, he's going to do this thing, and someone's like, oh, like, what are his abilities? And then the Doctor's like, if I told you that he moved atoms with his mind, would you believe me? He's like, is that what he does? And he's just like, no. I love that kind of idea of, like, we have to science this. No. Like, we don't have the capability. We, the Time Lords, do not have the capability, so you guys definitely don't.
I love the fact that the Toymaker is not a being that runs by the rules of time and space, but the rules of play. It's such a cool idea that they don't really do a lot with.
They don't do anything with...
Yeah.
They don't...
There's something with Ruby Road that does something similar, like they have the rules of, like,
coincidence. Church on Ruby Road, let's go! So, the thing with Ruby Road is that the goblins have this thing where they feed on coincidence and, like, potential, and they like, work in luck. And like the rules of play thing, we're very vague about it. Like, we bring up that that's what they do, but then we don't really expand a ton on it. What the Doctor says to Ruby is that, like, they saw the potential for coincidence with her, so they spent, like, 2 weeks just following her throughout her life, having her to have, like, bad luck, all sorts of accidents, like, making all these unfortunate coincidences happen around her because it makes her, like, presence in the timeline, like, complicated and vivid, and, like, stitches her in so she's, like, a meaningful part of events. And, like, that's enough of an explanation that I get the idea, like, the implication, what that's meant to mean, like, esoterically, but I wouldn't mind, like, a little bit more on, like, okay, so what actually does that mean? You know?
So, I kind of agree with you to an extent, but I think this is specifically because we're dealing with the Pantheon. I like the idea that they are technically scientific, and we can technically break down how they do what they do if we had advanced enough technology, but functionally they're unknowable gods to us. Like, that conversation that I was just talking about, where they're kind of trying to figure out how he works, that's not even the point, I would argue, for these characters. It's more like you have to gel with the fact that your rules don't apply, and like that kind of informs how the characters react to the problem. This will come up more for me in the episode with the Maestro, because like the Doctor doesn't really have a way of fighting things that lie outside of its purview. So having him go up against something that he's explicitly ill-equipped for is kind of refreshing, because I'm so used to the Doctor like just kind of knowing everything, and then you throw this completely outside context problem into his face, and he's like, I'm just as lost as you. Like, I have a bevy of knowledge that could help us get to the conclusion, but it's not a sure thing anymore. And that's like, I loved that little bit being thrown in.
Actually, and the thing is, like, I actually do like, again, and as I said about the fact that the whole state of play wasn't explained in the previous episode, I do like that, like, the lock stuff with the goblins is very clearly set out, and it does inform a lot of the story and how these roles play out. And I think it's a bit of a weak connection, especially this early in, but I do think they're trying to relate that to Ruby's situation with her mother and her inability to find any information about that like it's not, and again this comes up a bit more explicitly in 73 Yards, it's not so much that she does have bad luck because she has extremely good luck, especially with like when she landed in such a loving family and has such a good support unit, but it's how she probably feels, and it's the episode kind of exemplifying that in metaphor. Again, it's very Buffy, but it's I don't know, they could have made that, again, they could have made that kind of true line a bit more concrete, but I mean, I think at that point, especially with it being Christmas and a lot of the Christmas specials, they're way more focused on let's have goofy, silly fun for Christmas while the family are digesting dinner and lying on the couch. Yay, yay, yay! So they don't try to make the concepts too complex. Like, the only one I can think of that really does try to delve into a bit more complex stuff is the Christmas Carol, and it ends up remaining the best of the Christmas specials.
I think with that one too, like they're kind of like kind of fast and loose with their own rules, because like there's a lot of like time travel, interpersonal like timeline fuckery in that episode that like if you were really looking at it with their glasses, you'd be like, oh, that technically doesn't make sense because like the Master did this 10 years ago. But like part of the joy for me is like not knowing, I guess, like. Because you're like sitting there, you're like, oh yeah, I understand science, like 1 + 1 = 2, and they're like, these guys are governed by like a metaphysical concept that you can't even like objectively view unless you're like outside of time, like a Time Lord is. So like I enjoy the kind of adding of like weird bullshit science, for lack of a better term, like soft sci-fi, onto established like mid to like hard sci-fi, where they at least try to explain like, oh, like this is, they're breaking through dimensions and that kind of stuff, like, and specifically how. Oh no, yeah, you go.
No, I always thought that Doctor Who always was soft sci-fi. It's just they're way more leaning into the bullshit here. I do say, if I were to be so bold, it honestly feels like RTD is writing stuff to essentially piss off two put it in a nice way, a certain section of Doctor Who fandom, and especially YouTubers, who
Worst season ever.
will exactly go into this bullshit.
I was going for comic book either, but I think I sound like Donald Trump.
I'm sure have no problem with the casting choice of Ncuti Gatwa.
Oh, no, not at all. It definitely has nothing to do with his race, and he's just a bad actor. That's what they'll say.
Yeah. I think there was another thing that there was a whole controversy over Russell adding a scene that because of Disney's notes, and people are like, "Oh my God, Disney, you're taking it over! The world is ending!" And it's just like, no, they get studio notes. Studio notes are an extremely common thing that happen, and because Disney are putting money into the show now, they will give notes. You're just going to have to accept that.
Yeah, and we are seeing an influx of people who are attempting to criticize and are not formally educated in what criticism actually is. So we're getting a lot of pseudo criticism that's kind of flooding the market.
The scene they added was the bit where the snowman falls, and it nearly falls onto the doctor saving somebody, and then he talks about this guy's girlfriend's going to propose to him on Christmas Eve.
Which is my favorite bit in the episode.
That was it. I mean, I can see why it does feel really superfluous to the rest of the episode. It doesn't really add anything. I think the problem they did have was outside of the brief moments where you see him dancing and he's talking to Ruby. The Doctor isn't actually in the episode a lot, and I'm assuming they're trying to
dancing scene though. I love that dancing scene, and I don't know why particularly, but it's the best first moment you have with the Doctor.
It's a massively queer visual. I love it. Because, in fairness, whatever my complaints about the characterization, Ncuti has a lot of say in how the Doctor is depicted, which I'm really happy about. He's one of the main reasons why he keeps changing costumes every year.
Oh, now we can hear you.
No, just saying, the scene doesn't really add much, but I do understand, the Doctor doesn't do anything until the rooftop scene, and that's, about a third into the episode. My guess is that they're trying to recreate the whole thing with ropes. Following her up to the Doctor, but I can understand why they wanted a bit more. Fine, but it's ultimately superfluous.
I like the moment of him talking to the guy about his girlfriend a lot. And I think that and the dancing moment that Brian mentioned and the singing to the goblins are the three best moments in this episode. And I'll tell you why.
The only three I remember.
I'll tell you why that is. Because there's such, immediate, clear moments of solidifying who this Doctor is as a character, and it is very, very distinct from any of the other Doctors. And that's another part, I didn't mention that when I talked about the whole this being a different show. I think that 15 is the most different and unique Doctor that we've ever had, just in terms of the general presentation of the character. Because maybe with the talking about the girlfriend bit, but with the singing and the dancing, I couldn't see any other Doctor doing either of those things. Because what those three moments tell us is that, one, he's a lot looser about, sanctity of time stuff and, upholding the rules of who can know what, compared to modern Doctors that we've seen. He's a lot more, confident in a very specific way, because, I had this thought, because, I don't know if I mentioned this already, but I watched Church on Ruby Road for, the third time just a couple hours ago, because I was showing it to my dad. And I had the thought that, in any other moment, in any other Doctor, especially one of the modern Doctors, coming in and, encountering the Goblin King, would come off, it would be played for, awkward comedy. And at first you think that's also what's going to happen here, where it's a moment of, oh boy, this situation that we've got into. But the Doctor immediately pivots into such confidence, and this Doctor he's not a dork, and I think he's the first Doctor we've ever had since Pertwee who's not a dork on some level. Like, it's really, really different. Because I think...
If I may be so bold, I believe that we first noticed that when the jukebox was in the TARDIS, because that is way cooler than anything David Tennant's Doctor put in there.
Yeah.
I know that was kind of like cautious scene where I suppose that was all.
Even his music sounds a little bit different too. Like his theme is so kind of energetic in a way that I haven't heard from a particular Doctor before. Like they all seem so like wistful and oh no, Gallifrey's dead. But like 15's is just like, let's fucking go. Like we're going into space. It's gonna be awesome. And like that little just that like it's almost like an arpeggio that plays where it goes like doo 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 doo.
Yeah.
I love that. I think it speaks to exactly what you're talking about, where he's this new kind of different person that's like never been seen before with the Doctor, as far as we know, because the unearthly child stuff, or timeless child.
It's the looseness, it's the confidence, and with the dancing, it's the fact that that's the first time in a long, long, long time that we've ever seen the Doctor by themselves, without a companion, just, like, hang out and do something normal for fun. Yeah. Like, they aren't necessarily, like, running to endanger their lives for, like, the thrill of it. They're just out dancing because they feel like having a good time. And that says a lot about where this Doctor is and, like, how their character has changed.
And you're completely correct with that, too, because, like, the way that I looked at it, and sorry, I don't mean to step on your toes, Dan, here, this point is super quick. I feel like they actually played into the idea of, like, when you're traumatized, when you have a lot of unresolved issues, it leads to a lot of self-doubt, and like, this is all stuff that anybody who suffers from mental illness, depression, anything knows. And, like, to have that be removed from you, to a degree, is like so it's such a turning point for your personality. Like having him then pivot into this very confident person is like almost showing that once he recovers, he gains his confidence back. He's not covered in this self-doubt from all of these perceived failures with his people and all that kind of stuff. So he's able to kind of let loose and become a new man because the trauma is like cleared off now.
Because I could never
and that was the dancing in particular was like the moment for me that solidified that. That's why I love it so much.
Yeah, because you could never see Eccleston or Tennant or Smith or Capaldi or Whittaker doing this because like their definition of fun always relies on other people like being there as their like vicarious the normal person who's allowed to actually let themselves enjoy things and the Doctor can do it through them. But, yeah, I don't know. Those are the moments that really stand out, and the rest of this episode is just kind of like, whatever, for me.
I would say it's kind of a shame we never got a moment of Patrick Trout and, like, shredding it on the dance floor.
That would be amazing.
Actually, another thing I really... And this is... It's funny, but, like I said, with the guy talking about the proposal, it's not a... It's a thing I don't really call back to in a current characterization, but, like, it seems like it's inspired by, of all things, the TV movie with Paul McGann, because his Doctor that has this really weird thing where he, like, predicts people's futures.
I rewatched the TV movie really recently, and it's like a thing that he does twice, I want to say, where the Eighth Doctor is just like drops casually into conversation, like, oh, don't do this, or when you're in like 2 weeks, when you're about to take this test, make sure that you answer B and not C, and just like little nudges to make sure that people end up where they're supposed to. And like to that point, to the characterization, like that comparison I think is worthwhile because with the Eighth Doctor, it was like he would do that as a means of nudging people onto a path that like they needed to be on for kind of the benefit of the world. You get the sense that when 15 tells that guy about like not necessarily his future, but like just gives him advice. He's just doing it to be nice.
Yeah, for sure.
This is one thing about Ncuti characterization. I did agree a lot with you guys. The one thing that rather famously, I think Ncuti pointed out in his once how he was inspired to play the part, that he really wanted to play it like Willy Wonka, and I definitely get that sense in his energy of him wanting to bring people who just kind of understand, but he's also has this kind of aloof detachment to how he goes about things, not in a way that like makes him like as cynical and grouchy as Wilder's portrayal is, but in a way where he feels way more loose and free than he had been in a long while, as you mentioned. And this comes up a bit more because as the series goes on, and I think it's like one moment in the finale that made me think this, but I like talking about doctors in a way that like sums them up in like a phrase. So like obviously the second Doctor is the clown, the fourth Doctor is the bohemian of the bohemian of the universe, or the wandering bohemian. The first Doctor is the gentleman of the universe. The 10th Doctor is the most human Doctor, and stuff like that. The 11th Doctor is the old man, and you get my point. And I think what about 15 for me is that he is the emotionally mature Doctor, in as much as he's willing to not only be a lot more kind of empathetic, or not empathetic because all doctors are, but like he's a lot more willing to be a bit more open with his feelings.
Yeah, he's a lot more off the cuff.
And I think that works because he goes through a lot of shit even in this series, and he's way more willing to face those feelings a bit more head on than previous Doctors have, who try to repress what they're doing and move on. And I feel, and again, I think we'll go more into my problems with the way they depict the Doctor and Ruby's relationship as we go on. But I feel like because Ruby is someone who feels like she's lost something in a way that the closest part, because this is going back to an example Stu Backfoot put up in his video that I watched, Rose with her father, and I think that's better handled there. But Ruby, I think like unlike the United Doctor, who didn't really have any ability to connect with this, 15 seems a lot more emotionally invested in Ruby's situation and trying to bring her out and discover her sense of self in that way, that without just going back and showing her what happened in that church, because we need a mystery, I guess. But also, my point is, I think it shows a sense of growth if you're following the character, but it makes him very distinctive because he's a lot more emotionally honest and he's a lot more emotionally versatile compared to other depictions we've seen, especially in the new series. Well, in the classic series. Not especially emotional in the classic series.
Well, okay, so I am going to make like a brief, broad point and then transition us into Space Babies, because I just rewatched Space Babies. It was like the only episode that I hadn't really given more than one full watch by the time that we decided to do this, and it still isn't. I didn't end up finishing it, but I had the thought, like, attempting to rewatch Space Babies, which is that as we go on, I think we're ultimately going to come to a point where I don't think the dynamic between 15 and Ruby is all that strong by the end of the season. I think if we're ranking them as like a Doctor companion team, they are probably only above 11 and Clara as far as modern like groups go. I really think that it's Gibson and Gatwa's chemistry as actors that sells me on the idea of these two as friends, and it's like a compatible duo. I don't think the writing really does them a service past I want to say Boom. I think these opening 4 episodes from Ruby Road up till Boom sets a really neat precedent that the latter part of the season just doesn't follow up on. And I think for Ruby's character as an individual, that's also true. And it comes down to 2 things that I think are key to Ruby Road and Space Babies that aren't really given the opportunity to shine a ton in later episodes. And one of those is the fact that for their dynamic as a pair, we draw immediate attention to the fact that they are both adopted. And that was a really... I'll give that the number 4 moment that I think really stands out in Ruby Road. It's the dancing, it's the talking to the guy about his girlfriend, the singing, and it's when things finally slow down and they're talking with Carla, and the doctor is just like looking at Lulu Bell, and he just says, "I'm adopted," and I'm like, "Oh shit, we're talking about this. That's great." And like the fact that that is immediately something that he and Ruby have in common. And I wish that more episodes had brought in the doctor's feeling of, like, I just found out that I was adopted. Like, the society that adopted me is gone, and Ruby, like, having that same thing of, like, I get not wanting to tie so heavily into, like, the Timeless Child stuff for multiple reasons, especially because so much of Flux was, like, being desperate for answers, and we're kind of suggesting that the Doctor is past that emotionally, but it would have done wonders for their relationship if, as Ruby was so defined by this feeling of lack, of like wanting to know the answers of her background, if the Doctor could occasionally chime in with like, "I've been there, I've wanted that same thing on some level, I still want those answers." And yet we don't really...
Well, it's interesting that you bring up, like, that aspect of his character, because I think in a number of ways, like, he's empathetic and he's trying to work with Ruby, but there's this streak of him deciding that he knows better and it, like, kind of screwing him over, and that I see, like, happening kind of across the series. And if you take his justification for, like, what happens in the finale as, like, his travels caused it, that kind of feeds into it too. But something in particular about how, like, when he goes to see Ruby's mother, for example, and then he's like, "I could follow her here, but I'm gonna go back." And then it turns out he can never ever go there again, and he just kind of made this snap decision of, like, I knew better, and I decided to do this other.
Like some people have pointed out to, like, what you're saying, and I'll mention this here because it all does tie back to this moment at the end with him, like, deciding to leave, that what Ruby and the Doctor are really missing is a lot of conflict, and I don't necessarily need, like, a 10 and Donna or, like, a 12 and Clara type thing where characters are sort of like cats and dogs and, like, they're constantly sniping. But the thing about it is that there's clear avenues for that conflict to happen, and it feels like the show is willfully avoiding them. And it all comes back to the fact that the Doctor was there and could have gone and gotten the answer and decided not to. And we have these moments where, at the end of Space Babies, where he's like, "I can't take you back to that moment to see your mom, Ruby, sorry." And where, like, Ruby will find out, just like in passing conversation, that the Doctor was there and didn't do anything, and, like, didn't engage her. And, like, you'd think that that would get a reaction of some kind from Ruby, or, like, that would be a point of contention for where she would at least ask, like, "Why not? Are you sure that we can't just go there, or that you can't just drop me off, like, somewhere close, and, like, I can try to," like, there's no discussion there to any feeling that Ruby would, like, want to engage with the Doctor on the level of, "But you were there, why didn't you do something?" And it feels weird that that's never even a conversation.
personally, whenever I hear them say I can never go back to X moment, I only kind of take that as the narrator kind of directly saying to the audience, like, or the writer rather, don't ask questions about this. I know this is a time travel show. It would take way too long to explain the specific in-universe reason. Just take it that we can't go back there. So I never considered that like a paternalistic element, that he like lied to her at that moment, if that was like what I was maybe like coming across as. But like he just decides that he knows better than people in a number of cases, and it still ends up with that same sort of conflict, but not a conflict, where he keeps making these decisions and there's no feedback from Ruby.
I don't think it's so much that like they're trying to explain the logistics of it. I think it's more that like as Nick said, they're weirdly reticent to have the Doctor really have any conflict in the relationship, and it's so funny to me because one of the biggest complaints in the Chibnall era was that there was actually a really interesting avenue for conflict, but it got like zero resolution. It never comes. I mean, it sometimes came up in some ways, but especially with Yaz, it never has a satisfying payoff where you see the relationship change. And this seems to have the opposite issue, where the characters don't have any. The characters seem to get along better and don't seem to have as much weird baggage. But that also means they never go into conflict with each other. So I don't know. I don't think it's that much. I don't think it's so much that like it's a reaction complaint about the Chibnall era, because I don't think Russell was being that like intentionally conscious of it. But it's weird that we're making opposite mistakes from the previous showrunner. Also, I just want to say a point as well before we move on. Russell E. Davies continuing his tradition, special, being weirdly dark in some places, and I really do like that moment where Ruby gets erased from history, and seeing Carla's reaction, especially. I really liked this episode, and I wish the season treated her better. But that's a yeah.
And this will actually okay.
The actress
Another TV problem.
Yeah, the actress plays that wonderfully, and she's so fucking. It's so devastating as well in that moment. And one thing that I do love is seeing the cracks within the wall, and it just reminded me of the cracks in time from series 5, where because history is being fucked up, because the TARDIS was being blown up, that these cracks appear. It's not as overdone, because obviously the TARDIS is much different. But I like that kind of sense of like continuity. Really, I like stuff like that. But also going back to the darkness thing, the Doctor straight up murders a being and doesn't think twice about it, which becomes a problem later on. Like, I love when the Doctor does dark shit like that, but he straight up impales this fucking bastard.
Yeah, okay.
Just doesn't even think about it.
So, that's something that I'll bring up when we talk about the finale. But we've done a lot of, like, putting pins and things for the finale, and this is something where I'll actually make this point here, because it ties into what I've been saying. And, like, I want to lay out my point a little more clearly, just because, like, I don't think I'm communicating the heart of the issue in, like, the moments of scenes that I'm talking about, and it relates to Space Babies. So this will take us into Space Babies. Because, again, at that ending, when he's like, I can't take you back to that moment with your mom, Ruby. My expectation, watching that for the first time, was like, she should ask why. And she never does. And so I'm like, okay, that seems like we didn't have her ask why for a very specific reason, and that's because we are saving the reveal of Ruby finding out that the reason they can't go is because he was already there, and that's going to be like a moment when that happens. And then in The Legend of Ruby Sunday, we see like they go into the time window, and I'm like, okay, here's where it happens. Like, the Doctor is avoiding talking about it, but here's where we're going to see the moment play out, and her mom is right there, and then the TARDIS pops up, and Ruby's going to have some kind of reaction. Like, this is why we go because you were there already and you didn't tell me, and that just never happens. The TARDIS pops up, the Doctor walks out, and the Doctor's like, yeah, this is where I come in, and Ruby has no response.
Yeah, it was really annoying. I really did think that was going to be very confident and ends up not being anything.
Which is a shame, because that's like a big issue with what is otherwise the only good scene in that episode, in my opinion. But that's for that episode, and now for Space Babies, which, again, I've seen 1.5 times, and I made a post about this, because like my response to watching Space Babies again was like, dear Lord, it is crazy how exposition heavy this episode is. And I made that post about like the opening act of the episode, because I had to pause like 12 minutes in, and I stopped myself, and I was like, wait. Like, comparing this to other RTD, like, companion introductions, like Rose, Martha, Donna, they all got information about kind of the tenets and, like, pillars of how the Doctor and TARDIS and, like, just the way that the recurring elements of the show operates over, like, 2 or 3 episodes. So, like, in their first episode, they would be introduced to the Doctor and the TARDIS capabilities, and, like, it's a time machine, it travels in space, whatever. And then maybe in their second or third episode, they'd be like, oh, also, he can give you a phone, or, like, give you an upgrade to your phone that will let you call people whenever, and, like, here's our explanation of how, like, meddling with time and, like, events of the past do or don't change things. And we've hit this weird thing where, okay, we got the Church on Ruby Road, which ends with the Doctor in the TARDIS, but he hasn't really explained any of what his deal is. And, like, you know, it'll be 3 or 4 episodes before Bill or Martha or Rose, like, learns about, like, what the Time Lords are called, or, like, what their deal is, or the fact that they're gone. And on that level, I'll admit, I do like that we have a Doctor who wastes 0 time in revealing those kinds of, like, background info about himself. It's like, here's my species, the fact that they're dead, like, he's not obfuscating it, he's not putting off that discussion the way that Tennant did or 13 did. But I stopped myself like 12 minutes into Space Babies, and I took note of the time, and I was like, in the 12-minute mark, Ruby has had the TARDIS explained to her, gone to the past, had a, like, demonstration for the audience of the way that the butterfly effect works now, has had her phone.
I hated that scene.
I have thoughts about that scene, which I'll get into in a second, but I found it to be such an overload of information, like the fact that the TARDIS translates things for you. It's, again, in, like, not counting the opening sequence, probably, like, circa 10 minutes of just unloading all of these factoids, and then by the time that we're done with that, we're here at the space station piloted by the babies, and now it's time to get exposition about the babies and why they're here and what the situation is here. And it's like a good 2/3 into the episode before we're done just expositing basic background and setup for the plot. Now, like, I really feel like there had to have been a more natural way to, like, save some of this information, like the phone thing or the butterfly effect thing, save it for the next episode or incorporate it into the previous episode so that we have some more time where this story can be the Doctor and Ruby doing character stuff, bouncing off each other. Because with only 8 episodes left, Space Babies included, you get the sense of the fact that this is set up almost the way that The Beast Below is set up. Again, full circle back to that episode where it's the Doctor and the companion, just the 2 of them on a space station, something weird is going on, left to them to, like, figure out what the deal is. And there is an element of the Doctor explaining what his MO is and what the TARDIS can do to Amy, but so much of that episode is blitzing past that to give them moments of character interaction in this very straightforward setup of a plot on the space station. Here, the Space Babies plot is fairly straightforward. But it's like 10 minutes into the episode before we even get there. And that time is not spent with relationship building or solidifying the 15 and Ruby dynamic like I feel like they're trying. But it's caught in the fact that so much of the dialogue is just question, answer, you know?
It's for sure, like, I feel as though the exposition-heavy beginning of this episode is due to the compressed season, because, like, technically it's, I think, 8 episodes.
Yeah, it is 8
If I'm not
episodes.
mistaken, from this to the Empire of Death.
Yep.
And because they're, in essence, renewing the story, there wasn't, and this is purely my thoughts on how Russell might have been processing it. He might have just thought that there was, like, no organic way or need to, like, put that information in multiple areas. He just wanted to kind of, like, get it all out there.
I can maybe understand.
In my opinion, was definitely, like, a decision that he made to, like, stuff it in that area, and there was, like, a much better way of doing it. And I don't know if it's because being back in the same chair made him, like, the pen return to the familiar grooves, like, but that pops up kind of often with him, where there are moments like, you could have, like, organized this a little bit better.
Yeah.
I definitely think that, like, I don't mind the introduction of him explaining his backstory and stuff, because it does feel like it's depicting the Doctor's growth in a way where he is being way more open about his stuff compared to even, like, back in Tennant's era, where he more spoon-feed people information about himself rather than getting to the point where Whittaker wouldn't explain anything about himself. But I do agree with, like, the clunkiness of how it's handled. It feels way more geared towards people who haven't seen the show and are just about to get into it, and it does add that the butterfly effect joke. And I think when he was doing that, having, like, a butterfly effect fucking busted in the TARDIS, it's way more what I've seen a lot of, like, people cover Red Dwarf say funny, where it's where Red Dwarf is a sci-fi comic with a surprisingly detailed lore behind it, but they sometimes break the lore for the sake of a joke. But it doesn't really work for Doctor Who.
Okay, so
because it's a comedy. But Nick said it's a very expository heavy thing. Like, again, like I think he said, like, halfway through before we're starting explaining everything about this plot. And the thing is about Space Babies is that it's not that complex a story. RTD seems to want to have the fun, light, kind of fluffy opener, but also wants to, like, have it bit more of a, you know, pointed political message with the whole them not trying to get rid, not being allowed to get rid of the babies, but continuing to produce the babies, but then just abandoning them when they're not useful. It's a very on the nose. I mean, there's a couple of ways people have, like, the most obvious one would be abortion, but also you could probably read refugee crisis. There's a lot of things going into that, which also doesn't help that the message. The metaphor is way too malleable, feel very impactful, and especially because we do get an anti-rape run, much better handled. But by the same writer. But he's saying that's the main point. It feels like he's trying to have his cake and eat it too, and it just ends up not really satisfying anyone. Again, I'm not a new kid, and I'm not a child getting into the show for the first time, so I don't know how it plays out. But in terms of my own thing, it just really didn't click with me.
That is to the level where I'm watching it and I'm like, this is immersion breaking for me. And I don't know why.
Well, I do think it's funny, like, it literally connect the previous episode, how devastating changed the timeline for everything involved, and then this one we changed our timeline for the sake of a gag, but again, he's probably going by...
First of all, Doug, I'm pretty sure the idea is that prolonged travel in the TARDIS makes you immune to timeline changes. This is literally Ruby's first trip. She's literally stepping out after having been in the TARDIS for maybe a grand total of 3 minutes. So that much is fine. I have a different take on it, and again, this ties back into... It's funny how all of this lines up, because it really is just a bunch of problems that bleed into each other super smoothly, which is one, you're right, Danny, the fact that the Space Babies plot is not complex at all, really. It's super straightforward. This is a plot that you can resolve in 20 minutes, and that's fine. And the point of doing that as like an introductory adventure is so that the rest of the 45 minutes can be filled with character stuff. Like, that was also true, again, of The Beast Below. I'd argue that's true of something like the Shakespeare Code. And again, from a character perspective, I like the idea that the Doctor is not necessarily giving out information about himself in piecemeal, the way that Ten was with Martha. But, side effect of Tennant being so coy with Martha is that really was kind of a perfect structural way to get that information across so it wasn't overwhelming. Because you think about it with Martha, again, in her first episode, she meets the Doctor, gets a sense that he travels in space and time and that the TARDIS is a time machine. Second episode, we have a discussion about how the butterfly effect works, if it works, and we kind of just dismiss it as like something that you don't have to worry about. Her third episode is the one where he like stops and finally says, okay, this is where I'm from, I am a Time Lord, this is like my personal backstory. And her fourth episode, or I want to say maybe even past the fourth, is where he like upgrades her phone. And like that is a good pace at which to dole out bits of important information that like aren't necessarily relevant to whatever given plot that you're dealing with that episode. And smushing it all into 10 minutes that you knock out in your opening act and then the rest of the episode is the plot is just a really awkward structure. And like I think I would have been fine sacrificing 15's openness of character in this instant to make that flow more smoothly. Because then what you've got is, okay, we've spent like 10 minutes expositing, fine, whatever. The Space Baby stuff still isn't super complicated. It's an episode where we can fit a lot of character building stuff. And we have some neat banter and some neat bits of like character establishing bits and bobs. But so much of that screen time is still front-loaded with all of the explaining. And like, I feel like there had to have been a way where maybe we keep up the charade of Nanny being an AI for longer, or we
think there's actually a different this could be resolved that Stephen Moffat did do. The shorts that they tend to do for the first adventure after the regeneration. You could throw in that lizard person bit and make it its own like mini episode, and then that bit that you need to do for the series is like done. The backstory crap for the Doctor, and I know that that's kind of technically outside of the realm of like a full regular series, but if you're going to do it this way, like you could at least cut off that weird stuff and then just make Space Baby be filled more with character in her.
So I get that.
It dilutes the exposition.
But for one, all of those shorts tend not to be like conveying information that any audience member would actually need to know. Because there's the one that is... Yeah, there's the one, which is between the 11th Hour and the Beast Below, which I would say has a bit of important information, which is the fact that Amy is not the first, and this is her learning the Doctor's proclivity for taking companions. Aside from that, all of those shorts are so non-essential in terms of information that anyone would need to know that I don't think you could just like carve off the opening minutes of this episode and make that its own short. Maybe the butterfly effect thing specifically, but this is where we get into my thing on that scene, which is, again, like Russell's mentioned that seasons 1 and 2, he basically wrote back to back, and that season 2 is going to continue ideas and like story that we've established in season 1. And I think, I read the butterfly effect moment differently than you guys do. Because, like, it's goofy and it's a little funny, but it's not really like a laugh-out-loud gag. I don't know that Rule of Funny is the motivation for having that moment in this episode. I think, again, we kind of set that up with basically a retread of the discussion that the Doctor and Martha had in the Shakespeare Code, where she's like, what if I step on a butterfly? And he's like, well, don't step on any butterflies then. What did the butterflies ever do to you? And here it's like, well, you avoid stepping on a butterfly, like you'd have to actively be trying to make that happen. And then it happens, and where the implication in the Tennant years, and like up to now, was like, stepping on a butterfly is not going to do anything all that massive. Like, little things do affect history, but not that little. Killing one animal in the past is not going to completely change your identity. The fact that we establish that that is indeed what happens, I don't think that's there to be a joke. I think that's there to be a moment of, again, telling us that the rules have changed. And this ties into, we didn't really talk about the sort of explanation that wasn't given for bi-generation, but that sort of is, and again, this will be a recurring thing, unfortunately, especially when we get to the finale, of Russell having answers to questions that he just doesn't feel like putting in the episode, because he doesn't feel like it. So, to tie back to the giggle, the explanation that Russell kind of alludes to, but never outright confirms in the writing, is that bi-generation was not possible prior to the Doctor, like, bringing mysticism and the supernatural into our reality. Because bi-generation is a myth for Time Lords. But now, because we've, like, let the Toymaker in and let all of these extra-dimensional mystical things in, myths are part of reality. And that's both for human myths and Time Lord myths. So this Time Lord cultural idea that, oh, you could bi-generate, that is a thing that can happen now. And I think this scene with the butterfly is communicating something similar. Where previously in this show, this would not have happened. But now, the, like, quote-unquote myth, the cultural idea of the butterfly effect, has a basis in reality. Because it is a myth that is now potentially true. And I think the point of that scene, more than anything else, is to demonstrate that.
I think that's a very interesting read. Like, I think for me, there wasn't anything that directly suggested that that was due to outside influence. It read more as just like a kind of direct but clunky metaphor, but the idea that it could be kind of that the physical, like, laws of the universe are...
Yeah, again, it's not alluded to because... It's not alluded to because Russell doesn't feel like...
They almost directly.
Russell doesn't feel like explaining himself, but I think in his mind, I think that's what's happening.
There was sort of like a gentle allusion to the idea that the Toymaker in general, because he's like a game god or like is about fun, makes like weird, funny stories real too. And like that was, it wasn't directly stated that he made the Doctor bi-generate, but he did talk about the idea of doing it again and again with the laser, like, afterwards. And I think that it's possible that, like, we're reading, like, this potentially in a metatextual sense, but, like, it's really showing that the actual rules of the Doctor Who universe have changed now.
And, like, obviously they have, and we get, like, plenty of demonstration of the fact that they have. But I'm just saying that I think that that is the level that that butterfly scene is operating on. I think it's serving a somewhat practical purpose as a scene. I don't think it's just there to be a stupid joke for the sake of having a stupid joke.
No, I can see that. I mean, the only reason I said like the whole rule of funny thing is because the scene is played rather arch and silly, and that's the only reason why I read it like that. But I can get where you're coming from in terms of like reestablishing how the rules of this universe are going to work now, and the whole annoyance about Russell T Davies deciding that like it's the very famous thing about what J. Michael Straczynski was told when he had Peter lose his marriage to the devil, and he mapped out one more day. I mapped out a very specific...
Really? We're bringing it up? Alright.
I'm getting around to a point. Oh, okay, right. So J. Michael Straczynski very specifically... are we still recording, Nick? While you're...
I think, yeah.
Okay, fine. Sorry. Okay, J. Michael Straczynski in One More Day. He mapped out a very specific moment in the 70s. Like, he went back to the books in the 70s and found a specific moment he could alter to make the timeline change to have Peter and Mary Jane break up. When he pitched this to Marvel, they were like, no, don't do that. Don't change the entire timeline. Just have this thing happen and we can move back. And he was like, but that doesn't make any sense. And I don't know if this was Quesada specifically. I think it was Quesada, but I'm not too sure, so don't quote me on that. But he said, it's magic, Joe. It doesn't have to make sense. That is exactly the logic that RTD is working on here, in terms of not giving you any cogent explanation, which is bullshit, because fantasy magic worlds have very specific rules.
I agree with you, but I think it is also possible to write a fantasy or a sci-fi world that's like really, really psychedelic in terms of how it like presents its rules. Like, there's so many instances where you could have shown something to happen to the level it's happening in the timeline of the Doctor Who show prior to this, and to just have like a character immediately turn into a lizard person because they actually stepped on a real butterfly. It was for me primarily the fact that it was like literally the allegory being presented.
Right. Like, when it comes to stuff in fiction,
it was cartoony.
Yeah.
In a bad way.
There's a difference between like tangible, logic that should fit reality that like nerds online really fucking love, and an emotional logic that the episode has to the story itself has to kind of go through. And I think, there was one example I was bringing up, Finch, where a lot of his stuff is obviously not very kind of logically coherent, but it's very emotionally coherent. And that's kind of the problem with Russell, in that he doesn't let the emotional through lines of what he's trying to do with his kind of myth stuff follow the way through, because he honestly believes he doesn't need to build groundwork for his new universe, because he could just do whatever the fuck he wants. At least it feels like that. I don't know if that's actually his thought process. And this is going to be a problem when we get to the finale. Again, a lot of the problems with the series are not really exemplified until
I do want to briefly touch on that, because I think maybe what's happening is an issue of semantics. Because you're right that fantasy worlds do have rules, but when I don't know about anyone else who uses the word fantasy in the context of this season, but when I say that this season is more fantasy and more fantastical, I'm not necessarily saying it in the context of we've shifted genres to the fantasy capital F genre, and we are now a fantasy world that should have fantasy rules. I think it would be more accurate maybe to say mythological, or even not even fairy tale. It's weird, but it's that esoteric abstract concept of the fantastic is what has encroached into the Doctor Who universe. And it's not necessarily that I'm not hung up on the thing of the rules aren't consistent, or there are no rules because magic, whatever, fantasy has rules. The thing is, so much of it is concepts that maybe did not exist prior are now suddenly here. Goblins are just here now. And we have reason to believe that goblins were not, a living species of this universe before. Or if they were, like...
changing of the rules that, like, feeds into the kind of, like, the deity aspect of the toy maker and later Sutekh, and how, like, they influence and conform the world around them in an unnatural way. Like, they're beings that are technically born of the universe, but they don't follow the universe's rules.
Yeah,
and that, like, comes across as fan.
And, like, I think it's not even just that beings are here that don't follow the rules. Like, even, like, the best way that I can put it that, like, semantically gets at what I think the idea is supposed to be is that beings have entered our, like, reality that don't follow our rules, and also just rules have entered our reality that are not our rules. And they may not always apply, but it's like...
They brought their physics with them.
Yeah, like the rule of the butterfly effect itself has been inserted suddenly. And it's like...
Yeah.
Like Brian was saying, it's the allegory of the butterfly effect. Like, you watch a piece of science fiction that has, like, time travel in it, and the butterfly effect is a mythological, cultural idea that humans have developed. It's not really necessarily how actual time travel would work, but it's a concept that we've created, and now suddenly it exists in practice.
Like, you know, I think I need to, like, rephrase what I was getting at here, because I don't mind this idea of, like, these cosmic beings who don't have room to fit the actual Doctor Who universe being there. I actually think that's a really exciting idea, and the most fresh thing they've done with this series in a long time. My issue is more that, like, RTD wants to kind of lean into this as a crutch for him not really coming up with, like, satisfying conclusions. And again, this is more of an issue for the finale, but I mean, it feels like it's not so much the idea that I need something to be kind of logically consistent. I say logic in that way. I feel like he's not really giving a coherent, not coherent, but like a kind of emotionally satisfying way of resolving these concepts. Because he's an easy out. He doesn't have to explain himself. And that's more of my issue with him going, he doesn't have to, when I say he doesn't have to make sense. I like the idea that these cosmic beings are coming in that don't really fit them. Like, one of my favorite stories in the classic era is The Mind Robber, which is the whole thing of this, basically a whole universe is created by the imagination of somebody. That's a really cool concept that Who should do more of. The problem is, he doesn't want to make these true lines come together, and it's really frustrating as we go on. I don't want to, like, dwell too much on this episode because I don't really, there's not much in it that I have
talked about the plot of Space Babies in this whole...
There's really not much to it is the thing.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Do you want to talk about the boogeyman?
The plot matters. Quick rundown. Literal boogers.
Yeah, quick rundown. Ncuti scaring the children is hilarious, and it's very Willy Wonka, like, in the way he does. I'm not, like, I like the idea that this doctor has kind of an asshole streak that comes out of nowhere. It's really funny, and it just, like, I just love it.
He's like, gotta control these babies. Fuck them kids.
I actually think the climax of him saving the snot monster was surprisingly emotional for an episode. He didn't really invest me in anything, and the babies look ridiculous, and then talking never fun.
Oh, I hated the effect of the babies talking. It's never gotten better. I watched the stupid Baby Geniuses movies, and the effect has never gotten better in all those decades.
I thought the effect was fine. My thing was just the kid Eric who whispered all of his lines for no reason.
I don't know how you can get over the bad.
I thought it looked fine.
Weird plastic mouths.
I don't know if you want to jump on my point about the whole Russell T. Davies and a crush thing, or if you just want to move on to Doug's Chord.
Wait, Russell T. Davies what?
When I was talking, the whole point I made about me not liking Davies
actually, we can use that to transition into the Devil's Chord, because that's...
Yeah.
So, I mean...
That's the plot.
Do you feel it applies there also? Because, I don't know, I freaking love Devil's Chord. I think that episode's amazing.
No, you know what? Actually, that's actually a good transition into this, because like I think it works when I say logically emotionally satisfied. It's emotional logic. I think that applies here, because like obviously the way he depicts how music affects the world is inherently ridiculous. It doesn't have a logical through line really. We're not going to destroy the world because music is shit now, but it has an emotional truism to it, which is the episode is going towards, and I think when he plays into that, it is really well done. Like, I love, probably my favourite moment in the entire series is when Ruby's playing the piano song on the roof, and it's just, the episode just stops, and he's looking around at people, for the first time probably in their lives, be so moved by a piece of music that comes from it to them, and it's a great show. I mean, I really wish we could get past Murray Gold as being the only Doctor Who, but he shines here. That score is that composition he does. Is
like the reaction that people had to the music in that scene is like the reaction I have every time I listen to the Gallifrey theme that he wrote. Like, every time I'm just like, oh man, I have not heard real music until this moment in my life, and it's just like it was perfect that he came back for the episode for that.
So I think, like I said, it's one of those things where the emotional logic is really sound. That really help. Like, my only real complaints about the Devil's Chord is that, and this is more for the marketing than the actual episode, the Beatles doing absolutely fucking nothing.
They technically saved the day. The day.
Like, I wasn't following the marketing really heavily, so like, maybe I would have been annoyed if I had, like, been following the marketing and got the impression that this was going to be, like, capital T, capital B, the Beatles episode.
Yeah.
But...
that's how they're selling it. And at the same time, I love the fact that the only reason this episode exists is because the rights to the music to the Beatles is fucking impossible to get because it's so expensive.
Yeah.
That Russell needed an out, and it's such a clever idea. It's such a clever idea to do this. And, but like, I don't feel like Ringo and George have no fucking dialogue in the entire episode. So fucking
that's the quintessential Beatles experience.
They really fucking pushed the idea that this was a Beatles episode. And so, obviously, everyone's complaining about this. I think the song in the end is lame. Russell can't write lyrics, I'm sorry.
Okay, I will kind of die on this hill. I don't know why. Like, I think the rest of the episode being as good as it was, I'm like, you earned the camp.
I can agree with that.
You earned the camp here. Just the one.
This is my take. And this is why I think it's for the best that this wasn't a fully musical episode. Because I know that some people want Doctor Who to do that, and I would be totally fine if they did. But for the story that this episode is telling, you're absolutely right about the emotional, like, level of, like, oh, without music, or like, if music was shit, then we would destroy the world. I think this episode pulls a really amazing trick, which is that the emotional logic is so potent that it makes me implicitly buy into the actual logic. Because the idea isn't just that music would be shit, it's the fact that music is shit in 1963 because it's dying. This is an art form that is going away. By the time that we skip 40, 50, 60 years to 2023, the world will be over because music hasn't just been bad, it's been gone. Like, we went to 1963 and those were the last gasps. After that year, music's dead. Nobody does it ever at all. And
crisis wiped everybody out.
Could you even picture what the world would be like after decades of that? I couldn't. Maybe it would be a nuclear winter. I don't know. I feel like that's a possibility. it's so completely unprecedented because that's like a part of humanity's soul that's just been cut out. And
well, and the slow bleed-in of that too was like really nice. I remember when I watched the episode, being like really struck by the fact that they weren't just like immediately showing the maestro again after that introductory scene.
Yep.
Like, they let the Doctor kind of understand the influence that the maestro is having slowly after listening to the, frankly, pretty hilarious, like, bad music.
Yeah.
Like, the reaction shots alone were like...
because that ties into the rest of my point, which is, I think, again, marketing aside, it matters that you get one really, really depressing conversation with John and Paul, and then they're out of most of the rest of the episode. And we get, like, a little bit of a, like, comedic beat of, like, what is happening? This is not what we expected. And then the rest of the story is treating the absence and, like, the slow death of music dead serious. Because this is a really, really dour, really, really dark story for most of it. And then, Brian, what earns the ending is the fact that it's like, oh my god, I'm just so happy that we are past the darkness. And, like, the moment of Ruby at the piano is this brief reprieve where we just get to sit in. And it's like, it's the episode looking at you and saying, don't you want to take a moment and really appreciate how grateful you are to have music in your life?
Music is fucking awesome. Like, that is... when you can fit that organically into something, like, and that's one of the benefits of having your pantheon, or whatever you want to call them, like, working with concepts, is that you can have, like, a really, like, border-crossing, like, metaphor that, like, everybody can relate to music in some way.
Yeah, and, like, we sort of, like, briefly touch on it with the Toymaker in a way that, like, if the Giggle had done for the concept of games what this episode did for the concept of music, I think I would really like the Giggle. Because we briefly touch on the idea of, like, if you think about it, you can filter the entirety of human interaction through the idea of games. And every conversation, every action that you take throughout your entire life is you playing a game with somebody. And the episode, like, has a paragraph of dialogue speaking to that, and then the rest of it just doesn't really bother. But this one is all about, like, the back and forth of, like, wouldn't it just suck if music, like, couldn't, not just if music was bad, but the thing is, like, what makes the music bad isn't just that it's off-key or off-pitch or that it's silly. It's the fact that they can't talk about anything meaningful. And they can't, even silly songs, like, express themselves earnestly. And for, like, John and Paul, this is just a job. Who cares? I'm just doing this to make some money. And they can't...
It's an emotional disconnect.
Yeah, they can't even consciously acknowledge, like, the part of themselves that's like, no, I do miss this thing, and, like, I'm no good at anything, but, like, you know that's not true. And you know what it is? It's the same emotional effect as the moment in The Church on Ruby Road, where Carla is talking about, like, the fact that she doesn't want kids. She's only, like, fostering because it pays the bills. And, like, you can see on her face that, like, she doesn't believe what she's saying. Obviously, there's a deep, deep part of this woman that wants to love and be loved. And that's what this episode does for its whole runtime, for just the concept of music. So when we get to the end, and it's like, I don't care that this song doesn't have particularly well-written lyrics. I don't care that it's really over the top and something unlike this show has done before. They goddamn earned it. It's us. I'm just here to celebrate the fact that music is back.
This is actually horrifying me on a deep level, because now I'm going back and, like, re-examining earlier parts of the RTD stuff, and, like, what if, like, the scene where the old lady picks up the gold tooth is, like, the concept of the Master having Joker immunity, like, manifested into the story by the Pantheon.
That would
Like,
be
this is going to hurt my brain.
If they find like a non-copyright, like non-super sweaty TV tropes term for what Joker immunity is, and like make it into something that they can talk about in the narrative, that would be fascinating.
Yeah, like, it's just the fact that every single time he dies, he finds a way to get out, and then, like, a god, like, manifested that to keep him alive.
Like, if we can take Sutekh and make him the god of death, can we make the master the god of villains? And the thing about villains is that they have to be ever present if you're going to tell a story.
Yeah.
That's an idea. And, you know, I don't want to tangent too much, but it would be great as, like, picking up where
this
that
is the opening of the toolbox, like, or the Pandora's box of this idea.
Yeah.
Like, the Maestro really gets into it after the Toymaker kind of establishes the concept.
And it would be a great place to take the Master's character after both the Doctor falls and the power of the Doctor, where it's like, so much of Missy and then Dewan's Master is the push-pull of this person who has on some level accepted that they're always going to be a villain, but really, really, really doesn't want to be a villain. I think make them the god of villains. That's a great idea. But also
also the whole contrast between like his reaction to the Doctor being the timeless child as like, you know, exceptional being within their Gallifrey's history, that he ends up becoming a fucking god.
And speaking of villains,
Jealous.
Another point to this episode's favor is that I think the Maestro is the only good villain this season.
What is that? Doing is like the only decent villain performance throughout the entire series, unless you count the main character in Dawn Bubble, but we'll get.
And I meant to mention when we were talking about the fact that we have 8 episodes this season. There's a channel that I've been following recently. Oh, it's Josh Martin Jones, who has been going through like all of the previous modern seasons. And I think it's that same channel that had another video that's like, there's really only 7 different types of Doctor Who stories, and one of them is like the supervillain stories, where it's
the hero's journey.
It's driven by the Doctor facing off against like one mastermind character. And I think we need some more of those, because this was great, and I love when the Doctor can like
have masterminds. Right there, we got it.
I love when the Doctor can have
masterminds.
Like just any antagonistic force that the Doctor can develop a genuine rapport with is, I think, great, and it immediately can elevate an episode. And the fact that we do that so little this season is unfortunate. Because
I think sorry.
You know, I was just going to say, because Maestro gets to be really the only one who gets to play, like, a bad guy in an episode.
And also, while we're talking about specifically the character of the Maestro, like, if anybody who doesn't understand what people who feel like they fall outside of the gender binary, like, feel and look and are like, the way they styled the Maestro, I'm like, you are something other. Like, they managed to get a good kind of otherness with the present.
I love the line beat on, I'm them, you're who? You're who?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, you, of course, like, you embody this identity. Like, something just about the way they presented their character, both in style and, like, the acting, I'm like, you are a they. Like, you are something wholly different from what I understand, in, like, a good way.
Yeah.
It was really good. It was a really good way to introduce it, and, like, they relied on emotional understanding for getting the point across in that moment. Like, they mocked the guy who's not getting it. You're like, intrinsically, you're like, no, but I get it. Like,
yeah,
they're not laughing at me.
I mean, Jinx Monsoon is just great. And it's like apparently it's her first time like acting in kind of fictional context before, and she is you wouldn't guess that she's wonderful here. No, I love Maestro. I love how they blend Maestro into the whole Pantheon thing, but like make them a distinct threat. It's a great gimmick.
The diegetic music is absolutely hilarious.
Oh
like,
yeah,
when they put the Master's theme in, like the da 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 on the keys, that was absolutely hilarious.
I love them. I love them playing the opening theme and then leading in. I love the Doctor acknowledging.
Yeah.
He hears the theme song every time. No, he hears the background.
Yeah, I thought that was non-diegetic.
That was a great joke.
He just hums it to himself every time he's flying through space.
Maestro was legitimately threatening.
Yeah, and like
I did like Neil Patrick Harris as a toy maker, but I never felt him intimidating in the way that the Jinx one that Maestro just naturally is.
I
mean, he did kill 14 though.
And again, like this all ties into what we've been saying, because where we kind of just like we bring up the rules of play, quote unquote, when we're talking about the toy maker, but we don't go into it at all, like meaningfully.
Yeah.
Part of what makes the Maestro threatening is that we have like a tangible sense of how they work. What I love is just how far we escalate it and how concretely we escalate it. Because early into the episode, we bring up the concept of Aeolian tones. It's like the music of sounds that exist independent of people. And we bring that back to like that great scene where the Maestro comes in and like brings in like the projector that's projecting onto these like cloth almost, the sounds of a nuclear winter. Like as they get more powerful, the type of music that they feed off of changes. So there's a level of power that they can get from the music that people create, and then there's a bigger level of power that they can get from the music that a world creates when it's devoid of people. And then there's even more when they bring up the music of the spheres, which is this like totally abstract concept of like the music that planets make, quote unquote, in harmony with each other just by their mere existence and motion relative to each other. And like as we go up and up and up in the scale, as the Maestro potentially gets more powerful, it's such a like clear, concrete thing of like we're escalating. And like this is how this character works, and that contributes to the like fear factor.
One of the things for me about the Maestro that sticks out is that they're not even necessarily like doing things because they want power. They're doing it because it's almost on a whim. And that's more like terrifying to me. Like they happen to like the sound of everything being dead. And that's the only reason why they're terrorizing this entire like population of
the way I took
like
it,
all of this death.
The way I took it when they were like, music is mine, it's like they're doing this out of a sense of entitlement. It's like
it's capricious.
Yeah, they want the only music that exists to be music that they can claim ownership of, and that's the music that you get when there are no people.
Basically, EMI.
I liked the whole thing about Paul and John coming in to say play at the end. Though somebody actually brought up.
Of course, it's always those two.
Another point that somebody brought up on Twitter. I didn't notice before doing this, but apparently it's pretty well known amongst Beatles fans that they don't know how to read sheet music. They don't know how to read notes. Again, it's not a flaw in the episode. I just think it's funny that like he just overlooked it.
That's the thing, and like I like that you could take that as being a thing in the episode, even because like you can say that, but the way that scene plays, like obviously they are looking at the notes, but they take so long in completing that chord, and also it's the chord that is it Paul? Paul is the one who sings it, where it's like he dreamt of it. So it's not even that they would need to be able to read the sheet music, and like those notes don't mean anything if you don't have like sheet
like
lines.
Metaphysical.
Yeah, it's like it's a moment of like the human spirit triumphing, because music is a part of these people, and like, of course, they would complete it. It's inside them, and like that, I think that's this episode's so fucking good, man. People who don't like this episode are so lame.
This is my only other real kind of nitpick, which again, this is the one that heavily relies on setting up for the finale, not just in going the one who waits on, but also bringing up Susan, which I did like as its own moment, that like they acknowledge the fact that they're in 19 where an early child starts at, but I mean that stuff's more for it feels a bit just especially the stuff when Mike's were talking about it and like that. It's a bit clunky. But also it's one of those things that made people think that this episode was aired later, but they moved it back to coincide with the Eurovision. I have no way of proving this one way or the other, and I know people have like mapped out different watch orders, and I think you commented on this, and like all of them have flaws.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how right that is, and it's mostly because people are bothered by the 6-month.
I've never bothered to like really think about it, but I don't think there's a quote unquote perfect watch order for this season.
There tends not to be a lot of connective tissue between like these kind of standalone episodes, so I never really feel the need to like put them in any other order than whatever order they happen to like be in, unless there's like something crazy happens, like a character dies and then they go into the next episode, like with Rory. Like,
sorry.
Oh no, that was the end of my point.
No, I'm saying like like you said, it doesn't really have the same kind of narrative through line that a lot of earlier series have, especially even RTD's older series, where outside of the premieres and the 2-part finale, you can pretty much have these episodes. There isn't as much of an emotional or narrative true line through this. It's just how much they start more noticing Susan Twist is the only real thing. And yeah, that's about it really. But yeah, I'm ready to move on.
Yeah, that was a kind of like really good slow burn I found, like kind of inserting that actress in like.
It's the same.
Yeah, well, she's a great actress, and then like on top of that, they put her in early enough. They didn't make a big deal about it, so it wasn't like a Clara situation.
I'll be honest as well. It's kind of the similar thing I have with Mrs. Flood. I don't really give a shit about the mystery behind her, but I think Anita Dobson is so fucking charismatic and it's just having it to fuck up that I'm just okay with it, just based on watching her act. And I don't really think we need to go into much Mrs. Flood because there's nothing we can do until the next series.
So
yeah,
here's the thing: we are into like, I think at least Danny and I agree, like the 4-episode stretch that really makes this season. And of those 4, Boom is probably my least favorite, which says less about that episode and more about how much I love the others. But it's just, I'd say Boom is like mid-tier as far as Stephen Moffat episodes go. It's a strong standalone one, and that's about it. Like, it's not a masterpiece, but it's by Stephen Moffat and a strong standalone episode by Stephen Moffat. But it's comparable to Extremis, probably.
Like, for me, watching this episode, like, emotionally, like, I am a Stephen Moffat stan, even though he's, like, got some really terrible writing decisions that he makes, in my opinion. In certain areas, there's something about that kind of frenetic, like, storytelling that he has, even in how it plays out in Boom, that I love coming back to. It's, like, I feel like my Stephen Moffat addiction, I got, like, a huge hit back with this episode, and it made it, like, so even, I wasn't even bothered by the flaws. I was just like, I'm so glad to have you back.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't even say that this one has, like, flaws that bother me. It's just a matter of, in a season full of very experimental episodes, despite this being, like, a bottle episode set in one location for most of it, it's also one of the more sort of standard Doctor Who feeling ones.
it's very much like, hey, it's a Moffat episode.
Yeah.
Hi, and that's about as much as it has a lot of... And
it's high concept.
It's a good Moffat episode, and I do think Stephen Moffat can be one of the strongest writers in modern day Who when he puts his mind to it. I wouldn't say this episode exemplifies that, and I don't think he's been gone long enough for me to miss him as much. That the usual tropes he brings up that come up here, I think I've brought this point up before, and I know people don't agree with me on this. I think he writes the Doctor in a very specific way where I can understand where he's coming from because they are meant to be the same character, but it's never been how the Doctor has been written ever. So I know it's a different situation, but Ncuti feels very differently written here compared to his own.
And because Ncuti is so unique in the character on his own, it sticks out here way more than it does elsewhere. Because you kinda, sorta feel it with Eccleston and Tennant when Moffat wrote for them, where it's like, they kinda feel like there's a voice, capital V voice, that Moffat has that gets into those characters in a way that the other writers don't. So, if you were to just give Eccleston or Tennant a Moffat script, then I'd be like, oh yeah, that's a Moffat script. And because he was showrunner for Smith and Capaldi, I feel like there was a very concentrated effort on his part to make those two seem dissimilar to each other. So he wasn't just writing the same Doctor twice. But we've gotten to this point, and again, you mentioned, Denny, the Stu Bagfull video. I think he put it best, where it's like, it really does feel like Moffat wrote this script for Capaldi and didn't change anything.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think he did say he had this idea for... but it's one of those things where it's like, we have, again, it's a thing where, we have he does a lot of very overtly religious criticisms in episodes that only tangentially kind of relate to that. And I know it bothered more people on this. It didn't really bother me too much, but it is a little heavy-handed here.
It was kind of preachy.
Yeah. I think it works fine overall for what the Doctor's arc is in this episode. I love the concept of him standing in one place for the episode, especially with as very kind of charismatic and versatile, and as he's like Ncuti has a certain energy where a lot of it is in the way he moves and the way he kind of contorts himself. And I like the fact that you take this particular actor and stand him still. That's why I think Capaldi, who's a bit more stoic and serious in the way he performs, even though he is also very vivacious in his own way, it would have felt more typical for his Doctor to play that. For this Doctor, it's an interesting constraint, especially for a sports series.
He gesticulates a lot, so you are correct. But I think that would also fit with 12, because I feel like 12 also gesticulated quite frequently. If you think about the Zygon inversion, I think with the episode,
it's more when he's speechifying he gets very animated. Where Ncuti,
and that
Ncuti would get animated, get around.
Yeah, and to what Brian was saying earlier, just that it feels kind of preachy. I don't think it would feel as preachy if you were watching Peter Capaldi deliver these lines, because his Doctor was, for lack of a kinder term, very sanctimonious, and he could really go on a tear about stuff with comparatively little prompting, and
he does love his
Scottish.
And
he does love his speeches.
It's the pointed sort of not condescending, but very righteously angry attitude to a lot of it too.
And direct.
Yeah, and again, that doesn't feel like the 15th Doctor that we've seen in the 3 episodes prior to this, so it comes off a little strange.
12 will smite you. 15 will be I have to smite you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
The fact that 15 has so much anger toward the system makes sense to me, but the fact that he verbally takes so much of that out on the individuals in front of him doesn't feel true to him.
That doesn't feel like his Doctor, no, I agree. Especially when you come off Space Babies where he's so empathetic, outside that one moment where he's so empathetic and kind and stuff, it does feel a bit off, but it doesn't bother me too much because I think the situation is extremely intense for him, and I think that's what they're playing at. There's also the thing of like Ruby being, and again, I don't know how to say this in a way, but it's like how Moffat writes his companions in this kind of sassy, take no shit kind of way, because he wrote Amy very similarly, he wrote Clara very similarly, and it feels like Ruby's taking on this person too, where she doesn't go along with the Doctor trying thing, and it's a nice moment.
It's a great moment. I think...
It's one of those things where... Sorry.
Alright, you first.
I know, I'll finish my point, sorry. Because it's one of those moments where you bring up the whole thing about them lacking conflict, and good at is creating conflict between the companion and the Doctor. I think he's probably the best out of the three showrunners to really kind of exemplify that and have it pay off in a nice way. And I like how it plays out here, where she takes charge and she's able to, go against what the Doctor wants in order to help him, and it does pay off the fact that this is her first out-of-world journey, and that's a mini arc for herself. I just feel like it's very much like he had a template for a Doctor-female companion conversation and just kind of retrofitted it to the script. If that makes sense, it fits his
they added to that as well, because
I say it fits his tropes, but it's so well done that I can kind of let slide.
I think they created an entire scene specifically for like Ruby, because if I'm not mistaken, there is a bit where he's shown in a flashback talking to Ruby's mother, and I feel like that wouldn't have really worked with Clara, right? Like you could have with the grandmother from like Time of the Doctor or something, but like I do feel like he took a moment on top of the extra retrofitting, like typical stuff that you do to add that.
That didn't roll. I get your point. That wasn't in this episode, but I can understand.
Oh yeah.
Similar reaction to something that happens in Rogue, where he thinks that Ruby's died. Also, I need to bring this up because it is a massive finale. I know I keep doing that, but my point is more that we have yet again. I think there's 3 episodes in a row now where the Doctor and Ruby's interactions are severely limited by the narrative. This is the least egregious example because she's just knocked out for like a second. In the next one, the Doctor's barely in it, and then they're both barely in it in Dawn Bubble. And this becomes an issue when it makes it difficult for me to connect.
Yeah, and like the thing about Dawn Bubble is that like they're decently sized roles in Dot and Bubble, but so much of it is them talking to another person, despite the fact that they're in the same room. But
I'll go into more when we get to that. But they do have some few moments there. But my point is, especially like even when we're supposed to be more invested in the relationship than I felt I was. It's another one where he barely interacts with her. Now that I think about it.
Specifically, Ncuti Gatwa and
Millie Gibson.
Nope, it's not coming back. Gibson, thank you. I'm never going to remember. I think like a lot of the dynamic is sold on the acting, because, or for me at least, like one of the main reasons 73 Yards works so well is because of that kind of dynamic that he's built with her, even though it's been a short period of time. Those couple of little nice interactions really make you like notice their absence. And like I imagine in the script that was just like, oh, if they say like some kind of quip to each other, and like it was written out, and then they kind of animated it and gave it like emotional life.
Yeah, I want to pick up on that before we move on. When we move on to 73 Yards, because I have a similar opinion on that to you do. But just to go back to this episode, I don't have a hell of a lot to say. The only thing that I have a negative towards is that I'm not hugely wrapped into the guest cast. Veranda Setu, I believe that's her name, the person's going to be new companion. She's probably the highlight of the guest. Veranda Setu, my apologies. Where I did like her character and her performance. Great. I didn't give a shit about the love interest thing, and it felt very tacked on. Also, the kid was clearly meant to be a lot younger than the actress they.
Oh my god, that was so weird. Like she was, like there's no way that she didn't know she was holding her dad. Like, well, it was so unsettling to watch.
I like the resolution and I like the whole thing of. I said before, the Moffat is very much. All the 3 showrunners have their very different political kind of stances and how they write. Moffat is the drunk uncle ranting in the pub And but then he'll occasionally come up with some gems. The whole critique of the medical industry and this post-capitalist hellscape is great, and I love that the resolution to that is connection and love in a way that defeats these kind of systems. It's cheesy, but it works for Doctor Who. Doctor Who's a very I just wish the kid was less annoying and less immature
situation
for how old the actress is. And I think that's more of an issue with, like, it's difficult to get to work. It's funny because they did an episode with infants, but it's difficult to get, like, somebody that young as well.
Yeah,
so just like this person.
Like the ideal age range for that character is unfortunately the non-ideal age range for, like, working with an actual child actor.
Yeah. So my overall thought of Boom is that, as I said, it's a very typical tropey Moffat story, but the tropes work here because the idea is solid and it's executed really well.
Tropes are tools.
Yeah,
we use them to build houses.
Well, I more mean like it's a lot of the stuff that he has kind of examined in his previous work. He's written for the show a lot. You tend to notice these things, but he's utilizing them for an interesting concept. So I think it's a really strong story. But as Nick said,
I've got my Moffat co-kit, so I'm like really good with the overall emotional message of the story, even though it is cheesy, like you say.
As Nick said, it's probably I agree with Nick, it's probably my least favorite of this 4-episode run. But how strong, this is more a testament to how strong this run is than to how this episode is. I really do like this episode.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and like I would recommend anybody like who's new to the series watch it just to see like what they can do with a time travel story. Like it does in a way set you up to be able to do any kind of bottle episode that you want, and this is just like a perfect execution, I would argue, of like the standard bottle episode. And like it's by the numbers in a way, but like you need that every so often. It needs to be like perfectly like what you were expecting, and that this episode is that for me. Like, so every time I watch it, it's a good palate cleanser right before we get into 73 yards.
Speaking of which, 73 yards, which, like, on some level I understand why people don't like this one, like the people who do have negative opinions on it, but on another level, like, I don't, because I can understand people who are like, it didn't answer anything, or like, I left the episode unsatisfied, but I don't know, man. I was so compelled for the duration of that 45 minutes, I couldn't imagine giving a shit.
Mm-hmm. It was a very like good hook. Like the mystery element's great, but then like the stylistic choices on top of that like really brought me into the episode in like a really good way. There was something like nightmarish about like every single part of what I was viewing that like really like unsettled me. And I haven't gone back and watched it, but I have like I'm almost like afraid to in some ways because like it left like a very strong like emotional impact on me in the same way that I imagine the inspiration Hereditary must have. Like there were so many shots in that I'm like, you must have been pulling directly from this. Like, there was a day to night switch in particular. I just remember seeing and being like, this is directly out of like Ari Aster's playbook, and it elevates the kind of the horror elements of the episode.
Listen, Brian.
Those kind of shots.
I just watched Beau is Afraid for the first time yesterday, and when I tell you,
perfect comparison.
Yep. Because for that movie and this episode, it's such a universal, like, feeling of, like, the escalating horror of you have a problem and you don't know necessarily that it's, like, lethal or that it'll even do you any physical harm, but it's just something that you don't want or don't want to deal with, but it won't go away. And every person that you turn to for help, without fail, is then not only can they not help, but they don't want anything to do with you afterwards. And no matter how many times, no matter how much time you get,
absolutism of it.
yeah, it's the fact that she is like on her own for a couple of days after trying it once and it doesn't work. So like just it's such a great escalation because it's so gradual. She asks for help from a stranger. They go up, they run away, and she's like, "Oh, that's weird. Like that's unsettling, but there's not necessarily any reason to like feel hopeless right now. It's just a really weird situation to be in." She goes into the pub, spends a couple of hours with these guys, asks one of them, "Hey, can you do this for me?" The same thing happens. Spends a few days alone before she goes home. Goes home, asks her mom for help. Her mom fails. Her mom disowns her. She spends a year and change by herself. Just like, not even bothering anymore because why would she? And then someone comes in, which in a decade of this character being around, easily the best use of Kate Stewart in any story, comes in, provides like a genuine spark of hope. It's like, okay, someone who understands my situation, who I can explain what's happening to, and like it's been enough time that like she would have like the space to build up a kind of sense of hope again. And then it fails, and it's I think it's super important that Kate is the first person whose reaction we get to see up close, because we see the look on her mom's face as she like passes in the car, and it's our first indication that like, oh, this is a problem where they're not just running from this person and not coming back. The issue is with Ruby. And they talk to this person, and suddenly Ruby is the thing that they want to get away from. But then we do it with Kate, and Kate has this look of such disdain for a person who is a complete stranger to Ruby, and it's that single look is the most powerful acting I think Gemma Redgrave's done on this show, which is like,
oh yeah,
what did I do
100%.
to make you despise me so much? What could this woman possibly have said? And it's
so for me, I never actually considered it to be like any real thing. I considered it to be more of like an info hazard, like, and I don't know like how seriously I want to take it when I analyze the episode, because I think that like on a meta level it doesn't matter, but at the same time like there must be like a factual answer or something like that. And it's the contention between those two ideas that like makes this episode so nightmarish. It's like they're going into like the concept of just something so absolutely like villainous, like that's being said about you, that like just the mere concept being communicated is met with immediate, permanent disgust.
Yeah.
And even like the nature of how it's implemented into the story is never fully explained, and I love that. I hope they don't do a part 2 in the other half, and they're like, we're going to land the fairies, and this is why all of this happened in the thing. Like, I don't want to know any of that. I want it to remain this mystery. Like, everything about it, from Ruby, like, appearing as a different person at the end, and, like, there being a time loop that doesn't fully make sense under its own, like, logic. Like, if you really wanted to, you could pretend that, like, oh, it's like Sutekh gave her the ability to go back, because, like, if she dies, he never, like, figures out her mystery or whatever. But, like, that's such a boring, like, out for me, because it's a conceptual, like, narrative device. Like, if you have ever heard of the movie Annihilation, like, there's been endless speculation about the ending and what is physically happening, but it misses the point, which is that, like, that's just the meta-narrative is the narrative at that point. Like, they are other beings So, like, with this story, the meta-narrative is, like, what would you do, like, in this eternity of solitude? And I was, like, freaked out at first, because I was like, how in the hell are they going to fix this and not have it, like, completely destroy her?
Yeah, that's...
And, like, they essentially gave her a Rory-like timeline to deal with over the course of one episode, and they just sell you on it
and
purely through the emotional hoops that you jump through in the process of her living her whole life throughout this episode.
And, like, here's the thing, is this, I think, touches on why so many people had an issue with it. And it's because it's another one of those things where it happens with big franchises all the time recently, where that one entry comes that is just asking you to engage on a completely different emotional level than other entries. And so, like, wanting answers for specific things and, like, how the mechanics of this work and why did this happen and why does the loop end the way it does, I get it. But the episode is not asking you to care about those things. The episode is asking you to care about the emotional...
Ruby.
But not even just Ruby, but, like, putting yourself in her shoes. The emotional question of, like, how would you feel if everyone just completely abandoned you over the course of your life? And it wasn't...
It's high concept. We're
yeah,
back.
It's just that deep horror of not just can nobody help you, but nobody wants to.
Yeah. I could probably do an entire, by the way, this going back to the whole thing with Bessie's and Kate, I could do an entire fucking podcast just on Mike and Kate Stewart's character. That's not really the point of this episode. I have this thing where, and I think because we're going to probably go into the issues, the mom reveal, when we get there, that the idea of things being unexplained is something that a lot of fans have been bringing up. And I think there is a difference in how storytelling goes in terms of things that are set up in a way that, lead the audience to believe that there's an explanation bring all this stuff up. And stories that tend to work on more of, as I mentioned, in terms of the ambiguity is more of the point of what is being presented. And I think that's why this episode works so well in terms of why it doesn't explain anything, because
it's Lovecraftian. Like,
yeah.
It's to a T. There are supernatural elements to this episode in, like, a really, like, uncomfortable way. There are ways that the being that is following her interact with reality that feel, like, wrong.
And you know what's really uncomfortable about it is the fact that it never goes away, but it also never really stops her from leading a normal life. And it's that thing that makes it so that it works so perfectly on a metaphorical level, because this woman could represent the feeling that we all have. It's going to be an out there comparison, even though it's another Dr. Light episode, but there's no level of unreality on the level of, like, Love and Monsters, where Elton is a guy who is a very normal guy, and he deals with these kind of very normal feelings of feeling a bit lost in the world and loneliness, but it traces back to the fact that his mom was killed by an alien monster, and he loses the love of his life to another alien monster, and there's that level of disconnect to where you are not instinctually made to put yourself in Elton's shoes on a deep emotional level. Here, it really is as simple as there is something in Ruby's life that nobody else sees, but that she's constantly, unendingly aware of. And she doesn't want to kill it. And she doesn't want to risk getting rid of it because it might kill her. But by keeping it around, she's making sure that everybody in her life leaves her eventually. And just take out the fact that it is a woman, quote-unquote, played by a physical actress who's on set. That could just describe so many people's lives.
Yeah. it's one of those things where one of the complaints that's brought up about this is that the ending is essentially pointless because it basically gets erased. But I compare it, like, one of the things that's brought up a lot, I compare it to the Buffy episode Wish, where...
Yeah, that's such a nihilist argument, I was going to say. Like, if we're discussing philosophy.
But it's the point of the episode Wish, where, Cordelia does the wish, and then that reality is removed outside of Doppelganger. And nobody in the episode really knows what has happened. Because the point of the episode isn't what the characters learn. It's what the audience learns.
Exactly.
And I think one of these things about 73 Yards is that it made me really love Ruby as it made me understand, especially, and it's too bad for well in his review, that one of the things that is like one of the big questions is like, what is look for her mother, her birth mother, and it's this idea, like, subconsciously, that she feels that there's something wrong with her that makes people abandon her, and this being, whatever it is, literalizes that in a really kind of, in a very kind of horrific way, where that fear follows her throughout her entire life, as you mentioned, Nick, that makes people just walk away from her in a way that I feel she's such an interesting contradictory choice, because the one that she's very sociable, she has a great relationship with her family, but there's something within her that makes her think she's going to end up alone, and going to end up being abandoned. And that's the one thing I like about the fact that she says she hasn't been traveling with the Doctor that long, and again, it doesn't really work for how close her to be later on, but that's another point, where she basically decides that, like, this guy just happened to come into her life to show her amazing things, and then he left. Oh no, that must be over me. Even though, obviously, logically, that isn't, because the TARDIS is stuck in Wales without the Doctor. But that's what her brain goes, because it's not a conscious trauma of her. It's very subconscious, and I liked how that episode explores it in a way that makes her feel like a very fully fleshed out three-dimensional character. And
well, she's having a nightmare, essentially. Like, I feel like, to your point, like, I think Ruby is affected by the events of the episode, but it's not in a direct way. It's like, the events of the timeline have this kind of subconscious effect. And that's...
She remembers parts of it. Right? She remembers it.
Yeah, that's what I get the sense, like, very, very similar to, like, the Lone Centurion, like, idea. Like, it's this timeline that you could look into if you want, but, like, why the hell would you? Like, there's so much, like really, like, terrifying abstract horror moments in that, like, the events, and if it's potentially because of, like, the influence of some kind of supernatural creature that's never, like, fully explained.
Yep.
Just the idea of, like, her, like, thinking, like, I have this purpose and all this stuff, and, like, it's so, like, this is why this happened to me, there's a reason behind it, and then, like, she does this, and then it's like, will you stop following me now? 40 years later.
No.
And it's just the idea, it's the idea that she created this method of escape for herself, and then it failed. And, like, she sat there at the TARDIS, and she's like, I never figured out who my birth parents were. I never, like, did any of the stuff I really wanted to do. There was a really, like, awful feeling of, like, really relatable, like, personal horror. Like, I have lost the ability to do this stuff now.
Again, it's the feeling of, like, I did everything right. I did what I was supposed to do, and yet people still keep leaving.
Yeah, I'm just stuck this way until I die. And it's like, literally, she has to die to break out of that mindset if we're kind of taking, like, the events of the finale, like, literal, like, or as, like, a literal metaphor, so to speak. Like, she becomes a different person.
And what I really like is that there's just enough there that if you want to read into, like, a literal explanation for it, quote-unquote, you could. And, like, there's another channel that I've been following recently, DW Fan 91, who made a really, really great theory video, and, like, insofar as I want any answers, that's sort of my take on it, which, in very broad strokes, because the one tidbit that Russell himself gave, again, not in the episode, but in talking about it, is that, like, Mad Jack, like, Roger Ap Williams' role here is sort of to be a penance for Ruby having stepped onto the fairy circle. So she, like, steps onto the circle, and she reads 2 messages, and it's important that she reads 2 different pieces of paper. One of them is Mad Jack is unbound, and so that's, like, the idea from Russell's perspective is she has to die because by completing her whole life, she's sort of metaphysically completing a circle, which then keeps Roger Ap William in that version of reality. Again, the finale kind of fucks this, but in the context of this episode, alright. The other piece of paper that she reads just says, I miss you. And that is Ruby's deep, like, missing of something. And, like, people keep leaving, like, I miss you, why are you going away? And so...
the fact that they lean so heavily into the fact that it doesn't fully make sense.
Yeah.
Like, on an emotional level, you definitely feel like, yes, I understand what Ruby's going through. But you're watching the events, and you're like, what the hell's happening? Why is this person, like, jump scaring her in the like, retirement home? But, like, and then, like, once you go back and look at it, you're like, oh, okay, I understand now. She's, like, fulfilling a role that she had to fulfill as part of, like, breaking this supernatural thing.
And, like, why I like that is just that I like the idea that she has 2 curses on her, acting simultaneously. One is this guy who will destroy the world if she doesn't fix it, and the other is this thing that is largely independent of that. And, like, it's fun that she makes the 2 things work against each other, but just because she fixed one problem doesn't mean she doesn't still have this other curse to deal with, and they can only both go away when she's done living and has, like, lived out her full penance.
And, like, part of the reason that's so terrifying for me personally is that it makes it, like, she sets herself up to have a way of understanding what's happening to her, and that false understanding, like, never fully allows her to grasp what's going on. Like, we don't know for a fact that that guy is anything. He could just be a guy that happened to have that name.
He could have won the election, and something could have happened, and the world would have been fine.
Exactly. Like, any number of things could have been the reason why all of this had happened, but it's in the not knowing that it's, like, the episode is at its strongest. It gives you, like, these uncomfortable moments where you're like, I don't know what's real and what's not about what I just experienced. It's a very, like, meta-heavy episode in a metaphysical sort of way. Like, you're dealing with literal high-concept storytelling where they, like, treat concepts as things within the story that they can manipulate.
One of the things I really like about Russell when his writing is good, which for me can be seldom, is that he has a very bleak outlook on life, but he still manages to find a sliver of hope within that. And we saw that as well with the Devil's, but it's way more subtle here in that at the end of it, because as you said, like, Ruby's entire life by this creature that makes her get abandoned if it goes near her, about this unconscious thing about her. But the last line she says before the creature finally goes up to her and allows her to kind of reverse time, if you want to, however you want to read the ending, is that she says, I actually pulled up the line just to make sure I got it right. Everyone has abandoned me my whole life, but I haven't known for 5 years. And I think for me, in that moment, she's that, despite the fact that there's something about her subconsciously that pushes people away, that makes her that she's going to end up alone like she does in this timeline, what helps her come to realize something about herself is that it's she it's okay for her to have this kind of primal fear. It doesn't have to define her, because as she said, I'm trying to just go about this. With the reveal that like the old person is meant to be like Ruth travels back. If that's how it. It's that she realizes she doesn't have to be so judgmental and fearful of the way she has an effect on people, because it defines a part of who she is. And I think ultimately that's what the episode is kind of going for, is that despite this primal urge that you think defines your life and follows you around, it doesn't have to define your entire identity, your entire existence. And that's why it's a very bittersweet thing, because Ruby doesn't come to this realization until her deathbed. but it helps her understand that whatever happened within her life is not because of something inherently with her. It's to do with the fact that she has a certain amount of trauma over the circumstances surrounding her birth, but that shouldn't come to define her. And it doesn't really play into how the finale plays out. You could argue it does, but not really. But I mean, in terms of this episode by itself, I think there's a sliver of subtle hope within the confines of the episode, especially with the way it runs time. And I really appreciate that. I like that it doesn't just kind of leave on a hopeless note, at least from the way I'm reading it.
Well, it seemed like very much of a... I've talked in the past, like, privately with you guys about, like, the kind of, like, heavy Buffy influence that was, like, across RTD's, like, writing. And, like, this feels like such a Buffy episode. Like, I could see this happening as, like, a one-shot the same way that they did, like, Hush.
The Wish.
Yeah, well, The Wish is a great example, yeah.
Well, see, you compared it to The Wish, and then my thought was, it's like that one Community episode, where we see a bunch of alternate realities, where, again, the characters are never made...
chaos theory.
Yeah, the characters are never made aware of that. One of them, like, hypothesizes about it, but the point is that we get a sense of character dynamics for the audience.
So
it's almost like dumping the character directly in a petri dish, like of even more so than like a bottle episode, because bottle episodes are kind of like containing an existing version of the character. This is more like, what if we like developed them in a like a complete direction, and like we came to the end for like a version of them that we wanted, and then we like went through the process of kind of like rebirthing the character. And, like, that's all, like, metaphorical, but that can also pretty much, like, literally describe the events of the episode. And, like, that's something that I love about it. Because whenever I go back and watch it, I, like, look at it purely, like, metatextually. I'm never thinking, like, how did the old lady's powers work? I'm just like, you're a stand-in for a concept in, like, the best way.
And that's what I really like about it, because it's not just something that's... It's a cool ghost story with this kind of preternatural elements. Russell really explore in this kind of go hard or go home way, and it's also just, it takes a really fun kind of tonal shift halfway through, which I know people are bothered by that, but I like how it transitions into Roderick Williams thing, because it's Ruby becoming more comfortable within her circumstances and trying to find some purpose for herself, but it's also an incredibly motivated and defined true character. That Ruby is somebody who feels there's something inherently wrong with her because of how her mother supposedly abandoned her. And in order for her to reach a point where she can accept on some level that isn't the case, she needs to be comfortable with this aspect of herself. And that's what the audience learns, even if the character doesn't learn it, because, you know, they reverse time.
They learn it on, like, a meta level. Like, it informs their character, both to the audience and sometimes to themselves. Because, like, she does have memories or whatever, but that is, like, shorthand for, like, the process of those events changing her character. And, like, I think that's a really, like, great example of them kind of, like, literalizing the metaphors. And whether or not that's because of, like, literal godly influence, or, like, just because they wanted to do it, and, like, it's funny to do it this literally in the writing. Either way, it just ended up working perfectly.
I do want to talk a bit more about the Rod Raglan. So one thing I will say, I love the way that's utilized because it reminds me of Her Left, where, you know, they have the Doctor die in that episode, but I think Russell guessed that the audience would be saying, oh, there's Torchwood, oh, and then he just kills them off one by one, because the point is to leave the character without any hope, and leave the audience without any hope of a proper kind of coherent resolution. Because, and I like that because they're both are great episodes, but I like that he had the forethought to go, people would ask this, I'm going to tell them why this won't work.
Yeah, and like Ruby even has like an active fate at the end of the episode, very similar to the Wish, that like rewards her with the ability to like undo everything.
Yeah,
like I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, and it's a great way to like. Well, yeah, you can kind of like push the borders of what's possible within your story when you have like a bottle episode like that. Like I remember when the Wish dropped, it was like the big deal was that the person who causes the Wish dies like early on in the story. But in this case, it's like that overt supernatural element that's like not typically present there that like really like made it for me, especially that like the ending, like in fact you never fully see the lady's face even when she's like jump scaring Ruby. Like it's the way that they treat it as like a concept like is what made it so cool as like a horror element for me. It's like, how would you deal with like something so absolute? Like that's the kind of stuff that only exists in nightmares, where you're like, oh, I forgot my pants and there's a math test I haven't studied for. Like I'm absolutely screwed. That's what's applying here. Like there's no way out.
I just want to go into the whole thing with Rod Williams, but that's another thing people complain about. Not so much that the episode does a complete like narrative shift from that point, but people, because like the first thing I thought of as well, as a lot of people, which this episode has a very similar though truncated structure in terms of how we see the character progress, but also when they bring in the political aspect. And then, again, Mr. TARDIS has a pretty negative review of 73 Yards. Like I said, I respect Will a lot, and I think that like I don't think he's wrong in how he felt about it. But one point he did bring up with bothered me is that he kept saying that Roger Rabbit was a single issue politician. One, that's contradicted in the finale, which he will lampshades, and two, we don't know that he is. We don't spend a lot of time with him because that's not the point of the character. Because it's something the Doctor tells her that he's going to cause nuclear annihilation, and that's what she focuses on. And people who say that's unrealistic, there's literally been Labour politicians who nuclear testing. So, you know, it's not that bizarre.
I find, like, people who read too little into the political undertones of Doctor Who are kind of, like, missing the point. Because, like, education, I would argue, is inherently political, and Doctor Who started as a purely educational show. So, like, the idea that, like, you can't enjoy this episode because it's not, like, fully self-explanatory, and you don't like elements that, like, you don't think hew close to reality, is, like, to completely miss the point, I think, of what it's trying to tell you emotionally.
Yeah, and I think like it's meant to be a very big, broad arch thing because again, that's kind of the metaphor. That's kind of the metaphor that's going through. That like Ruby thinks she needs to do something big and bombastic to save the world. It's not meant to be like a political commentary in the way that people are trying to imply it should. Like Roger Williams is a bad guy. That Ruby thinks that the purpose of her life that will give her meaning is to defeat this guy because of something the Doctor says often, and you could argue that it was set by the fairy spell. She does that, and that's not what happens. That's more or less the point.
Yeah, there's a scene in the video game Returnal that's very similar, which it might be slight spoilers, but your character gets reborn every time you die, and at one point in the game, you get to the ending, you live out your natural life, and then you die of old age and then wake up in the respawn point again. And like it created the same like twist in the narrative that this episode did for me, and I loved that aspect of it because it really like goes into the unknowable nature and the horror element. Like she just gave herself this explanation for why she was affected by this thing, but she has and never learns why this thing is affecting her. It's wholly outside of her ability to control or comprehend, and it just inflicts itself upon her over the episode, and that's it. That's the story.
Yeah, that's the idea. She set this idea for her, and we don't hear any Roderick Williams' other political talking points, not because he's a single-issue politician, but because that's all Ruby's fixating on, the nukes, because that's what the Doctor infers to her that she needs to stop. That's how she reads that situation, and that would make the miserable way she's led her life make sense in the long run. And the moral is, it doesn't, because that's stuck with you. You need to deal with that.
Yeah, it's the horror of letting your like character flaw overtake your character. Like she never gets past it.
One more thing I want to just talk about very briefly, because I think we've kind of exhausted all the esoteric shit we can talk about this episode. Let me just make an episode a podcast just for this episode. And it's something again that Will brings up that I saw a lot talking about, and I definitely that it's a big flaw in the episode, and that's a subplot where they imply that the other political aide has been either sexually assaulted or something in a way that she's been harassed, and Ruby did nothing to save her. Now, I get what it's going for, that Ruby is so fixated on it stopping this, that if she caused a friction, she wouldn't get as close to Roderick Williams to enact her plan. I think that's what it's trying to say, and it's really fucked up. That's the case. But that's the problem, is that it's using implied sexual as a plot point for a different character. It does really rub me the wrong way, and I really wish that, especially not a huge focal point of the...
I think the purpose of it
makes it like... Oh, sorry.
I think the purpose of it is different. My issue with it, to the extent that I have an issue with it, is just that I think it's a really dark, uncomfortable thing to be in a Doctor Who episode. Like, just taking this episode in a vacuum, I honestly think this is one of those things where I completely understand people who are outright offended by this. If this is something that ruins the episode for somebody, I get it. But to me, my problem goes as far as I think it's too far for this show, but for this episode, taken out of the context of being a Doctor Who episode, I completely understand what they're going for here. I don't think it's a matter of, as you're suggesting, like, I think what the purpose here is that we need something really, 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 really bad for Roger Williams to do, because talking about, like, wanting to launch nukes as a political candidate, like, we're in a very politically desensitized world, and he could also just be talking out of his ass. Like, that sounds really fucked up, but if Ruby is going to enact this plan on this guy, if she's going to do what she does to him on purpose, he needs to be more than just a shitty politician. He needs to be a monster. He needs to be a completely irredeemable monster of a man. And I think that is the point of doing this. Ruby apologizes because she needed to let that happen so that she can know for sure that this man is evil. Not just like a guy who's running for public office and saying some really dumb, potentially, like, really dangerous things.
Like, there's some transgressive elements to, like, that I think actually, like, kind of aids what they're trying to go for with the character. Because I always kind of just saw him as, like, this kind of unknowable, like, aspect of whatever happened with the fairy circle. Like, the whole idea is that we know very little about this man interpersonally, and I think that leaving it to the people's imagination, which is technically what they did, like, feeds into that, like, kind of unknowable, like, nightmare feel for the episode. And then once you get into, like, the physical, like, aspects that make him a monster, like, I think that's an unfortunate shorthand that a lot of people, like, in the industry use to show that a person is terrible. Because, like, personally, I'm not sensitive to those kind of topics in media, and I don't know if I necessarily, like, agree with the idea that they should be, like, outright, like, stopped. Maybe, like, put trigger warnings before them, but I think, like, having them incorporated into this story in particular really lends into that kind of emotional horror, because that is a genuinely horrible thing to have happen, and the narrative takes it very seriously. I would argue Ruby thought that she was going to take down this guy anyway, so she didn't need to do anything like call the cops and report it. But, like, at the same time, that aspect of him and his character gives him a sort of, like, realistically awful kind of groundwork for us to be able to, like, see him as, like, this monster as he's supposed to be, for, like, the justification for what's done to him.
Like, I think the episode is more going for she wasn't able to do anything because she needed to stay within this guy's circle so she could enact her plan in the football field. And I'm not again, actually, it's what that Doctor Who doing this, because when I made a status about this, a friend of mine who'd never seen the show was like, wait, is this meant to be a kid's show? And I'm like, my friend, you have no idea.
It's all ages.
This is probably one of the darker things they've done, but it's far from the only dark thing explored on its own.
There's a difference between all ages and for kids. All ages means the parents are there to explain some stuff.
I just wish it had been treated with a bit... If you're going to go for this, I just wish they had kind of treated it with a bit more gravity and explored it a bit more, especially with that dark implication about Ruby and her character, which in and of itself can be interesting. But it's a very serious topic to not have your episode really hone in on it, especially for a character.
Well, here's the thing.
Superfluous for the overall narrative of what's being said here. It's just it's one of the only major flaws I have with this episode, which I otherwise adore. And obviously, like I said, it doesn't really, like, I agree with Nick, if this is your breaking point for you, I completely understand. I can argue with you about the different aspects of it, about its esotericism, about its lack of concrete resolution. But if you have a problem with the way sexual assault is handled, I completely can get that, and it does really rub me the wrong way. Otherwise, I think this episode is fantastic.
Yeah, here's a thought that I'm just... Because, obviously, the implication is enough that everyone watching this episode, all three of us collectively, without, like, consulting anybody else, came to the same conclusion. But, on the note of it not being handled or, like, explored more, it's occurring to me for the first time, really talking about it, just how much it is all implication. And I think you really get into an issue of it being inappropriate for this show and in poor taste if you make it any more explicit than it is. Because I think, again, obviously this is not the conclusion that any of us came to, but it occurs to me that the way it's presented, it could easily not be sexual assault. All we know is that he has an interest in this woman, Ruby points in her direction, and he does something, or has her do something that has, like, traumatized her. Because, like, a thought that I had is the fact that, like, if he sexually assaulted her, that would be extremely terrible and give her reason to, like, hate him and think low of him. But the fact that when the nuclear codes issue comes up, she's the one who says he's going to launch. Like, I don't think that's a statement rooted in this person has sexually assaulted me. I had the thought just now that, like, that's something that you say when he takes an interest in her and has her do something really terrible. Like the kind
this
of thing that has
feeds into
caused...
my understanding of his character, because like he operates like the way that they wrote him is that like you have to fill in what you personally find like most terrifying about him.
Yeah.
So like
it's possible that he
know.
like killed people in front of her or had her kill somebody.
Yeah, we have no idea, and we have to like fill in our idea for like a worst thing. All we know is that whatever it was, it made her understand him as a monster, like the Neo-Hitler, like that he is in the story. Like,
so like
that
I really
is consistent about how his character is presented, like throughout the episode, and it's really like the thing that makes it so good for me is how it's almost like a supernatural element, like kind of bleeding into the story. That just he is always not quite understandable.
It's becoming more or less like a kill the moon situation where the implication of the story is something that everyone message may have been completely, utterly unintended.
I don't think Kill the Moon is a good comparison because that's such a bizarre instance of the writer insists that they did not intend this metaphor, and yet I don't understand how that's possible. I don't understand how a person can sit down and write that episode start to finish and not realize what they're doing. That is how completely explicit it is. Like, every creative choice in that episode feels like it is about the abortion metaphor. Everything. Every choice in that episode feels like it's about that. It doesn't even feel like subtext. It just is the plot of the story. Here, it's almost the opposite issue, where again, we all came to a like conclusion because of like certain signifiers. The fact that this is happening from a man in power to a younger woman in the workplace is a very specific thing. The fact that, like, again, this is something that we have known to occasionally happen in the political sphere. But again, if you look at the text of the episode, or even the subtext of the episode, there's nothing explicit in the way that Kill the Moon is super explicit in a way where, like, if Russell T. Davies said he did not at all intend for the implication to be that a sexual assault took place, I'd think that was a little strange, but I believe it. When the writer of Kill the Moon says, I didn't intend the abortion metaphor at all, I don't believe him. I think he's lying, because I don't see how that's possible.
There's a big red bullshit that says abort. Go to that, it's like awful.
I really like the fact that we never understand anything, like, fully about it, and it like, that is partially because the Doctor is absent for so much of the episode. Like, that really makes the episode, because you have that first moment where the certainty drops out when he disappears, and then you really get to see how, like, being in this world without any kind of compass is, like, really, like, taking a toll on someone. And, like, especially in this case, like, I don't think there was anything the Doctor could have even done if he had been there. But, like, that, all of the elements of that, including, like, the having, like, the implied, like, something that happened between those two characters, like, all of that adds to it for me, because we get to, like, personally fill in, like, what we think of as the most monstrous action, and, like, project that onto this character. And it's like a very direct metaphor in a way that you usually can't get away with, in, like, even in a show like this. So, like, every time it pops up, I kind of notice in Doctor Who, the last time I really felt like there was a whole, like, concept episode in this way was probably Listen, where I came away from the episode being like, my soul has been enriched by what I have experienced, even though I have no idea why. And then I just spend the rest of my life trying to, like, go back and, like, pick apart little things that I enjoy about it. But, like, I feel that way about this show for sure. Or this episode, I should say.
That's kind of similar to Turn Left, where it's an episode about how the world is if the Doctor's not around. Except it's a lot more overt in that episode. yet again, the idea is still there. Again, it's concepts that Russell has explored before, but in a way that's completely distinctive to the script.
And it's refined a lot too, I think. Like, he definitely took the best elements out of those episodes. Because I forgot that, like, Turn Left even had a similar idea for a plot in broad strokes. But, like, he has definitely pulled the best elements out of each of those episodes and just kind of, like, plopped them in here.
It's a similar kind of time skip stuff as well, except it takes place over a lot more years, well, stated years anyway. How do you feel? Because I know a lot of people saying the fact that they quote aged up on quote Ruby to 40 and Millie Gibson almost the same, except she has glasses now.
Look, it's always a suspension of disbelief thing for me. Yeah. So, like, I'm just willing to be like, Michael Fassbender, you look the same across 4 decades.
I think people in their 40s look similar-ish to when they were in their 20s.
Yeah, I'm willing to just be like, it's fine.
She looks old enough that I completely believe that is what Millie Gibson will look like when she herself is 40. Because the thing is, like, the thing with Michael Fassbender in the X-Men movies is he starts those movies like at least that character is late 20s, early 30s. And then we skip like 3 decades and he looks the same. Like, there's going to be a visual difference from late 20s to early 30s to your 60s that is much, much more noticeable.
He just had one really bad decade and then, like, became Ian McKellen within that 10-year time frame.
There's a bigger difference there that makes that gap more egregious than any 19-year-old going to 40. And, like, I think the makeup's fine.
Supernatural, guys. Like,
I think she looks 40.
We've seen bad aged up makeup. That's all I'm saying.
Like, people who are like, she doesn't look 40, like, the makeup looks bad, like, I think she looks like Millie Gibson at 40 years old. Like, I think the hair and the outfit and the makeup does it.
Ever since the CGI, like, controversy with She-Hulk, I'm, like, convinced that people are just like, this thing probably doesn't look real. Or, like, probably isn't a historical fact, and then it actually is, like aluminum Christmas trees. Like, it's being applied here. Like, they just don't know what the thing actually would look like. So they're just like, it looks bad, because I have a feeling when I look at it. I'm like, that's not enough to complain. You can't just say that they don't look old enough.
You know, Paul Rudd doesn't age in 30 years.
Exactly. We have no idea.
Paul Rudd
literally traveled to the future.
Paul Rudd literally just started looking any visibly different, like, last year. It was only when he was doing the press tour for Quantumania that I was like, oh, he looks a bit older now. Like, he looks like a man who has aged compared to the 30 years of his on-screen career prior to this that he had not.
I just also want to go back a bit to Millie Gibson here, because I think you guys probably know this, but this was a block they had to choose early, and the scripts were written around the fact, and this and Don Bubble were written around the fact that Ncuti Gatwa had commitment.
With sex education, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, this means that this was probably one of the first blocks that this series was. I'm just looking it up now. Yeah, this and Don Bubble were 2 episodes. This was Millie Gibson's, outside the Christmas special, one of Millie Gibson's first episodes that she shot.
Yep.
And she is amazing.
The girl is a talent.
She is one of, like, you know, because the way, like, I look at things like Karen Gillan after Doctor Who, or David Tennant, Matt Smith, or Jenna Coleman, she needs a massive career once. She's so talented. She is so engaging. She completely made me through, like, that bit where Carla says, even your real mom didn't want you. Her reaction is fucking heartbreaking.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Another thing, also direction. This was Dylan who directed this block, and Don Bubble's also really well directed. He's great. He's probably going to be one of my favorite new recurring Doctor Who directors if he continues on after this. But also, this also, as I'm praising acting, the one. she's only in it for like 10 minutes, but she really, I like that they didn't go out of their way to try to make it seem, we just kind of just went along with it. It's just such a great, sincere performance.
Dot and Bubble time! Let's go! Dot and Bubble!
Obviously, the famous thing about it is like fans know this, and I think we talked about this already. But like, Ncuti wasn't available for for prints for photography when they had to start because he was busy with sex education. So they had to do like basically 2 Doctor Light episodes in a row. I mean, they didn't have to air them in a row, and I think I'll talk about how I feel about that in terms of like our connection to both the Doctor and his relationship with Ruby. But Russell had to basically come up with 2 ideas with very little of Ncuti, so they could shoot his parts and just add them in once he was available.
Sit off midnight and said we can reconfigure some stuff here.
No, completely. And the thing about this one was I need to find a source for this, but I've heard a lot of people confidently say it that I'm willing to go along with it until I'm proven wrong, obviously. So if you have like proof, or if you want to say it's not true, just like let us know in the replies. But that this concept was originally pitched to Moffat in series 5 of Matt Smith for Don Bubble, not 70 Yards.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And I've heard that as well about the production. I don't know how like they planned, because obviously they would have had to rewrite the ending of the episode.
I mean,
What I imagine probably happened was that the very broad concept of like condemning social media with the Dot and Bubble itself and the Doctor companion being like
yes. So
yeah.
No. So I think that was the pitch, but they didn't have the budget to shoot what they had envisioned for the pitch, and then they ended up like obviously again I'm still confused by what the actual budget that Disney gives them, because I've heard things like they basically just fund absolutely everything to their own.
I was gonna say this. I'm not to disparage the episode too much, but those people traps or whatever they're called, not the best special effects they've ever done. That might have been due to the filter, but the dodge filter or whatever.
The thing is, like, this was probably my least anticipated episode when I saw the trailer for it. Well, I saw the premise of it, and I saw the way it was being promoted. It really felt like, phone bad. Some people say social media is making us less social.
And when they said the script was like 14 years old, I was like, yeah, that tracks. This sounds like it was written 14 years ago.
And then, like, obviously, so then, like, going into it, I had very little expectations. And the only thing really getting me going was that there was a really strong reaction to it, because, as you well know, and I've complained about this a lot if you follow me on Twitter, Doctor Who is available at midnight everywhere where Disney Plus is available, except for the Republic of Ireland, for reasons I have not been adequately explained to me. I've heard differing reasons as to why people are blaming the BBC for not allowing them to license it or something, but
I still hate you guys. It's generational enmity.
It's just complete bullshit. It doesn't, I mean, that explanation doesn't really make sense to me, but again, I don't know the ins and outs of it. I do think, like, it makes more sense to me that Disney just found it easier to distribute through the Irish. I'm not going to basically do this whole thing. But so, I watched the episodes later, because I don't have a choice. So, getting around to it, I got an idea of the racial aspect of it, which was a shame because I am addicted to Twitter and just can't stay off it. So, going into it, that was in the back of my mind, and I still was not expecting the direction this episode took. It is just an incredibly inventive, bold, and just uncompromising bit of social criticism that you don't really see on this show as much. And obviously, the obvious comparison everyone brings up is Black Mirror, which makes a lot of sense to me because a lot of Black Mirror is about our relationship to technology and how that warps our sense of being. So that comparison obviously makes sense. And Doctor Who and Black Mirror Black Mirror have a lot of similar DNA. Like Doctor Who could almost be called an anthology show. It just has a very deep and dense mythology. But like I've always said, like the best thing about it is that like it can be a new thing every week, which is Black Mirror. It is an anthology sci-fi show. So those kind of interlays make sense to me in terms of how it is. But obviously, it still has Doctor Who's very goofy sense of humor. It's outlandish charm and it's weird, out there kind of science fiction. But does it in a way here where it really gets across a sense of humanity and likability, which again I do love the first 2 seasons of Black Mirror anyway. Season 3 has some good episodes, and I don't remember most of season 4. And I haven't watched past that. I remember Bandersnatch. Bandersnatch is fun, but the novelty just kind of wears off.
Actually, was Bryce Dallas Howard in Black Mirror?
Yes, she was in season 2 or season 3.
Okay, because if I'm not mistaken, like the main actress in this episode, that's like the main character, very much reminded me of her, and I'm kind of wondering if there was a little bit of like conscious emulation of that like specific story of Black Mirror, at least with the kind of the style.
There is definitely inherently like that similarity where the main conceit here is that it's like your social currency. They don't have like a literal social currency the way that Black Mirror episode had, but the strong implication is that like there's this social hierarchy and it's all very like social media popularity contest-y and like managing your image to all of your like friend circle.
Was it like Ricky Tuesday was like the king of that in the episode?
Ricky September.
Oh.
Good.
And like there's maybe some inherent commentary you can read into there, which is that like Ricky is apparently really, really popular, but all he does is post his music. So like there's no real person for people to like critique or scrutinize.
Yeah, he's developed like the best ability to like mask himself in his social environment, and like I really enjoy the fact that they kind of give him that companion light quality that we've had for a couple of characters, just for the purpose of the twist.
People say he's very consciously doctor-like.
Yeah, I felt that way. There was a period in the episode where he shows up, and I know I'm not the only one who thought this. I was like,
no,
is this the Doctor in like a holographic disguise of some kind?
Maybe, yeah.
Future regeneration. Ooh.
Because he's very Doctor coded, just in his like sort of level of knowledge, his level of confidence, and like compassion and perspective.
Yeah.
And it's really, here's the thing, and like this is where I think the sort of like social racial commentary of the story is really genius, because it would be powerful enough if it went as far as the surprise, but you know, not really a surprise if you've been paying attention. These characters are all racist, and they've kind of set themselves up for failure because naturally, like a society that's built on something like white supremacy has to be inherently kind of stupid to believe that kind of thing. But it goes the step further and is like, a society that's built on something like white supremacy, it's going to self-cannibalize. Like, that's the inevitable outcome. Either they're going to either they're going to destroy themselves and like each other just with infighting over like survival of like not even necessarily the fittest, just, you know, you don't have to be the fastest, just not the slowest, or they're going to get themselves into a situation that's way, way, way above their pay grade, which is what happens. Like, those guys go off in that boat and they die that
Yeah, and fascism is inherently delusional, and that's kind of what makes up the core of the dot and bubble society, is just like delusion and distraction from the truth. And that, I think that made Ricky's discovery of Homeworld a little bit more poignant, because he chooses to hide what's happening and like shelter and protect the other characters. So there's an element of conscious like social pressure to do that, to push down the bad stuff and ignore it.
I just want to step on the whole thing of Ricky September and the way you said that it's kind of similar to the way people look at celebrity culture as they do with cults, because a lot of celebrity worship is more what you project into it rather than what it's given to you. So it really helps for a society that are so fucking superficial they need to be told to walk, that this guy is not really providing anything, but they are obsessed with him. And that's what they are they are projecting their own kind of worldview into this person and into everything around them, and it makes them incredibly blind to the limitations of their worldview and their significant their perspective on that becomes more poignant again in the ending. And what I love about it is that, I mean, outside obviously the twist so that the AI was the one that's killing them, the great thing about the twist with them being white supremacists is that it really isn't a twist in the way that new information is being revealed, because as it's pointed out, this information has been drip fed to you very plainly throughout the episode, especially with the way that the Doctor is being treated. The twist isn't what's revealed about them, it's what's revealed about you. You're the one who's being told this. It's all on. Basically, it's all on you.
Yeah.
You're the one who.
How much awareness do you actually have of these things like microaggressions or like the implications? And some people, unfortunately, don't have a lot.
Well, and bigots in general tend to have kind of this barrier around themselves that stops them from being able to kind of recognize those things in conversations and in their own interactions. So they remain ignorant.
I still heard people say that they weren't a white supremacist society, even after it was revealed, and it's like, motherfucker, there is no helping you.
Those kind of people will always say there's no such thing as racism. They'll never give you an example. They'll just tell you that it exists somewhere, but they can never give an example of what racism actually looks like. And it looks like that. It looks like the microaggressions. It looks like that look of disgust.
And I think that's one of the things where the Black Mirror comparisons comes up, because a lot of Black Mirror is your perspective on what you're watching changes by the twist, because it's forcing you to look at the story from a different perspective and come to realize something about yourself, about your own biases that you have to put into. And I think that's what makes probably rewatching this rather worthwhile, and you really cringe when you hear shit like about Pepper saying that he's calling Lindy Pepperbean calling the Doctor very rude when he's not really being any worse than Ruby was.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember thinking that Ruby's just being a lot more diplomatic, and because I've always felt she's a little bit more. She's. If there's one thing I could take from the relationship, is that she's a lot more of a grounding force to the Doctor's larger-than-life outlandish personality, and the way that she was talking to them felt a lot more diplomatic to me. And then I realized, no, she wasn't. She's just white. I'm wrong.
There's the little line that's really blink and you'll miss it, of she's talking to the others, and she's saying, he's not as dumb as he looks.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think, honestly, Black Mirror doesn't get enough credit for, at least on online, because a lot of people are quick to dismiss that show as a quote-unquote phone bad, technology bad. But at its best, it's doing the thing that this episode does. It's why it's Black Mirror. It's using technology as the mechanism to talk about things that really are just inherent to human nature, or at least societal nature a lot of the time. And I think the thing that tips this episode over into being better than, or if not better, then at least sort of shielding itself from that criticism that Black Mirror gets, is that the one twist is, that this society is racist, but the twist underneath that, to just this whole premise, is that means the killer AI is unambiguously the good guy. Yeah. So there really is, there's no informed read of this episode that is technology bad, because we're rooting for the AI and the monsters in retrospect.
Okay, hold on. Are we every single time, though? Because they did kill Ricky.
That's the thing, though.
Yeah.
So much of that, it's where those two ideas sort of come together. The idea of the technology as a moral arbiter versus the way that this society, and by extension all fascist, racist societies function, and eating its own tail. Because, objectively, yes, that AI killed Ricky and was always going to get around to it eventually, but more meaningfully to the story, I think, is the fact that really it's Lindy who killed Ricky. And the message there is that Ricky was a decent person, and it's so rare, but it is possible that in these terrible, awful societies that brainwash you, as far as we know from birth, because these are all very young people being informed of this worldview, even in that terrible scenario, someone can come out of it better and informed and knowledgeable, but all of the terrible people around them are going to make it really, really hard for them not to still get thrown out with the bathwater, pretty much.
And I think that's a really good point, because I just want to go back to the whole thing about just to bring up the one more thing about Black Mirror before I move on about it.
Before we go into Black Mirror, I just wanted to take 1 second to pay homage to the OG, the Twilight Zone, because this episode is kind of like the monsters we do on Maple Street.
I can see that, yeah. But no, thanks. I know you get Twilight Zone as well, obviously, because that's also huge, Black Mirror. But so they all kind of interlap. But the thing about Black Mirror, I think the thing that makes Doctor Who here kind of stand out is that there is a sense of the familiar with Doctor Who. So you have a sense of comfort that it's playing on, and it's the same thing that Midnight did, where you have an expectation of where this is going to go, and because you have that, how it pulls, because in Black Mirror, you're expecting something to go wrong. In Doctor Who, you're expecting everything to go right, and that's where the ending hits you. But also in terms of that whole thing of the way society says subtle things to you, that's the one thing I really love about the reveal at the end, is that it's not just telling people that they are inferior human beings and very bluntly stating that to you is what makes white supremacy so nefarious. It's the subtle things. It's the way your social group is surrounded and how it's framed. It's the way that news reports talk about killings from minorities compared to killing from white people. It's the way that our literature, our entertainment seems to be very white focused. And these things separately, you're trying to argue that that's going to make a Nazi is going to make you look crazy, but all of the things that surrounding it, informing your opinions, is what makes it so nefarious. And I think, because I know people complain about the fact that the group that this is focused on primarily are Zoomers, that it's trying to argue that they're the ones who will be manipulated by technology, when we know for a fact that social media can manipulate everyone, especially older people.
You are not immune to propaganda.
You are not immune to white supremacy, racist propaganda. But it's the fact that these people are being surrounded by very superficially noticeable cultural ephemera from our real world, just in a kind of exaggerated science fiction concept, that you don't realize as you're watching it, it is reinforcing white supremacy in a very subtle, underhanded way, again, through microaggressions and stuff like that. And I think that's one of the things that makes this episode so strong, because Russell isn't just saying people are racist because they are just taught to hate non-white people, but they're saying people envelop themselves into a white supremacist society because sometimes it's easier than not doing it. And that's the whole thing about Ricky September. He has to make an effort to make himself more informed. Most people are not going to put that energy.
You can see, and it's a great thing that the actor does. You can see him making the effort to, like, hold in his assumptions when he sees the Doctor for the first time.
Yeah, it's really great. And if you were going to say the acting, I just want to shout out Callie Cook, who is fucking great in this part. And again, like, she's a one-off and who has to hold the episode, and I don't think she has that many credits to her name. I don't think any lead roles anyway. And it was a very kind of it was a very stand-out performance for this.
That last look that she gives to the Doctor, like that's such good acting. You can see this like disdain. It's just kind of clear as day.
Even before the twist and even before she betrays Ricky September, I still couldn't stand her. Mm-hmm. I found her incredibly aggravating, and I don't even know if the episode wanted me to like her or not. And that's a sign of a good character, where I don't dislike her because the episode makes her poorly written. I dislike her because her personality is very aggravating until you find out the monster.
He was very much like a George R. R. Martin like prologue protagonist. You're reading it and you're like, I hate you and I want you to die, but you're super interesting. And that was the exact feeling I had throughout the whole episode. I had previous knowledge of the twist going in, and it was really cool picking up on those little bits that were sprinkled throughout the episode, and it really just made the overall experience feel a lot more like thought out and well executed than other cases that I've seen in media. It was the kind of that naked, kind of almost mundane kind of bigotry that popped up, and especially at the end of the episode, that just kind of it felt like it was fiction crashing with reality in a way that's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable, and it challenges a lot of people's preconceptions about not just like sci-fi as a mechanism, but as an art form, because you can really use it to tell like very important stories about human morality and just how like ridiculous. I think it was Sophie from Mars said that the end goal of fascism is darkness and death, and that's what happens at the end of this episode with these people. They're responsible for the death of the only allegedly noble one among them. I still think we need to have a is Ricky racist discourse, but
I mean, let's do it. Like, what makes
for sure. But just to cap off, like the fact that they go into the oven with a smile on their face at the end of the episode, there's no way out. But they're completely so in love with their own idea of superiority that they're willing to jump into the bonfire. And it's a perfect example of what Sophie was talking about.
And like, that's the thing I love, because it's, before we get into the Ricky of it all, it really is the fact that the episode is so explicitly not just about like capital R racism as a very vague general idea. It's specifically about white supremacy and that feeling of superiority, because that is, I think, the most cogent commentary the episode gives is the idea that a society like this only happens when you've got a voice telling everybody that they are the best and that they are the ideal, and everyone who is other or not like them is wrong or inferior in some way. And it's that myth of superiority that you have to keep reinforcing and reinforcing. And if you spend all your time reinforcing a myth, then you have no time or energy spent into enforcing or introducing actual livable skills. So that's why they can barely walk. That's why their entire life is spent in this bubble, to the point that they cannot perform the most basic skills. The reason that these slug monsters are not intimidating. Like, they look gross, and personally I think the effects on them look really cool, but they're ridiculously slow. Like, I feel like even once you get in one's clutches, someone who's really trying to fight for their life could probably escape. We see Ricky, like, fend off the AI ball thingy fairly well for a good couple minutes with a metal pole. Like, anyone with remotely decent resources and any semblance of, like, self-preservation skills could probably survive for, like, a day, couple days, long enough to genuinely escape and find some kind of way to live. But these guys have zero livable skills because their society has decided that it's way more important for them to be told that they are superior and, like, worthy of...
The GOP voter base.
Yeah, it's way more meaningful to, like, enforce this myth of supremacy than it is to actually make them a functioning society, and that's why they're doomed, is because it's not even that darkness and death is the goal, it's that the goal is something that is completely untenable, which is living up to a fairy tale that you've made of yourself.
And
Also,
death is the inevitable consequence from that, too.
Also, just way more superficial when we're in this whole racist discussion. The fact that Ncuti and Millie Gibson are forced to be in this kind of screen for most of it, we get a lot of really fucking great just facial reactions or just reacting to things happening on screen. Like, I think two of my favorite ones are Gatwa's just incredible dumbfounded. You don't know how to walk.
Without the arrow.
Both of them flirting with Ricky September when they see him.
Yeah, that was, I think, the best scene in the episode for me.
We'll obviously talk about Ncuti's performance later on, but like they're both a lot of fun in this before that point.
I mean, we've talked about the twist moment so much, I think we might as well talk about both of their performances in that moment, actually, both Gatwa and Gibson, because Millie Gibson's really good in that scene, too.
I agree. No, again, as I mentioned, that was one of the first time, outside of the giggle, that was the first time, for one of the first big scenes that Ncuti shot for this series. The first time, like, in his, well, I mean, he changes his outfit every episode, but, like, his kind of default, if you can call it that, outfit, and, like, it's the first time, like, he's properly doing this, and he gets probably one of the most intense, emotional scenes he does for the entire series, and just fucking nails it. And it's one of the things you can do in sci-fi that you cannot do in any other capacity, and that's explore how a non-white person, let me rephrase that, how a character who originally was white presenting, or just white in general, reacts to being discriminated against on the entirely based on nothing but the color of their skin. I mean, you could try writing something like that with a white person, but I can't imagine it would come off very tasteful. But the fact is, the Doctor has a very built-in thing where he can change his face and his gender and his race at random, at the push of him dying and regenerating. This is the first time in his conscious memory that he wasn't white. So his reaction to him trying to do his Doctor thing of explaining to people why they need to listen to him to go to safety when he's right, and all of them shutting him down completely based on nothing because they judge him for being something different. You can't get that sense of frustration because, you know, again, I'm speaking as someone who's white as the fucking snow. But, you know, non-white people grow up with that discrimination, grow up with that bias. The Doctor didn't, or doesn't remember it.
He had white privilege. He literally had white privilege for this entire time.
I tell you, man, every year the Shakespeare Code gets harder and harder to revisit.
And like the thing where, and I know people like shitting on Chibnall's era, and I'm not really doing that, but we never really had a moment like this with Jodie. The closest we got to was the Witchfinders, but I don't think it's as poignant or as effective as this is here.
And, like, I think about the Witchfinders specifically in that context a lot. And this is...
Yes.
I'm thinking about this episode, the Witchfinders, and Midnight, and I think they make a really interesting sort of trinity in that sense of challenging something fundamental about the Doctor against like human nature. Again, we don't really know what species Lindy et al. Are, but we'll call them human.
Yeah.
And I think they handle it in very different ways, and for as ineffective as I find Witchfinders as an episode, I like that we have 3 stories that tackle a very similar broad idea in very different ways. Because, like, for Midnight, it's challenging the Doctor's ego, and the fact that this is a situation where the Doctor is not accounting for human nature, and, like,
Tribalism.
How he looks to a room full of normal people when he can't just fix the problem in 5 minutes. If
You can't talk him into believing him.
Yeah, if the Midnight entity was something that the Doctor had encountered before and he was able to confidently, like, speak to a solution, then maybe Midnight wouldn't have happened the way that it did. But if you take away the Doctor's knowledge and, like, the justification for his ego, but you keep the ego there still, that is, like, something that would get him killed, and it almost does. And
the moment where he says, because I'm clever, probably Tennant's best acting in the entire show. He is fucking, you can feel the dread and frustration and the inability to hold on to his fucking sense of self. It's so good.
For me, it's the moment, like, right after that, when he's like, if you're gonna survive this, then you need me. And they're like, well, what do you need? Like, you haven't done anything so far, and he has no answer to that, because he really hasn't.
He doesn't realize he's begging at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's trying to convince the people around him, and it's like that inherent sort of lack of trust that can't be bridged because of there's no logic to a bigot's hatred. And Ncuti knows that it's going to fail, but he has to try anyway.
Well, so what I love about Don Bubble, like, this is a wider thing, so I'll get into it, but for Midnight, it's that slow realization that the Doctor's, like, especially for Tennant, I'd argue, but really the Doctor in general, that ego, that key trait of his that we tend to find, like, endearing or interesting or even funny most of the time, is the thing that is going to endanger him in a way that it never has before. The Witchfinders ends up being kind of the opposite, where it is, much like Dot and Bubble, the Doctor encountering a sort of bigotry, a sort of opposition based on something they can't control, something that they've never really had to worry about experiencing firsthand before. But 13 is mostly able to just kind of muscle through it, and is able to use that ego to be effective in this situation in spite of all that opposition. And it's another thing like Midnight, where it's a thing that she is slowly working against throughout the bulk of the story. For Dot and Bubble, the Doctor is, ironically, one of the audience members who is not picking up on any of the microaggressions, who's not picking up on the reason that Lindy is being so hostile. And so the beauty of the twist is that it is as much a twist for the Doctor as a character, and, like, it's a really heavy one, as it is for the audience. Because for the audience, the bulk of the twist is us going, oh, we've been following a racist monster for this whole episode. For the Doctor, the twist is, oh, this is something that I have to live with now. Like, this is, for the rest of my life as this incarnation, my skin color is going to matter in a way that it has not ever mattered to me before. And it's just watching Ncuti play a guy who is realizing something that he has been blind to even the possibility of for his entire life, and is suddenly having to deal with it firsthand. And I did a thread on Twitter, like, a day ago, yes, time is a flat circle, where I was like, definitive, quote-unquote, Doctor Who stories for each Doctor, where I, like, point at it and I go, yeah, that's Doctor Who. And this episode was that for 15. And it's kind of a Dr. Light episode, but he's in it enough, and Ruby's in it enough, to where I'm like, for 80-85% of this episode, you can watch this and get a sense of what this show is supposed to be like. Like, there's a weird situation, somebody's in danger, the Doctor and companion show up in some capacity to help, and like the Doctor's really smart, and you want to listen to him. But then it's in that last scene where you're like, oh, this is like this story has felt like not a typical Doctor Who story, but it's felt like, you get a sense of what Doctor Who is. And then in that final moment, it's like, oh no, that sense of safety and like Doctor Who quote-unquote formula is completely gone. And it's gone for no other reason.
There's realistic human cruelty in those scenes too, in both of them. Mm-hmm. This one and Midnight.
And like this, the sense of safety for the viewer and the Doctor hinges on something so superficial as his skin color. And that feeling of watching the Doctor himself realize that that's the case is really hard, because it's not just Lindy and it's not just this planet. It's the Doctor realizing that now there are going to be places that they go to, past, future, Earth, not Earth, all throughout the universe, where this is going to be a problem.
He has to deal with space racists as well.
Not even just Earth racists.
Yeah, completely. I did love that. I think you mentioned Millie Gibson's performance. I like the fact that she recognizes what's going on before the Doctor does, because she was like raised by two black women, so she way more attuned to the microaggressions and the inability of people to see through this stuff than the Doctor would in that moment, and she plays it so wonderfully.
And like I love that, but I also love that that's like you don't even necessarily need that for that to be the case, because it could be that Ruby was raised by two black women, and so she recognizes that from like first-hand experience. But it could also just be she's human, and the Doctor has, like, again, it's the Shakespeare Code thing of that episode obviously doesn't realize what it's doing by having the Doctor turn to a black woman in, like, was it 18th century? Whatever. 18th century, just go, like, walk around like you own the place. But that's that alien, like, perspective. And again, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to the finale. But I think it's really interesting and really telling for where I think the strength of this show's future lies, is that we've got a finale that's, again, as these finales often try to do, about like challenging something fundamental about the Doctor and their approach to their adventures and just the way that they live their life. And it doesn't land, but here in this totally standalone episode in the middle of the season, we end on a scene that is really successful in challenging the Doctor's perception of themselves and like changing the way that this character looks at themselves in the mirror for the first time in 60 plus years.
Completely. It's interesting because, like I said, I'm not really someone who can reflect on this, but one of the only criticisms I really heard in terms of the racial aspect is that it's another one that just kind of lives in the kind of stratosphere of black misery. I don't know if I can phrase that well. I have a friend of mine, Sarah, the Fat Culture Critic. She did a video on this where she looked into this whole aspect, and the thing she posited to kind of get around this is that she should go back. The end of the episode should have a capper of them going back to Carla. And you don't even have to have them have any dialogue, just that sense of community between the Doctor and Carla in that moment after what happens. I can see because I can understand the power of the episode may be kind of perfunced if it doesn't end on them going into it doesn't end on a shot of them going into the abyss and what's going to happen. But also,
my thing is that, like, as a black person, I have this weird relationship with the concept of, like, quote-unquote black misery in fiction. Because, like, if it's a historical thing, then, like complete non-fiction, true-to-life, like, biographical, autobiographical type stuff, then I view it differently, but there's I totally understand people who have this complaint because my mind goes to something like Lovecraft Country, if either of you have ever seen that show, where that show is really difficult for me because, like, it looks great, it's written really cleverly, and all of the actors are giving it their all, but it is so completely steeped in black misery in its bones that, like, it's really not something that I enjoy thinking about or, like, looking back on or have any remote desire to rewatch because it's just so, not even cynical, but, like, it's really, really steeped in pain and sadness, and it's all very real despite all of the very fantastical trappings. And that, like, something around that level of heaviness is really my threshold. If it's any more palatable than that, then I'm pretty okay with something that's a little more leaning into the tragedy of racial commentary. And I feel like for me that's this episode. And the reason that I wouldn't want this episode to end on that sort of proposed moment of giving us a reprieve.
Already,
Yeah, I wouldn't want the relief because I think it's really important that, like I've been saying for the past couple of minutes, this is a story where the Doctor is forced to face something that they have never thought about themselves. And I think the end of this episode really needs to be the Doctor in a state of, like, gobsmacked reflection, and ends with him going into the TARDIS and, like, this is something that he has to think about pretty much by himself. And, like, we need the Doctor to be living in this moment when the episode is over, I think.
Yeah, no, I can get that. Like I said, it's that's something I can reflect on personally. I will say, like, if there was a bitch with Carla or something, it would make a moment in the next episode hit a lot harder than it does, but we'll talk about that when we get to Rogue.
Oh god, I forgot Rogue was after this.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a very jarring juxtaposition. Yeah, I mean, no, like I said, I don't have any kind of first reflection on this. The one thing I will say is I have a very similar relationship to queer misery, where I feel like there is a certain context where I do think that leaning into that stuff makes a lot of sense for the narrative. I think people just confuse the excess of it with it always being overwhelming and always being a thing, and it should just go away and stuff like that. So obviously, issues with queerness and issues with race are very different. There's an intersect, obviously, but I feel like sometimes it makes sense for the story you're telling to lean into that sense of hopelessness, because I think limiting fiction to what we think the world should be has a dangerous knock-on effect. And I don't mean that you should just, like, only watch miserable shit. I mean, I do think there's, lighter escapism that's revolving these issues that should be considered. But I don't think that's the case for every story, because we lose a sense of what these stories are reflecting on if we try to ignore an entire perspective of how to resolve these stuff in narratives.
And again, there is a level of hopeful escapism to this one, which is that the AI is going to kill all the racists.
Or they're going to kill themselves.
Yeah, it's
or get themselves killed more accurately.
Yeah, well, it's something about what you were talking about really made me think about the concept of realism within the episode, because the entire fantasy plot is there to distract you from the realism. Mm-hmm. You're so focused on the big slug monsters and the dots and the bubbles and the arrows and everything else that you're not paying attention to the subtler parts of the episode, as you were saying. And the subtler parts are the more realistic. They have, and as I said earlier, between this episode and Midnight, there are these explorations of, like, petty human cruelty and, like, the good guys potentially losing that's not present in a lot of other stories even within this series, but there's an element of how that realism intrudes at the end of the episode and forces you to kind of look at the ugliness of these people that is like jarring on purpose. It's supposed to pull you into the moment even harder by being so out of place.
I just want to
with the setting.
I think I've pretty much said all I want, unless you guys want to talk about it a bit more. Just one more thing I want to shout out before I'm cool, but I just want to I just want to give credit to Dylan Holmes William, who is the director of both this and 73 Yards, because these are probably two of the best directed episodes in the series. And he manages to do a very grounded, contemporary folk horror aesthetic within an urban setting as well as starting off in the more rural setting, and a very pulpy, techno bubble, kind of kooky futuresque, light horror piece, and makes them both so fucking distinctive and excellent. And they're very like I said, they're very different things, going through different things totally, and he hits both of them completely on the dot. That moment where the camera pulls back and we see all the slum, fucking great shot. One of the best one of the best in the series. Again, 73 Hours also amazingly directed, so I really fucking hope this guy comes back.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, may I ask, was this also his first directing credit?
No,
everybody else knocked it out of the park first try.
No, he has been directing since 2015. He's done a bit. Most of the stuff is music videos and shorts. He's done one show before this, Servant, so this would be like his second go on television. So he has a decent bit of experience, but also obviously I forgot to shout him out because he's great. It's probably outside of obviously the music episode. Probably some of Murray Gold's best stuff is in these two episodes as well, especially his score for the end. Holy shit!
Yeah. Music obviously always heightens emotion, and these were the two episodes that needed it the most.
I have a love-hate relationship for Murray Gold, mostly because of how much the show has tended to rely on him for a lot of the and the way that they just can't get away from him. But I cannot deny the man is a fucking amazing composer and has done some of the greatest compositions for this show.
Is Gallifrey. Oh my god, I have it. It's my phone alarm some days. It's that good.
Nick, do you want to end our thoughts on this, or do you have anything else you want to discuss on it?
No, I'm glad that you mentioned the direction because I wanted to talk about that, but that's really good. This and 73 Yards are fighting for my favorite of the season. I'm leaning towards this one, but I don't know. I think we need more than when we get to the finale. But this is Russell T Davies is capable of some absolutely genius stuff, and I think he needs to put his focus into episodes like this that can be completely standalone, have no effect on anything, but still say something fundamental about the heart of this character in this show, and just be really, really good bits of science fiction.
I'm just going to say it. He's basically George Lucas, but for the UK, in that he's really good when he has constraints placed upon him, but when he's given free reign, it's always universally crap. End of Time, the two-parter at the end of this season, he falls into the same trap. He gets too big.
Well, all right, let's get into it, but first things first, let's talk about Rogue.
He's got to Daft Punk it. He got to leave the scripts to percolate for a little while, and then he brings them back.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, the Gabe Bridgerton episode. I'm so happy.
This is obviously famously the only episode, and one of the first episodes in a long while to be not have any writing credit from a Doctor Who showrunner since at least series 12, and that was there are other writers have co-writing credits, but they're co-written with the showrunner. That was my point.
Wait, which one's the last one? Is
it The Haunting of Millie Gibson?
Doesn't Chibnall have a credit on that?
He doesn't know.
Oh, okay, so never mind.
So yeah, it's 2020.
Wow,
so 4 years. This is the only, and then when I'm saying showrunner, because obviously Moffat wrote his by himself, but he did run the show before. This is. I just want to say the story because one of the co-writers for this, and she did it with her writing partner, is Kate Herron. If you recognize that name, she was the showrunner for the first season of Loki, which very famously had the scene where Loki admits he's bisexual. Russell T Davies, that scene out of it, what are the words he used exactly? Crevinous bit of cowardice. Like, went fucking off. And then hired her and her co-writer to do an episode of the show, and it's the gayest thing possible. Absolute Chad move.
And
if he didn't put furries in it, it would have been perfect.
I don't know. That might elevate it for some people.
Yeah.
Yes, it would.
I don't know. Again, I'm a hard sell for costume dramas in general. I'm not even a huge fan of The Gun in the Fireplace, which just got weirdly compared to when people were trying to accuse others of being homophobic. And it was like, I don't even like The Gun in the Fireplace that much, but it's a better written episode. It's a better made episode than this.
It is the same plot, though, in broad strokes.
Kind of, yeah. I will say there are people like calling this the lowest rated thing. Like it's getting like in the top 20, the bottom 20 lowest rated episodes and all this shit. And I'm just kind of like, are you fucking kidding me? It's not that.
I enjoyed quite a few scenes in this episode.
Rogue gets the award for the episode that I really, really wish I liked more than I do.
Same, absolute same.
We're still bridging gays in 2024. Why?
Is it a fridging if he's not dead?
It's functionally a fridging.
It still technically counts. It's maiming or torturing or killing a female character, usually in the case, to make a male character pain and give them the growth for it.
I don't know if this counts as any of those things, though.
I don't think it counts as this because Rogue Sacrifice is more for his art, not the Doctor's.
And I just mean I don't think it counts because
he's
not being maimed or tortured or killed. He's just lost.
Yeah, but functionally he is dead. Like within the narrative, he's gone to another dimension. So he's rosed himself.
So I guess we can just I'm trying to punctuate my thoughts in a way that are coherent, but I don't hate this episode, but I don't love it either. It's very much that was fine. It's a very standard episode of Doctor Who. I like the banter between him and Jonathan Groff. Ncuti could have chemistry with a hedge, but they do have really good chemistry together. They have some fun little banter together. I know that because people have brought up the whole thing of queer people can find each other in a club and be in love after 2 hours, which is perfected on the pairing here. I never felt as attached to them. That makes the ending emotionally effective for me. I might be different if Rogue comes back, and I do believe that I'd be surprised if they don't bring him back at some point. I think the villains are a fun idea. I wish they wouldn't call it cosplay though. It's not cosplay, it's LARPing.
Yeah, legit.
That means the people are suits?
The pitch is fun as hell, but they're not very interesting. They don't spend a lot of time fleshing out, either making them threatening or fun. They're just kind of there. They're like, we're a Doctor Who villain and you need to do something to reflect the plot. This is hold on.
Was it School Hard that had this kind of character that was just generic doomsday villain?
This episode, I think.
No, this is the 4th episode in a row where the Doctor and Ruby are separated for a decent chunk of time while they're not really on screen as much.
Okay.
And this has some dire consequences for the next episode. Not the next two.
Okay. The problem with with this episode is that I think, like, all of the major aspects of it are just missing something to, like, click them into place. And part of that, which really is on the fault of the rest of the season and the way that it's structured, as much as it is on this individual episode, is when we get to the Doctor and Rogue in the TARDIS, and they're talking about Ruby, and the Doctor calls her his best friend. And I'm like, I'm sorry, you have not earned that show. Like,
one of my favorite little moments in 73 Yards is where Ruby says we didn't really travel for that long.
Exactly.
And I really felt that because it makes sense. Because there are two people who had an impact on each other, but that potential is what she's missing. I really like that. I really like that it characterizes her throughout the rest of the episode. And then 2 episodes later, they're best friends.
Exactly.
Think about this, though. 15 has no other friends, so she becomes the best one by default.
See,
I mean, in terms of other doctors, he has a pretty stacked cast.
That gets into the annoying thing of, like, treating each doctor like a different person. But here's the thing, Brian. If the show had made a point of that, like, there's something really cool that you could do here, where she is his best friend, but he is not hers, and have, like, that be a focal point in their relationship in a different episode, or maybe even this one. But, like, it doesn't happen, and we're just letting that comment stand. And it's just like, I'm sorry. By the end of this season, obviously, I'm supposed to feel like these two are best friends. And maybe if we had a 13 or even just 10 episode season, we could get that feeling. But they've spent the majority of the season up to this point not with each other. And the bits that we've gotten of them together have been very, like, feel like what could be the first steps of a best friendship, but that's all it is. And, I don't know. And the other thing, like, the relationship between the Doctor and Rogue himself and the villains, there's just something missing there to make them work. Because others have pointed out, like, okay, interesting enough idea of these guys who really want to sort of LARP their period drama fantasies. And so their means of doing that is they travel back in time, kill real people, and pretend to be those real people and manufacture drama around them. And that's really, really cool thematically. Like, the idea of fans or people who want to engage in this fantasy, and a byproduct of their eagerness to do that is that they are dehumanizing, killing, usurping real people and using them as puppets, basically, for very shallow fulfillment. Like, that's cool. The episode doesn't quite, like, engage with that explicitly, and then it very quickly pivots to, we need to make these guys a threat to the world for some reason, and I don't understand why we make that pivot.
Like, that was hilarious to me, that they're just like, we're having a wedding and killing people. I'm like, fine, this is a perfectly serviceable enough threat for an episode trying to be this light, and then we're going to take over Westminster, and it's like, where the fuck did you go with this guy?
Like, I mean, that kind of just sounds like a standard, like, TV superfan, honestly. I love people.
The idea that came to mind to me, and I just want to make this point before we move on, and I can't believe I'm defending this episode, bringing this episode up as a positive comparison, but I'm thinking of something like the Sladine from the first season, from the Aliens of London two-parter. I don't even think that's a good story. But the thing with the Sladine is, they're a very obvious parody of Blair's Labour at the time, but that motif works because we spend time with them, and their motivation, as silly as it is, it's to make money.
Yeah.
It totally works for what he's saying and what these characters are parodying, that I'm totally on board with this. We don't get that sense that, you know, they thought the idea of these cosplay aliens through that far, because what they are doing doesn't really reflect much of what they're saying, and we don't really spend a lot of time with them to really get to understand who they are. And again, I'm trying to stress, I don't really like this leading and think they're kind of ridiculous, but there's a lot of more thought put into them.
Yeah,
and that's
say
That's why
These
you think
guys
that
purely a plot device. I think you're spot on. Like, they are there to manufacture conflict so that we feel feelings about the Doctor and Rogue at the end of the episode. And it's I think to speak to your point earlier there, Nick, I think the Doctor and Ruby, like, I had a very different reading of 15 coming off of like the three-parters that birthed him. That first kind of introductory scene after the catch, where they are all talking, he tries to kind of slide off by himself, and I read him as someone who's far like more intentionally lonely. So when I heard him say Ruby was his best friend, I took that to mean like she is the only person I've even ever remotely trusted, and like in theory that is kind of true. She's the only person that's ever been inside of 15's TARDIS as a companion so far. So I think that kind of altered my view on that statement, and that will kind of go more into the finale. But I unironically loved every scene that Rogue and the Doctor were flirting with each other in. Like, I'm just going to say it. I know it's schmaltzy, and it ends with the usual fridging, as I said before, but I just loved how they shot all of it. I think RTD, like, bled into a lot of, like, his personal experiences, maybe, into writing some of the flirting dialogue.
I am so torn because, like, on the one hand, you guys know me at this point, and anybody who knows my taste with this show know that I've never liked the Doctor in romantic relationships. I tend to shy away from romantic readings of the Doctor in dynamics with other characters. It's not something that I am enthused about, and I don't think the show's ever managed to make it work in a way that's won me over. It didn't win me over with Rose, it didn't win me over with River, it didn't win me over with Yaz. It's never quite happened. Ironically, the closest thing that's come to winning me over is 12 and Clara, which is very decidedly not explicitly romantic. It's just very, very heavy on the subtext, but I'm just able to take that as like one layer of that ridiculously complex layered relationship that like goes in all sorts of a million different directions. But on paper, I like the idea that like if we're gonna do a romance with this Doctor with 15, it's gonna be someone who is comparatively very reserved and kind of like shy, for lack of a better word, because, you know, being another time traveler, being played by an American, having that romantic tension, Rogue gets compared a lot with Jack Harkness. But in terms of personality, like they're basically polar opposites, where Rogue is not flamboyant at all, he's really all business.
He's the introvert, and Jack's the extrovert.
Yeah, exactly.
And Jack was characterized to contrast against 9, who was a lot more, a lot more. He did have his goofy elements, but he was a lot more very serious and to the point kind of Doctor, and Groff.
Very aloof too.
Yeah, like
yeah, so
9 was very no frills, and Jack is very all frills.
Yeah, so like that made sense when they wrote the character. And obviously, when 10 came along, he's a lot more flamboyant. But
and with
no, yeah, like that's the one thing.
They've taken the same approach, kind of.
Yeah, and that's what I meant, like, that they took the same approach with Rogue as a character, where I like, like, it's one of those things where I see elements of a character I really like. I like the fact that he's secretly a nerd, he's secretly a nerd.
Although, that annoys me, because it annoys me that we name drop specifically Dungeons and Dragons, and yet he needs the concept of cosplay explained.
They played them. Like, motherfucker, if you know what D&D is, you know what fucking cosplayers are.
And like that,
those for the audience, fellas.
And like those lines are so obviously ADR'd for anybody in the How many audience members are we assuming don't know what cosplay is? But
the casuals.
If we'd said LARPing and we explained the concept of LARPing to the audience, that would have been fine.
Yeah. But there's a LARPing joke in Gravity Falls, and that show's 12 years old, so.
But Like, I don't know. I still struggle with accepting, like, the Doctor in a romance, like, is a thing that we're obviously going to follow up on, assuming that Rogue ever comes back. But what I will give the episode credit for is the way that it sort of had, because a problem that I had coming out of my first viewing of this episode was that, like, the story wants me to view this with, like, a level of tragedy as, like, the Doctor and Rogue were in love, and then they had that ripped away, and I'm like, I don't see where in the episode that's earned. As far as I was concerned, like, I just saw an episode worth of flirtation, which could become something later, but, like, obviously it's sad, but I'm not feeling like the loss of...
Like, I think the tragedy of it, like, it is more about, like, the missed opportunity. Like, two people failed to make a connection. Not necessarily that they were, like, true love or anything like that, but just the idea that these people kind of from completely star-crossed backgrounds meet and have this kind of brief moment together. And I think it was... Oh, sorry, I was just going to add on. I think it was written with enough subtlety where I wasn't like, these two are, like, in love. I knew that they could eventually get there, and that's all I really needed to kind of put everything else on my brain on hold and just go with it.
Well, on a second viewing...
Sorry, I'll let you finish, Nick.
Yeah, sorry, just on a second viewing, I came away with it with a different feeling, which is that they're not in love until the moment that Rogue, like, makes the sacrifice. Because the way that plays out is the Doctor is getting ready to sacrifice Ruby, and Rogue is like, can you do it, Doctor? Can you sacrifice your friend? And the Doctor says no. And Rogue is like, it's okay, I'll fix this, basically. Like, that's not what he says, but that's the sentiment. And I think that is the thing where it switches. Where Rogue's, like, recognition of what the Doctor's feeling and, like, willingness to take that burden off his shoulders is the thing that takes it from flirtation to two people who actually might feel a genuine love connection. And that is the instant...
See each other's true character in that scene, for sure.
And that's the instant that it gets ripped away. So I think that scene, in its own context, really works as a, like, tragic, emotional beat.
That's what I meant about, like, the missed connection. Like, they just got there, and then it was kind of pulled away in that same moment.
I do feel like the episode. I think script-wise, that's what the episode is trying to get across. That it's more about the missed opportunity. I do feel the way it's directed, it's very overwrought in a way that feels like this is way more of a tragic love story where the tragedy is at its beginning, not so much it's at its end. And you get that with the way the Doctor reacts at the end, which I have issues with on a continuity perspective. If the bi-generation thing was meant to be like him trying to be open again, why are we going back to the Doctor closes off from people and he's forced to work and whatever?
I really don't like it.
I mean, but it's a Bridgerton pastiche too, though. You got to keep in mind. So they might be consciously emulating.
I don't know, man.
Just from a fandom perspective, that kind of, and the way that the Doctor had characterized before this, that just annoyed me. But in context of this, the idea that he's holding a stiff upper lip makes sense because he doesn't feel like he earned the willingness to be broken over this because he didn't know Rogue that well and he didn't know what he really had with him. I just don't like it from the fact that we are basically going against the whole therapy shit, which I'm sure won't come up again next time.
I don't like it on multiple levels. I don't like it on the level of, after all the time that we've spent with the 15th Doctor and how, like, immediately willing he is to be open emotionally and to let himself grieve things even if they're not, like, this is the season that started with him crying over a booger monster about to be killed. And, like, we've been very consistent about that and how openly emotional he is compared to other Doctors.
And him being open to Ruby McGallifrey in the same episode.
And it feels so forced, and it feels like the character is forcing it, and it feels like the show is forcing it when he's like, I just gotta move on, that's what I'm about. The next adventure, the next horizon, and Ruby has to, like, force him, basically, to live in the moment of his sadness, and I'm like, I don't think the episode or the season earned this. This doesn't feel like the character I've been watching up to now. And I also don't like it on the level of that being a moment for Ruby, because, again, by that same token, this, like, Ruby being the one who's like, oh, shut up and come here, and, like, giving him the hug, and again, like, sort of implicitly recognizing that he needs that emotional grounding because otherwise he's just going to refuse it, that doesn't feel like the dynamic that these two have had up to now, and it doesn't feel like that's a reaction that Ruby should have unprompted. I don't know, I think the reaction that Ruby should have if the Doctor were to try and do that is to be confused, because that's also not the person that she's spent all these episodes with.
Yeah, no, completely. I agree with you. No, I'm trying to say, like, I'm not trying to argue. I feel like I'm being a bit too negative about this, because there is stuff I do like here. Like, this is more of a background element. I like them playing. I think this is meant to be something from Bridgerton. Like, I never watched that show. I will say also another complaint. They bring up Bridgerton too much. But that whole thing of them playing bad guy, from Billie Eilish in the background. There's another song. I really like that. That's really cool. It's a nice way.
Orchestrations.
The orchestration, yeah.
Not only is that a reference to Bridgerton, I'm fairly certain that is just from Bridgerton. Like, I think that version of that song they might have just taken from that soundtrack.
I don't watch the show. I'm not a costume drama guy.
As someone who does watch Bridgerton, I haven't watched season 3, but I want to push back also on Brian's suggestion that, like, the overwroughtness of that final scene might be more Bridgerton pastiching, because I don't think that you can have the episode, like, explicitly multiple times in dialogue be like, our characters are pastiching Bridgerton within the story. Like, the Doctor and Ruby are coming in here with, like, a Bridgerton expectation, and this is really what annoys me about the conversation explaining cosplay to Rogue, because that by itself is its own problem. But the Doctor says that the Cholder are cosplaying Bridgerton, and I'm like, you can't just leave that by itself. You've got to expand on that, because am I supposed to believe that the Cholder are explicitly here because they are fans of a 21st century TV show? Is that what you're telling me, episode? Because I'm willing to
say that.
Again, the problem with them using the fucking cosplay line is that if they were cosplaying Bridgerton, they would be playing the characters and looking like the characters from Bridgerton, not some random fucking Victorian era people they find.
But
I think they're just in love with the aesthetic. Like, I think that's generally kind of what the idea is supposed to be.
Yeah.
So to them, it's more about, like...
That would have probably worked better if they dropped the fucking Bridgerton references.
Yeah, it's just that line of dialogue from the Doctor. It's specifically saying they are doing Bridgerton and not expanding on it at all. Because, like, there's one of two ways you could go with that, or 3 ways, actually. One, you could get rid of that line and just let the Bridgerton comparison be implicit, like the audience picks up on it if they're familiar with Bridgerton. 2, you can have the Cholder bring up Bridgerton in their dialogue, and then it's like, okay, sure, that's a little far-fetched, but I buy it, that these aliens are fans of a TV show, and that's why they're here. Cool, whatever. Or, you could do what might be a really interesting thing, and look, the Doctor or Ruby brings up Bridgerton, and one of the Cholders like, what is that? What are you talking about? Where that then would be an interesting wrinkle of, like,
that'd be funny if they just assumed this, and that'd be funny.
Yeah, of like...
It's a line in the story where 15 says, like, oh, TV signals take a really long time to get to X part of space. So I'm fairly certain the idea is that they're like Lur and Ndunda in, like, Futurama, and they're watching Single Female Lawyer 1,000 years in the future, but they have time travel. So they're able to go to the place that inspired their favorite show.
I'd like it if that were explicit. Because
I think it is. I'm fairly certain 15 says that part at least directly, but he never says, like, this is definitely why they're here. He just says, like, this is a possible explanation for why these furries
I need it to be more
love
than
Bridgerton.
I need it to be more than possible because, and that's my thing. That's my thing when we get to the final scene. To tie it back to that, is like this episode. I don't think it knows if it wants to commit to being a metatextual, like the episode is written as a Bridgerton pastiche, or is it a straightforward Doctor Who episode with characters who are pastiching Bridgerton? And I think
it's more the tone overall. Like, the characters within the episode and on a metatextual level are both experiencing, like, relationship drama. It's nothing as overt as, like directly calling out the show, but that does happen. I think it's more that, like, when they went and to put the pen to paper for the script, they were, like, thinking about Bridgerton, and it kind of seeped into the script on all levels. So I very much think that there could have been an idea to do Bridgerton specifically because it's romantic drama in an episode where you have that with the Doctor.
So much of the episode is about performing and about, like, deliberately playing into period drama tropes. And, like, Bridgerton is basically our shorthand in this episode for period drama. So much of the episode is characters playing those tropes on purpose and playing up the drama intentionally. And so when we get to the final moments, and it's supposed to be this very sincere bit of character drama, and it's not anybody being performative, I think that sticks out really clumsily as, like, well, that type of pastiche where the characters are not in on the joke, quote-unquote, or not in on the homage, has not been what this episode has been up to now.
Again, because people bring up the comparison to The Girl with the Fireplace a lot. And I'll say that's an episode where I think the romance is a lot weaker in that than I would argue the one in Rome is, but that would be an entirely different conversation than Burton. My point is more that the Clockwork monsters are not that, like, heavily personified of characters compelled to the shoulder. But the difference is the Clockwork monsters serve a very explicit function, which is the power of time and the power of a life and how that can be used and utilized and bent around. The point is, their gimmick works for what the episode's themes are. The gimmick for the shoulder doesn't really mesh as badly with whatever they think their, like, thematic function is about performativity or saying up roles or stuff like that, because, like, you know, role being a role from D&D, and that's kind of part of that. But it doesn't really coalesce into something that feels very sincere, and I think that's a huge issue with what they're trying to go with here, because I feel there's a lot of ideas soaking in this, but they don't have a lot of time to flesh out. It definitely is one of those stories where it feels like a two-parter would have really helped it. We can't do that because we only have 8 episodes.
I think a lot of it's down to acting for me. Like, I think I don't know who played Rogue, the actor's name.
Jonathan Groff.
Okay, thank you. So I think Jonathan and Ncuti, like, did so well with the material.
They really go together. I really like them.
Yeah, like, emotionally, from their acting, I bought that they were into each other to whatever level was necessary for the story to function. So, like, I just completely overlook all of the writing flaws in a lot of ways because of that, and it's like, I have an emotional connection to this episode a bit too. It's just really also nice to see the Doctor, like, be in a same-sex romance that's taken seriously. Even an episode.
I get where you're coming from, and again, I have similar issues with Nick in terms of the Doctor being in romances. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I'm going to, like, say it on this episode's merits that, like, they're very cute together, and they're probably the highlight of the episode for me. I like that scene where they go back to his ship and they play Kylie. That must be what the budget of this series went to. I really liked them talking about, again, I liked the fact that Rogue has a very awkward, nerdy side to him, even though he plays up this suave, devil-may-care kind of. a rogue, time bandit kind of dude. And then, like, when the Doctor forces him to try to play up Bridgerton, he completely fucking fumbles the bag because he's not used to doing stuff like this. And it plays, it's a scene that's reflective of a personality we have seen and how these personality clashes with our main character, and that stuff's great. I think there's just a scene, there's like a moment or a scene missing where we go from playful flirty banter to you should travel with me, Mr. Rogue, and it's like, I want to be there. I want to be connected to these people. I want to be connected to this doomed romance, but I'm not there with the characters as quickly as they get there themselves.
Two things. One, thank you for bringing that up, because I forgot that bit. That was another bit that I really didn't, like, I exactly what you're saying, like, I'm not there with you, episode, like, help me get there, when the Doctor's like, come travel with me. I'm like, okay, where'd that come from? But, and I want to be there, I want to like, because I do start off liking their banter a lot. I love Ncuti singing Pure Imagination, because a lot of his performance in The Doctor was based on Gene Wilder's version of Willy Wonka. So, there's stuff in there. And two,
and I will say, like,
I think because, again, this is a thing I'm torn on, of like, I'm of two minds about it. I would have maybe liked if the moment that we give them to, like, really solidify the relationship is after he pulls out that ring and the Doctor leaves. We should have a moment where it's like, okay, what was that about? And have the Doctor confirm, I've been married before. And it ended kind of sad. And, like, you don't even need to say River's name, but like, a lot of people read into that scene as, like, River is why he is so genuinely thrown off when he kneels down and proposes, and, like, it goes from an act to the Doctor's legitimately heartbroken. Put that in the dialogue. Make that an actual conversation. I think the episode would benefit from that, like, for new viewers, that peek into the Doctor's, like, past and relationships, and, like, his, not even perception of, but his experience of romance prior to now, if that's what this episode's going to be about.
It's funny. People are it's funny that people, because the whole series one, people are pretending this is meant to be like a page one reboot for viewers, and yes, they're doing this thing where they push in incredibly esoteric high concepts that it hasn't dealt with as heavily as it does for this series, but also we get to the two-part finale where it's so fucking continuity heavy.
We're about to get to it. We're about to get to it.
Yeah, we're getting there. I know. But it's funny. One thing, Nick, you're going to hate me for saying this. You are going to hate me.
What happened?
But I'm thinking of a Tasman moment. Now, in general, I think the romance is, and unlike Rogue, it has more than one episode it could develop on. But I think that the scene on the beach where the Doctor brings up the fact that she can't go there with someone, and I'm like, this is one of the very few moments that is very well written to, because she's using her history to reflect on the way she deals with romantic entanglements. And there should have been something like that in this episode, like you said.
Oh yeah, I love that moment.
Yeah, and like they could, like you said, it does. Like, I mean, she does reference River directly earlier on in the episode, but you don't even have to do that, because in that moment, she just says she can't go there. You don't need to even bring up River if you're afraid of alienating new audiences, which again you're about to. So, but even ignoring that, you can absolutely bring up the Doctor's prior history with this stuff, and it's in the episode's detriment that they don't.
Yeah, I think the Doctor has been around for so long that we're developing kind of that comic book syndrome, where they have to reference his history at points, but it's more of like a, if you want to, go read this for extra context. Because I always kind of felt that the whole thing with 15 and earlier Doctors, like, mentioning past experiences was kind of a way of them remaining mysterious to new viewers, but also to give the older fans a moment of, oh yeah, I know what they're referencing because I've been following along for so long. And just to speak on the proposal before we move on as well, I took that as a largely symbolic gesture. and I know like in universe they're doing it to freak out the cosplay people, and work it towards their overall plan of defeating them with a distraction. But at the same time, it's also this kind of coded but honest expression of like actual emotion and feelings from the character Rogue to the Doctor. And so I never took it to mean like, I never read it in kind of that literal sense of they were actually going to get married and all that kind of stuff. I more so like that was just a promise of love between two people, and putting the ring on at the end was like a way of saying that they were going to carry that kind of experience onward. That's also why I'm like a fan of the Doctor being in relationships in general, because like the idea that there are parts of life that he just doesn't engage in kind of, for me, flies in the face of the Doctor in general, because like he's supposed to go everywhere and see the whole universe, and I think part of that is experiencing connections with people. So that's, I think, another reason why I was like so eager to be like, yes, give me gay Bridgerton Doctor forever. But there was one thing that kind of threw me off, and this episode was like so like colorblind in terms of casting, and I know that was also a Bridgerton reference, but like right after the episode where the twist was racism, just felt like kind of super jarring. I don't really know like what to do with that.
I also feel the tragedy for this feels inauthentic coming off the last episode, where the tragedy in that one felt very, very real and pointed.
Yeah, rounded.
Sorry,
in a lot of ways.
Again, like this is going to be my catchphrase when talking about this episode, but I'm torn, because on the one hand, I feel just with the amount that they leaned into it, and they have it all over the dialogue, and it was all over the trailers, I feel like on some level, they went into this season with like the conscious idea of, we have our Bridgerton episode. Bridgerton is one of the biggest things in the world. We're going to kind of tacitly lean on Bridgerton as a thing that will, like, people will hear that name in the marketing for this season, and it'll bring new viewers into the show, because that's just so huge.
Comic book advertising.
And, like, I get that pragmatically. For the purposes of this story flowing better, if I were in the writer's room, I would say, just take out all of the explicit Bridgerton references. Maybe Ruby can get the one line where she's like, this is like Bridgerton. Yeah, then like, yeah, you want to put that in all the trailers for the season? Great, okay, whatever. One of your characters says Bridgerton, and you see people in fancy dress, and people will be like, oh, it's like Bridgerton. Making it so that the Bridgerton metafiction is like the crux of the episode in so many ways, I think hurts it. It hurts it.
Sorry.
Yeah, it muddies things. It muddles the villains. It muddles how seriously I'm supposed to take certain relationship beats. It muddles the previous episode because they do the Bridgerton colorblind casting, and I think they really just shouldn't have done that. I think give Ruby
or enter it at a different moment of the series.
I think even putting it at a different moment of the series wouldn't have softened the blow any. I think just give Ruby, who's our contemporary Earth person, one line about, like, it's like Bridgerton, and that aside, make it a completely, like, straight, like, historical episode in the sense of, like, you know...
I think you mean a gay historical episode.
Yes. Like, there should be, like...
That's the light of the podcast there.
And because we have dialogue that's, like,
the highlights.
Very subtly, like, oh, the two of us, this crowd, oh, they'll have a reaction to it, and, like, the implication is, like, you know, it's this time period, they're gonna react to seeing gay people. It's like, okay, yeah, good, lean into that. Like, don't, it's like they tried to make a Doctor Who episode set in the Bridgerton universe, and it just doesn't work.
Well, and yeah, it's the really, like, realistic elements of it kind of mix weirdly with the cartoony. and give it this kind of haphazard kind of tone throughout the episode, because we're getting these as I said earlier, the school hard Anthony Stewart Head kind of villains that are just oh, I'm going to blow up the planet, and we're supposed to take the emotional relationship as a very grounded and serious thing between these two characters, while Snidely Whiplash is running around outside.
And
I just you can't do it.
More with the Sarah Jane's history to the show compared to Rogue, and they get some really delving into that.
And this is also tying into something that we talked about last time, which is the lack of real compelling villains this season.
Yeah.
What this story needed was one of these guys to be the Anthony Head figure who could meet the Doctor almost like generals meeting during a war and could have that dialogue back and forth. That would have been great to have the Doctor speak to one of... Because here's the thing, and this again ties into the fact that why are they escalating to frickin' destroying the world? Rogue is a bounty hunter. He's here to get these guys because they've murdered people. That by itself is stake enough. But if the Doctor's going to be basically advocating for them and saying, we can stop them, but I can't let you kill them, have the Doctor try and reason with one of them, meet one of these guys and give the Doctor and the villain of the episode some dialogue. Those used to be the best scenes in any given Doctor Who story. It's the Doctor and a villain just talking for a bit. That's name any Chibnall era story and the Doctor and the villain in a room talking is going to be one of the best scenes in any given episode. And
Usually Joey's best thing as well.
Yeah, and it's we just don't get any of that in this season outside of very, very briefly in Empire of Death and the Devil's Chord. That's really it.
And you can't really blame the lack of time this season has, because that scene with the 10th Doctor and Anthony Head, that's one scene in that episode from what I can recall, because it's been a while since I've seen School Reunion. Yeah, and it's enough to give that episode weight. Yeah, you don't need I said that this needed a two-parter, but looking back at it, you just need more moments to basically commit to your ideas. Because
that's really it. It needs to come in.
We can really give these moments weight without having to do much, and there's a lot of stuff here you can sacrifice to get there. I just want to, before we move on, I just want to talk about the use of Ruby in this episode. I liked her little B-plot with the other maid. It reminds me of similar stuff they did with Rose, but Ruby feels a lot more flighty and impulsive, or Rose is a lot more kind of grounded and, kind of has a working class vibe for her. Ruby's way more of a dreamer, and it is a thing that gets her in trouble. I like those moments with her. I think it's good characterization. The problem is, I fucking hate them doing the fake outs. I don't even think the episode... it's hard for me to see if the episode is trying to make the audience believe it's real. I thought it would be something they would lead into the finale with, but obviously that's not what happened. They do that thing where they go, like I said, I think I referenced, I hate the flashback to Carla and them bringing up a promise he made her, when it's you could have just fucking put this in another episode and have this pay off. You could have used this at the end of fucking Space Babies.
That's my thing. I have three main things about this whole plot point. One of them is, I'm fine with them flashing back to a previous conversation between 15 and Carla if we had seen that conversation prior to now.
Yes, exactly.
If we end Space Babies, or even, Devil's Chord or something, I don't know, just pick an episode before this one. If we end it with that conversation where 15 promises to keep Ruby safe, and then we flash back to that moment here, that would have hit a ton of bricks. But instead, it creates this really weird structure. Putting aside anything else, this whole stretch of the episode is paced and structured really bizarrely, because it's us in a room, and the Cholder come in, and we think we've got them all trapped, and they come in with Ruby, and we think that Ruby's dead, and before we even, fully, nobody, obviously, none of us actually think Ruby's dead, but before we're even allowed the space to think maybe she's Ruby's dead. We trap them. The Doctor and Rogue walk into a room, like a separate room, and we have a flashback, and the Doctor's like, fine, fuck it, I'm gonna kill all of them. And then we leave that room and we go back to the room where we just looked like... It's just really awkward, like, leaving one room to enter another and have a scene there and then come back into the room. It's really, really weirdly structured. When you could
It feels like a second draft edit that was, like, not properly integrated into the existing scene.
Yeah.
Like, they were like, oh crap, we need to have this thing get set up. Let's have them walk over here, say it, and then come back to the same setting.
And
what's been very famous for this season that everyone has complained about, it feels like a deleted scene that they have to go back in because it became plot relevant.
Hooray!
The thing that, like, ties into this and what you were mentioning with Ruby earlier, which is, like, yeah, I really get, like, vibes of a plot that you would do for Rose in series 1 or 2, or even, like Martha and Tallulah comes to mind, where you, like, pair the companion with another sort of girl character who's around their age and is, like, of the period that we're visiting, and we can kind of, like, compare, contrast, like, build this friendship with somebody who's, like, got the attitudes of that time. And I think there's one of two ways that you could go with it. Either have that character be, like, an actual, like, person, and partway through the episode, the shoulder gets them and kills them. And that, I think, could be a really cool wake-up call for Ruby as to, like, the real lethality of what's going on here.
She spends, like, half the episode talking to.
Yeah.
Have that be the real person who then gets replaced halfway through, instead of them always having been a shoulder.
Yeah, either that, or, if they always were a shoulder, how does Ruby feel about that? Because we pivot pretty immediately into, like, really silly, we're fighting. That's another thing. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, the fucking fight thing,
This is crazy. This is crazy, the fact that you wrote out this episode and, like, filmed it and edited it, and nobody thought watching it that this is too many moods and too many things to swing from. Because we go from, oh my god, Ruby it's like we thought Ruby was dead, but no, it's actually Ruby who we have accidentally consigned to death in this death trap. Flashback to this really silly, like, fight scene, complete with the period music, and now, okay, we're done with that, we're back in the moment, and Ruby's about to die, and, ooh, this is, I don't understand what the tonal approach to this whole, like, 5-6 minutes of screen time was, but I think...
Kind of rooted like a heist movie, like, where you go in and then you, like, learn about the plot, like, from flashbacks to kind of inform new decisions, but there's no reason to shoot it like that.
Yeah, there's no reason that we couldn't have... Okay, so I'm going to get back to my point in a second, but there's really no reason to try and fool the audience the way that the Doctor is fooled. Just don't cut away from Ruby, especially since they have to cheat. They have to cheat really hard, because we cut to the outside of the room as the shoulder attacks Ruby. We hear Ruby scream, and we see the, like, flashes of light that's like she's getting killed. We cut back to the flashback, that never happened. Like, there is no light flashing, there is no Ruby screaming, it's just a fight scene. So, like, they put themselves into this corner trying to fool the audience, when really, just have Ruby discovers that she's a shoulder, and then the fight scene happens. And then Ruby comes up with this quote-unquote clever plan. And then the Doctor thinks that she's dead, but the audience is like, no, Doctor, you don't get it. This is the whole thing. That would have honestly been more tragic and more effective.
Oh, yeah. The tension for that scene should not be the audience thinks Ruby has died because nobody fucking believes that. The tension should be the Doctor has accidentally trapped his friend in this fucking trap.
Yeah, it should be the dramatic irony that the Doctor doesn't know what the audience knows. But
it's very much the Hitchcockian thing of the audience knows the bomb is underneath the train.
Yeah.
The tension is you know something is going to go wrong because the Doctor is being hot-headed.
But so, like, option one is Ruby's friend is actually a legit person and she dies halfway through the episode, or she's been a shoulder the whole time and we actually, like, do a character thing with that, because instead of pivoting right to Ruby's like, okay, I'm ready to fight this person, she should have some feelings about being, like, emotionally manipulated that way.
Yeah.
And it should tie into the central theme of the shoulder this episode, which is, like, them dehumanizing people, them treating people's real lives like it's a game or like a TV show or their entertainment. Ruby has just been used as a pawn in their little LARP, like, playtime, basically, and she should have something to say about the fact that she's been made like a tool in this little charade, and yet we don't do anything with that.
And
yeah,
again,
she was emotionally manipulated and completely, like, taken into this kind of, like, parody world, and it's like they never address the seriousness.
And
yeah, they don't care about the emotions of the people that they're doing this to, and they never develop enough to go beyond that kind of, like, one-dimensional villainy.
And the thing is, like, we've just had, like, her Spotlight episode is all about her feeling like everyone abandons her because of what happened to her when she was an infant.
Oh my God,
and
you're
we
right.
have literally somebody lying to her, pretending to be a friend for the entire episode, and she has no reaction to that.
Yeah, and this is, like, the one friendship outside of the Doctor that she's allowed to have up to this point in the show. Like, there's such a gold mine here, and again, tie that into a moment where the Doctor talks to one of them. Like, that should be the moment where you lay out the themes of the episode, is the Doctor finds the lead shoulder, and it's like, why don't you just stop doing this? Like, what's the point? And they should lay out, like, we don't care, man. Like, this is fun for us. We're having a good time. Like, these little people that we're killing, who cares? It's just entertainment. It's sport.
And it's a thing where, like, outside of the finale and the premiere, there's no wonder people think that this series seems to be aired out of order, because you could rearrange every episode and there is zero impact on the story or the narrative or the stakes. And you compare it to, like, even an episode from, like, I don't know, Series 5, which is, like, the entry point for me, you cannot move any of those episodes and have it have the same effect. For this series, though, you can move anything around, really.
And
it's frustrating because there's so much potential here for great characterization, even within the confines of 8 episodes, and they're just not taking advantage of it.
And
it's not as serialized.
Yeah, it's not. And it's really frustrating and unfortunate, because I think the fact that we're talking about this here is really reflective of the experience of watching the season. Because I know a lot of people love this episode, but this episode is where it becomes really clear to me how true that is. And it was true on the first viewing, and it's true now, because
the only thing combining everything together and giving it a true line is the fucking Susan Twist subplot, which I don't care about because it doesn't mean anything until the final 2 episodes.
Yeah, like, if we had done what we're suggesting, and we had, like, used Ruby's subplot as, like, emotionally building on what we established in 73 Yards, then that would be a moment of, like, cool. We are having emotional through lines with these characters. If the Doctor had reacted to losing Rogue in a way that felt more in line with the previous episodes, that would be a moment of, like, okay, we are establishing things about these characters to be paid off or played with naturally in future episodes. But instead, the experience of watching Rogue is realizing that what you're saying is absolutely true, which is we do some neat character work and some neat thematic work across individual episodes, and yet none of it feels like it is interacting with the other episodes around it meaningfully.
Yeah. You know what they could have done, really, now that I think about it? You know, instead of the Doctor trying to close off, have the Doctor try to reach out to Ruby because pick up on that she's upset over her being betrayed by this friend.
Yeah.
And then have her turn that around and have her talk about Rogue, because it makes more sense to me that a person that's more emotionally open wouldn't try to close off with his emotion, would try to transfer that onto somebody else rather than deal with
Yes!
themselves.
There's so much potential in this story to, like, tie threads of previous episodes together into something that makes this season a complete-ish package. And, like, you'd think that the onus for that would be on the finale, but it's really... This is the special thing about the way that Doctor Who approaches storytelling, because... And I didn't think about this so much, like, consciously, until watching that video that goes into the 12th Doctor era that I mentioned from Cosmic Night. Where it's like, if you're paying attention, and if the show is doing its job right, then emotional climaxes are really happening in the standalone episodes before the finale. Like, Donna's emotional climax is really in turn left. Rose and Ten's emotional climax, as far as, like, a relationship goes, is, like, I won't even say climax, but, like, the Satan episodes. That's massive for their relationship. And it's not in a way that's... Yeah, it's not in a way that's in your face. It's not in a way that needs to be like, oh, it's the finale. It's a pretty self-contained story, but at its heart, it's about the Doctor and Companion and getting those characters explored and brought to an apotheosis in a natural way that ties in with the story that you're telling.
And those Turn Left and the same two-parter are two of the most celebrated episodes of the show.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is because of that through line that they're able to put through.
You can't...
Like, Donna's one of my favourite characters because... Donna's one of my favourite companions. And I'm not even a huge fan of RTD's era, but she's one of my favourite companions because there's so much effort to her character and her struggle. And it's why people... And it's why, like, over a decade after she's gone, people are clamouring for them to come back, and that's why they did come back. Because that episode, that series put so much work into their characters and their dynamic.
And it's not...
And
it's also...
We could have had the same with...
We could have
had the same with Ncuti and Ruby. And because Millie... Ncuti and Millie... the Doctor... Because the actors clearly can handle it. And we've had episodes where their characters get great spotlights, but there's no through line.
And, like, you can do that with episodes that aren't even that beloved, because, like, I think about Series 3.
Yeah.
You could never just, like, randomly place Lazarus Experiment anywhere. That episode is where it is for a reason. 42. You could never put 42 near the start of Series 3, because that episode is so much about, like, the Doctor coming to truly realize Martha's worth, and Martha, like, being super proactive and, like, really asserting herself as a partner that the Doctor can rely on, and, like, her coming to terms with her, like, relationship with her family relative to what she's been doing with the Doctor this whole time. Those episodes are placed very specifically for there to be a clear, dramatic arc to the relationship of these characters that follows naturally from beginning to middle to end. Here, I feel like I'm constantly... We got really solid beginning for the Doctor and Ruby's relationship arc, and then I feel like I'm just nebulously in this very incoherent, very undefined middle until very suddenly we're at the end. And I mean, like, I feel like we're in the middle up through The Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire of Death, and then suddenly we're at this end that isn't earned in the final minutes of that story. And again, I bring this all up now because Rogue is in a perfect position to make that work, and yet it doesn't. And it's because of the weaknesses in this episode.
And I think part of what you guys are saying too, I've noticed if you kind of step back and look at the overall structure of the season, it very much seems like there was specifically like a beginning, a middle point, and an end in mind, but there was absolutely nothing for like the interstitial tissue. So you start out with the legend of, A House on Ruby Road. Yes, thank you. And that's the intro. You get the two midpoints that are emotionally like the most important for character development in 733 Yards and the Maestro episode. And then the final bit is we lead into the big RTD huge explosive finale And I don't want to speculate on the production at all, but it might have been that they like going into it, they had so much uncertainty around like people's shooting schedules and stuff that they had to like compartmentalize. But it also just feels like it was like a first draft of their plot line overall, and they just forgot to put in the middle parts.
Do we know?
Well, they knew in advance that Ncuti was not going to be available. Rather famously, they had another actor in mind to play the 15th Doctor, but Ncuti blew them away in his audition. So,
okay.
You know, they basically went in saying, we are willing to wait for this guy to be available for us because we want him as our Doctor. So they just kind of shot ahead rather than that. So I don't think it was that issue. And I know people bring up the whole 8 episodes, but like as me and Nick are explaining, this is stuff you can do within the episode, within the time frame of the episode.
Yeah, like
to make these threads stronger. And
yes, we're leaning more towards the laziness.
We've brought up before that there's like a channel that's taking
stuff because I'm not a professional writer. This isn't my job. I do think the professionals should think about this, but that's why it's so frustrating. Because I'm just talking shit with my friends and I'm coming up with ideas that feel like they could coalesce into something a lot stronger. I don't know if it's an endpoint that Russell will come to, but I feel like there's something here that it doesn't feel like they're really putting the time and effort into making these threads feel very effective.
And again, and I want this to be like our last point on Rogue specifically, but the real disappointment and frustration isn't even just that these are ideas that they easily could have done, it's the ideas that feel most natural. And like it's a question of why didn't you? Like the idea of Ruby having this relationship with this one-off character and tying that into what is allegedly the crux of Ruby's character dramatically, in like that sense of like feeling abandoned. Like, why didn't you do that? Why wasn't that your first thought when you were writing out this subplot? That idea of like having the Doctor implicitly or explicitly mention River and build on that reaction that he has to the ring. Why isn't that in the episode? Like the shoulder, like talking about them dehumanizing, having a conversation between the Doctor and somebody who could like voice in dialogue the dehumanizing spirit of like the entitlement that people have in fan like reactions to that. Like, why is that not something that you decided to write? There's no reason that it shouldn't be here. Is what's really frustrating.
Man, I'm telling you.
Like, and again, I'm going to say that I'm just going to beat this a punch in case somebody brings up this point. Even if the guest writers couldn't have picked up on this, Russell should have. He's the head writer. He should have done something to put this in, or left a note.
And it's just like,
and like he's making like again, the whole thing about cosplaying is so easy to do because we've seen this guy we've seen this show with this head writer make fun of its fans before. And I know Living Monsters is not a huge, but they're willing to go there. That's the point.
And it's just the thing that sucks so much about this being the third episode in a row, where Ncuti and Millie don't spend that much time on screen together, is that like it feels, again, I don't think there is an ideal order to this season. That's just the messy situation that we found ourselves in. But it's really awkward to have them spending so little time together coming off of Boom. Because Boom feels like...
And even then, sorry, you're cutting off. I didn't mean to.
Oh, sorry. No, it's just that Boom feels like an episode where after that happens, you give us a lot of time with them together to show how deeply their relationship has strengthened in comparison to previous episodes. Like, Boom feels like it should be a turning point, but we don't get to see it be one because we don't get to see any ramifications.
Like, even in Boom, she spends like half the episode unconscious, so there's still a chunk of time where it's just us with Ncuti and he's not really interacting with Millie. It's really strange, because their relationship is a center point for the finale. There's a lot of good character work before that, obviously, so yeah, I agree. Okay, just before we move on to this and we start talking real stuff, Stopper. Shaka Dr. Cannon.
Oh yeah. Well, didn't we already confirm him canon? Was he not?
I knew you were going to bring this up.
I could not. It's funny because the visual effects artist is on Twitter, and she actually said she had no idea who how much sorry.
Richard, what's his name?
Oh my God, Richard E. Grant. Jesus Christ.
I was blanking too. I was going to say Richard Simmons.
I don't know anybody's names, guys. Like, you're both doing way better than me.
We're editing this out. We're cutting this. No, Richard E. Grant. She didn't know that he was the Shaka Doctor, and of course people on Twitter became very strange about that.
I'm still waiting for Rowan Atkinson to be canon.
Yeah, because she thought it was a Curse of Fatal Death, because he's Richard E. Grant did that too. Oh man. I mean, I don't really have any other reaction to that aside of I mean, we've done how many fucking rows of faces in this show?
Anyway.
Stephen Moffat did it, I think, first.
No,
At least in the
it's
series.
technically done in the Christmas special with the guy who thought he was a doctor.
The governor.
Yeah.
Are y'all ready for this?
So, yeah, score one for the Shaka fans.
Score minus several thousand for the rest of us, because it's time to get into the Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire Death.
I'm going to need a cup of coffee if I'm going to go on a fucking rant about this shit.
So that tells me where Danny is. Brian, how are you feeling about this? Because I'm going to be honest. I felt this when I watched it for the first time. I gave it a second chance just in case I was like, having a moment. But I really feel like it's not a competition. This is the worst finale that the show has done.
Look, it's hard to beat Season 6's finale, but this is like everything that I hated about End of Time again. This like absolutely unearned grandiosity, weird kind of like just kind of posturing by the Doctor, and like him talking about being like the representative of life and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, I get that that's subtext. You need to literally scream it into the void.
Yeah, legit, man.
And like that was kind of my feeling throughout the whole thing. Like when I saw the minions of the episode, the putties, if you will, instantly I was like, oh, okay, we're doing like a kind of like a goofy like RTD finale instead of goofy but also genuinely terrifying, like with the Master. And I think overall I like the idea of people's obsession kind of getting ahead of them. Not to spoil the twist early, but it's kind of that like letting your obsessions kind of eat you alive thing. Was cool on paper. It was very weirdly executed in the episode, and just the idea in general of like them kind of pastiching the idea of the Chosen One was very like interesting. But for actual like Sutekh, other than the voice being cool and apparently the same voice actor from like the actor, so like amazing on that part. He's fine. He very much does not feel like the world-ending threat he's supposed to be. Like the toy maker feels like a bigger threat, and this guy is apparently his dad.
I mean, okay, I guess we're just skipping all over the finale, so just focusing on Legend of Sunday and then going to death.
I consider it, as with any two-part finale, I think of it as one story across 2 hours, so I see no reason to differentiate.
I mean, I love the idea of being told through narrative that fans read too much into this stuff and into this whole thing in an episode based on a fan theory from a fan of this show where it stops dead ass in the middle of it to sit down and say, let's watch Pyramids of Mars. This is this guy telling us you're reading too much into the show.
I mean, we are, Bill.
I mean, okay, so I need to, like, coalesce my fucking thoughts on this whole thing. I mean, the Legend of
like the episode, they're a mess.
It's an RTD finale with all the fucking trimmings, like, you know.
End of time.
The twist reveal, the twist reveal of a monster you like coming back.
The way they did it is literally like you, the viewer, staring at a screen through Ncuti's eyes while it like slowly does the word pun for you. Yeah. I could not take that bit seriously except for his acting.
Also, what did he call it? Did he call it an anagram in the episode?
Yes, I believe so. It was the wrong anagram.
Yeah, it's not an anagram, dude.
That is clearly the worst part of this episode.
It's a pun. Nick, are you?
See, you're not the first person I've heard say that this has like all of the trimmings of Russell's finales, and I suppose on some level, but I feel like this is bizarrely bad for him in the way that I can't think of any other finales by Russell that have this exact problem, or these exact problems, plural, because one thing that I came away from this episode with is like, or this story, why is this 2 episodes? And that's a thought that I've had watching certain Moffat finales and certain Chibnall finales, is like, this is 2 parts and it could or should be like 1 hour long episode. I've not felt that about any Russell finales until now. It's like so much.
What do you mean that the story's overstuffed? Can't you remember all the things that Russell contributed to the narrative?
Why is Mel here? Why is Rose here? And like, Brian, you're talking about like this story
and the Blinks.
And the Blinks. I mean, the Blinks is just a fixture in the building, whatever. Like, yeah. Okay. Let me just start with, like, the most broad thing in response to something Brian said, which is that, like, you're talking about how this story is aiming for, like, a sense of grandiosity, and it is sometimes. Sometimes, though, it feels like it is so small and so barren and so un-grand, and like, in one scene, I feel like that's deliberate, but think about the fact that up until we start, like, frickin' dog-walking Sutekh around the universe, the majority of our finale is spent sitting and talking in the TARDIS, walking and talking in an office building, sitting and talking in a room with this lady and her dead child, which is like a really good scene, granted, but so much of Empire of Death is just sitting and walking and talking and like expositing and not much actually happening. There's no real action. It's an astonishingly boring episode for an RTD finale.
There's almost no like emotional connection with it either. That's the same problem. I beat this comparison to death. It is the same for me as End of Time. It's so wide in its scope, and it's so completely devoid of like really actual like smaller moments. The scene between her and him and the forgetting lady really reminded me of Penn and Wilf on the spaceship near the end of time. And it like, why can't we have more of that? That makes me care about everything that's happening way more than the Doctor, as you said, walking Fido across the timeline. I don't care about it at all.
I'm in the position where I'm defending stories I like, because we've done a podcast on this. You both know I fucking hate the End of Time. But Wilf being in it is one of the strongest, is a really strong emotional thread throughout the entire episode. And we've had so many other episodes developing him as a character, developing his relationship with the Doctor, developing his relationship with his family. He feels real. And maybe a lot of that is on Bernard Cribbins just being the most likable man on the fucking planet. But
rest in peace.
I feel so much to that. And you bring up the scene in the desert with the woman whose child had died. Easily the best scene in both episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And it is so horrifying. It is so emotionally resonant. It has such interesting concepts of when time dies, memory dies, because that's an interesting thread. Russell just kind of, again, another end of time thing where he has ideas, leaves them to balance and doesn't do anything with them. And then it's completely pointless. There's no purpose. Scene serves no purpose. It's the best scene in the episode and it should have been cut.
Problem with that too, just in terms of like pacing and editing, like they totally should have split this potentially into like a longer story arc and go exactly into what was happening in those scenes and have it slowly explain to you like the level of power that Sutekh had, because even though we keep getting told he's the Doctor's greatest enemy, he barely does anything to like the universe other than turn people into dust.
He just sits around.
Like he's just Thanos.
And so, like, to speak to that specific scene, the problem with that, as compared to a scene with, like, the Doctor and Wolf in the End of Time, is that on that scene, on the spaceship, and even some smaller exchanges, like the bit with them in the cafe is a bit that, you know, I don't really like the way that the Doctor talks about regeneration in that scene, but it's a good moment to have those characters sit and just commiserate and connect emotionally for a good, lengthy chunk of dialogue. And even another one that I like, that I've been watching Doctor Who with my students semi-recently, and we got to the End of Time, so like I have fairly fresh views on it. And the scene where the Doctor and Wilf are both tied up, and the Master is going into his backstory with both of them, and it's like a genuine conversation between the three of them, and it's this brief, like, transitional point in the episode where you almost want to feel like the Doctor does, that, like, the Master could be talked down. And until there's, like, a turn in that scene where the Master's like, oh no, I'm going to double down on my plan, you're like, oh, there's a vibe here where, like, this is a conversation between three people who could almost get on the same page. And it works. But the thing about all those things is that they work as Doctor character moments as much as anything else. The scene with the lady in Empire of Death could be cut because it's basically like a short film inserted into this episode, and it's not a short film about the Doctor, it's a short film about that lady. It is a character moment for her, this person that we don't know, but it's really effective, but the Doctor in that scene could be anybody. Like, that's not a moment for his character, really. And so even the best scene in the episode is, like, it's not meaningfully saying anything about our main character.
It's another thing where it's really obvious to me that, like, the Legend of Ruby Sunday feels so fucking padded that the end of that episode should have been Ncuti screaming in the clouds, watching everything go by, and the opening should have been that moment. Because it works so much better as an opener, setting the tone, setting where the world is, setting how things are going, than us ending on the Sutekh reveal.
And like Brian said, it would give us more time to explore what the universe, like a dead universe that's slowly dying, looks like, instead of we get it for one scene and then we spend 10-15 minutes in an office building.
Well, and to add on to that, in terms of how it's placed in the season, it would have been better, in my opinion, if even the effects of Sutekh were felt prior to this episode. Like, you guys know how they were stealing planets, like, way before the big reveal of Davros's, like,
Yes.
Singularity Engine or whatever.
And I just
that
watched...
that was sewn in to the background, and you were aware that there was a looming threat, whereas this was just kind of like, this woman keeps popping up everywhere, and nothing bad happens, but it's weird. Completely does not give them enough time to establish the threat that Sutekh represents, whereas with the Giggle, like, there was a little bit more time in the preceding episodes leading up to it to kind of establish that, whereas with Sutekh, it just feels kind of like bam, bam, bam. Other than like a couple of token references, his actual impact, even like to the characters, not even necessarily the world, but just like the Doctor and Ruby, is just kind of completely absent. And like even the scene where they first kind of discover his presence using the time window would have hit way harder if we had had like more leading up to it than just these fleeting mentions. Like with the Forgotten Lady as well, like either leave her in and make it part of a larger tapestry of death, so to speak, and like show the dying universe in more facets than just her, or cut the scene. Because you either tell people what's happening or you show them, and this kind of feels like it's half and half. They're trying to exposit and give you just enough that you feel like it's workable as a threat, but it never really feels that way if you're watching it.
Also, because of course, also, and I know because we're just going to talk about this soon, and I want to get this out soon, and I know everyone's made fun stupid. I know this doesn't make any sense, but I have to mention the whole thing of Sutekh hanging on to the TARDIS since the Pyramids of Mars. 50 years of stories has Sutekh hanging on to the TARDIS, and somehow the Doctor never knew.
He was hanging out on the outside of the TARDIS while Amy and Rory were having sex on their wedding night.
Like, if they had done something like this bullshit salt, if they had done something to contextualize the mythos in even a passing way of maybe mentioning the salt and the whole edge of the universe thing, giving him some semblance of power, because that's the first time we hear the growl is in Wild Blue Yonder, that would have been fine, but we're just meant to believe that he just kind of hung out for however long the Doctor's timeline was never noticed by the TARDIS or anything. The mountains of things that happened to the Doctor and the TARDIS since then, it's too... I mean, I know people do this stupid bullshit continuity thing and complain about stupid, meaningless, pointless bullshit, but it's trying to build up a mythology for Sutekh to have his effects have more impact, and it's the basis of it is so fucking silly. It really breaches my threshold of disbelief for a show which has a ridiculously high threshold. I'm somebody who is completely okay with the moon being an egg, and this was too much for me to deal with.
And it's always because of like time vortex radiation that the really ridiculous stuff happens. Like they just expect me to believe, oh yeah, this guy who is like psychic just got exposed to raw time energy, and it made him like a god. And I'm like, okay, how? What does that even mean? You can't, like, they didn't even show it.
I'm not really going to go into the whole thing of, like, I don't think this fits Sutekh's personality in the Pyramids of Mars that well, because the one thing great about him is that he's an incredibly powerful alien who thinks he's a god. He's a powerful monster with a god complex, and that's what makes him so fascinating, because he isn't all powerful. The Doctor, by defeating him, by throwing him into the time vortex, and that's what makes him so interesting. He's an arrogant, really powerful alien, but he's not a god. But I know why they changed that, and I know the whole that story hasn't aged in a lot of aspects particularly well. I mean, Pyramids of Mars is great, but I get the changes they put in there, but also I think that's really all I want to talk about for that, because I'm also used to Russell T Davies bringing villains back that aren't very popular and bucking their characterization. I will never forgive him for what he did to Makra. I will hold that grudge till the day I die.
This story is the kind that's frustrating to talk about, because it's one of those where literally every aspect of it is flawed in some way. Everything.
Yep.
And it all ties together So, like, it's really hard to talk about one way in which it doesn't work without getting immediately sidetracked onto, like, 5 or 6 different things that ties into. So I'm going to try my best to structure the rest of this conversation somehow, and I'm going to start by building directly on what you're talking about with him being attached to the TARDIS all this time. Because one of the big issues with this story is that so much of it is completely pointless. By which I mean, why? Why was he attached to the TARDIS this whole time? The story would have you believe so that Sutekh can kind of act as like an externalized version of the Doctor's guilt. Because we have that scene where it's like, it's all my fault. All the times that I visited Earth, 1999, the 18 fucking whatever, every planet that I've ever visited, Sutekh has like sown the seeds by my visitation to kill all life on that planet. It's all my fault. And then he screams out into the void, and Mel and Ruby come up to give him a hug, and it's a great big thing, and then we do not mention it again for the rest of the episode. The rest of the Empire of Death is not about the Doctor's guilt complex, or any sense of him feeling responsible for all of this that has been done. That scene, halfway through the episode, if even halfway, like what, a quarter of the way through the episode, was the entire reason that we had the mechanism for this be that Sutekh was attached to the TARDIS all the time. That was it. That one bit of, frankly, kind of flimsy character work is why we had that whole plot point.
And on top of that, it doing what he did with it takes away from the like Lovecraftian kind of idea of the characters that were in this pantheon in the first place, because we were initially sold on the idea that they're these weird outside context magic characters from like outside of the universe. But no, all of them came from inside of the universe and developed there and were born there, and they just existed outside because the Doctor
Shit doesn't make any fucking
It's
sense!
like really boring.
Like,
That's
how?
more of an issue with the fact that Sutekh was a pre-existing character with his own story, and the way
That's fine, but like still, there's a way to integrate the unknowable into that in some way.
Like we were talking about the fact that, like, having this be Sutekh at all is like, it's going to be alienating to new viewers because they don't have any frame of reference. And people are like, well, it's fine. If you're a new viewer and this is your first season of Doctor Who, then the whole Sutekh thing isn't what's going to stick out to you. It's just going to be like, oh, this is the god of death. This is the father of the toy maker and the progenitor of all the gods that we've been hearing about up to now, and like the legions, whatever. But it's on a fundamental storytelling level, taking out how familiar you are or aren't, as soon as you tie in the father of this pantheon into the Doctor's personal history, which you do over the course of the episode, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? What does that mean? Like, how? How is Sutekh in any way the progenitor of the Toymaker? Explain to me how that's possible. Because, like, I'm willing to give, like, the presence of the quote-unquote supernatural in this season, I'm willing to give it, like, the gimme of, like, it exists outside of our universe, and it exists in the form of, like, rules of a different universe being made present in ours, and sometimes it affects things, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes now the Doctor Who universe is going to be beholden to X, Y, Z, and sometimes it is not. Okay, whatever, fine, we don't have to be consistent about it. But if you're going to tell me that that all starts with a guy who we know already, and who has existed in the Doctor Who universe as we've known it for the past 60 years, then I'm sorry, you can't do that. You can't do that. That doesn't work at all.
Well, and it almost, for me, goes back and ruins Wild Blue Yonder, because the Not Things, for me, were kind of like the first beings within that kind of idea of like Lovecraftian abominations from outside of the universe. And I just find out that they were just like guys that were just like there. and Sutekh probably had nothing to do with them. And it actually makes the other episodes feel worse and less connected.
But the thing is, like I said, he wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to make this a sequel to Pyramids based on an idea of Sutekh, how he could survive that story he had when he was a kid, and also go into this new kind of lore he wants to build for this by making him part of the Pantheon so he doesn't have to fully explain to it, but he then tries to do both. And this, again, is an issue with making Sutekh the god of death, because he's doing this while also connecting to the Pyramids of Mars, where I want to stress, Sutekh was not a god. He was an alien who his people's technology inspired a lot of the stuff with the Egyptian gods. Problematic for sure, but you can't try to skirt this issue while also trying to elevate Sutekh in a way that connects him. And the thing is, when they did this with the Toymaker, that was fine, because the Toymaker is very mysterious in the Celestial Toymaker story. We don't know a lot about him, and he lives in this kind of quasi-different world that he has control over mentally. So him being a god completely makes sense for you to expand upon that. For Sutekh, the foundation is completely different to what Russell wants to do with him, and because he's trying to balance these two incredibly incompatible, basically trying to marry oil and water, that it completely fumbles against him and makes everything so convoluted. And worst of all, Sutekh just comes off as kind of boring. And that's the worst thing you could do, because, again, Pyramids of Mars has a lot of flaws. Sutekh is not boring. And it goes back to something Nick said earlier about having a confrontation. One of the best villain confrontations is Sutekh fighting the Fourth Doctor. And one of the few times the Fourth Doctor is both made powerless and terrified. It is brilliantly acted by both Wolf and Tom Baker, and it is so effective. And you can make fun of how cheesy it is, how offensive it is. It's just the raw storytelling in that moment is better than anything in the 2 hours we have with the thing. And it's like something Nick said again about so much to unravel. It reminds me of what Diamanda Hagen said about The End of Time. It's a gish gallop. You pick out one thing to be wrong with it, it opens up 20 different problems that you could be talking. It is such a bizarrely written story.
And okay, I'm glad that you brought up Diamanda, because Brian, you mentioned, like, you compared this to the missing planets thing, and like that also is part of the problem, because Diamanda Hagen recently put up a review of The Stolen Earth and pointed out how, like, it doesn't really make sense the way that the missing planets, like, factor into the rest of the season with how that story resolves. But, like, that's one of those things where I'm straight up like, I do not care. It's really effective for the arc as a narrative arc across the season to do it the way they did it, even if it doesn't make logistical sense with how the actual plot comes together. Because, like, they put all the missing planets back in their proper space and time, which means that they shouldn't be missing at all. But, like, I don't care that much, because it's just really good storytelling to have it be a factor in, like, Partners in Crime and Fires of Pompeii, the way that it is.
And this is a problem with RTD, like, generally. He confuses finales having spectacle with them having weight, and the only time I felt emotionally connected was, like, in Doomsday or in that episode with Davros, because the focus was on the relationships that the Doctor had and not the spectacle. And when you get to this episode, he has to make all this crap up to explain, like, why Sutekh, like, gets exposed to time vortex energy and turns into a godlike being and creates the other guys. But, like, he didn't even need to do any of that. Just make Sutekh this horrifying abomination of death that came in from outside the universe, or developed past the point that we could understand him at some point in the travels that he was going with, and present him that way. But the way that they did it, where he's so, like, petty, despite having, like, all this cosmic power, it is really weird for me. And, like, I don't feel anything when he's on screen. Like, he talks, and I'm just like, I I have no existing nostalgia for you, and just viewing you as a character, you're just kind of here to be menacing. Like, he doesn't have any kind of wants or needs except for this like one desire to like be like us as the viewer and find out what happened with Ruby. And if you had taken all of that out and just have him be like this Lovecraftian character and have the focus be more on Ncuti and Millie as like the emotional kind of center point, you would have had a much better like episode, but also a much easier time of like conveying all the emotions he wanted to convey and like get the audience to feel with him. Like he completely forgets that the emotion needs to be with the spectacle, so he puts it in earlier episodes and resolves emotional plot lines so they have time to like go into the big comic book crossover event at the end of the season. And it just like feels super disjointed every time he does it that way, and he never learns to stop.
Again, this is what I'm talking about. Every single aspect of this episode comes down to like this one fundamental thing that just breaks all of it. Which is like, there's no reason for any of this. There's no reason that this had to be Sutekh. There's no reason that Sutekh had to manifest as this woman who keeps showing up just in this season, even though they've allegedly been here for the past 50 years. There's no reason that he has to care at all about Ruby's mom. There's no reason that Ruby's mom had to be a mystery in the first place. It's all just... And like... Denny, you mentioned it briefly like a minute ago where
Nick, you just gave me a new headcanon. I'd like to believe that the reason that we didn't see all of the other season triads running around is because all the Claras from season 7 were all stopping them.
God. But it's like...
Armies.
It's so frustrating because the sort of meta statement that RTD is trying to make at the end is like, she had meaning because we invested her with meaning. Not only is that incredibly frustrating and cheap and lazy and not earned, it's also not really in the rest of the episode or the season. Like, it's not saying anything that meaningfully reflects on the rest of what we watched. It's just kind of a nothing statement that exists within this scene. It's like, oh, Sutekh is supposed to act as a metaphor for the fans who feel like they're entitled to answers. It's like, sure, but Sutekh's barely in this episode. He just sits around. Like, there is no oomph to that metaphor because Sutekh is not a character. He's just the visual.
Mm-hmm. Also, like, Russell, you are the one insisting that people need to know the answer to these mysteries. So having your characters basically say the mysteries didn't matter and you shouldn't care is just an incredible, like, dick move from a writing perspective. It's like dangling your keys in front of somebody and then punching them and telling them they're a bad person for caring about the keys in the first place. It's such fucking condescending bullshit, if that's the reason he was going for.
I will say one thing in defense of the twist, and it's that I do like how it kind of paints Sutekh as a victim of his own obsession. Like, if he had just not cared and let everyone die, he would have won. Like, flat out. It was his desire to learn this completely inconsequential thing that enabled the people that were trying to stop him to eventually walk him through a meat grinder. And that part I really thought was interesting, and it's something that the show hasn't really, like, to the best of my knowledge anyway, really explored as much.
Okay.
But, like,
You just
as
made me
we said
realize something.
many times earlier, first draft.
Also, Sutekh was defeated by his own curiosity, and in the second he realized that Ruby was bluffing him. His inability to remember he has the ability to mind control people.
So, okay, two things.
I wasn't sure if something was, like, up with the intelligent rope, because they kept bringing it up.
Yeah,
we're
But I
talking
didn't
about
remember
the rope.
anything
Okay.
about them.
It was a reference to Treasure and Ruby rope. I don't know if it's like a rope that makes people who are around it dumber.
The
Okay,
orb of stupidity.
so one,
Sorry, go on.
You guys need to inform me, because I've watched the episode twice, and I feel like I'm missing something. How do the Doctor and Ruby and Mel know that Ruby's mom is something that Sutekh is interested in? Because Sutekh tells...
they know it by process of elimination.
Basically because he wouldn't kill them. I think that's...
Yeah, and it was also... This was kind of not stated directly in the episode, but, like, looking at it, he's attached to the TARDIS, and he can only go where the TARDIS has been. So the idea is that the TARDIS has been pretty much everywhere else, but because of that stuff that he was saying about, like, how he can't go back to that time ever because he'd be crossing his own history, that was, like, the one place Sutekh could only visit once, and he couldn't learn the mystery. So his, like, omnipotence was shielded from knowing this one thing, and that's why he was so obsessed with it. But it's, like, a lot of that is conveyed through, like, subtext and just, like, facts about the situation without it being, like, made explicit in any way.
That's stupid. So is the entire scene with the rope. Because I don't want us to gloss over this rope thing, because this shit's fucking insane. Ruby walks right up to Sutekh's face, drops that scream, and the instant that she drops that scream, he should have killed her. But instead, we've got like a good 20 seconds of her leashing him with this rope, running back to the Doctor. He's like pawing at this rope, like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, sends his two henchies very, very slowly after them, and just, what the fuck is this scene?
Yeah, like, it diminishes Sutekh as a god, because, like, they did it correctly with the Toymaker. He always feels threatening, he always feels like he's going to destroy you.
The Maestro
and, like,
as well.
You're genuinely afraid every time that the companions go up against him. Sutekh here is just like, I'm the Lord of the Dead, I'll kill all of you, and I'm like, then do it. Stop talking and kill them.
Why do your minions need to walk slowly towards them? We've seen them eradicate planets by holding their hand in front of their face
Operate
and blowing.
the unnecessarily slow lowering death machine. Just Dr. Evil stuff, straight up.
Also, the Doctor has this big fucking brouhaha about killing Sutekh, making him the god of death, or whatever.
I represent life.
I fucking hate when they do this with the Doctor. But let's go over the fact that the 15th Doctor not only fucking impaled that goblin in like his first major full episode, but also in this episode used the whistle to fucking murder Harriet Arbinger, and she's the only person who doesn't come back after Sutekh dies. Because Sutekh didn't kill her.
Yeah.
And he never brings this up.
I never thought about that, but Jesus, you're right.
He killed, and like, as far as we know, because we know Susan Technology, whatever the fuck her name is an innocent person brought into this. Wouldn't it's implied that Harriet Arbinger is too, and he straight up uses the TARDIS to kill her, and it's never fucking brought up again.
They're all like creations of Sutekh, but they're like autonomous. Like they're functionally just people outside of their roles as like avatars. So like the Doctor just killed a basically innocent human.
I don't know how true that is.
Don't say anything about it.
I don't know how true that is for the Harbingers.
Killing this fucking death guy destroyed like the entire universe.
See, this is a problem of the episode being vague and weird, because I don't know how true this is. Because we go out of our way to explain that Susan Triad is like a real person who's lived a life on all of these worlds. And like, so I'm confused. Are there a million Susan Triads just existing on different planets? Are there multiple? Forget it, Lita. Who cares? But
they're like clones. They're like Claras. They're spread up all over the place. And it was stated that like the Earth one was especially like prominent
because he visited Earth so many times. Yeah. But okay. But if Harriet Arbinger is supposed to be like Henry Arbinger, then I don't know if she is a fully realized person. Because Henry Arbinger is, like, clearly somebody signed this kid up for piano lessons with this guy, right? And yet, like, the Maestro comes in and is able to just eradicate him with the wave of the hand, and yet that episode ends, and Henry Arbinger is, like, existing independent of the maestro, and yet is clearly still shady and up to shit. He's not participating in the musical number, which implies that he's, like, out of sync with humanity or the world. Is Harriet Arbinger just another manifestation of Henry Arbinger? Are the Harbingers the same for each god? I don't know. I don't think we have enough to go on to assume that Harriet Arbinger is an actual person who we need to be worried about being brought back to life, is my point.
I have a question about how they dealt with them, because, like, each Pantheon character was taken out by some inversion of, like, what their thing is, like the toy or the Toymaker lost a game, and the maestro that had a special cord
was sealed with a cord.
Yeah, Sutekh's opposite is apparently getting shredded. Like, I don't. The fact that he just gets, like, dragged, like, along the pavement, and, like, I get that he's a dog, but, like, that thing makes no sense. It doesn't work as, like, dealing with his concept of death, you know?
My ultimate cosmic opposite, a rope.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we're bringing death to death. I'm like, but, like, conceptually that's not true. Like, why does the time vortex hurt him? Like, everything about, like, the fact that he's tied to it makes no sense to me. I'm like, if he had, like, used the time vortex to go somewhere else, like, to another dimension, and became, like, affected by it, and it warped him and turned him into a new kind of being, that would make way more sense and still fit into the goddamn Lovecraft theme that I won't shut up about. But they choose instead to have him be existent within this place, but then create things that are supposedly outside.
If we bring death to death, and Sutekh is the capital G god of death, then does that mean that everybody's alive now? Like,
Danny Pink is back, baby!
Did we accidentally...
Everybody lives, movie.
Did we
Just forever. Everybody lives.
Did we accidentally plunge the Doctor Who universe into perpetual Miracle Day?
That would be an amazing idea for a miniseries. They should have actually just put that in to the season as well. Like, we could have had a Miracle Day arc dealing with Sutekh's powers. Just any, like, the fact that we barely deal with him as a character, like, his influence or anything, is just wild to me. There's no footprints of him beyond name drops. Ruins the reveal.
I was gonna say, maybe we should have done this in order, but, like, because we've talked so much about Empire Death, but really, to me, what that just highlights is how little there is to talk about in Legend of Ruby Sunday. Because
pretty much.
Here's my thing, is that, like, again, I tweeted about this. I went into this pair of episodes ready to give it a second chance, because prior to us doing this discussion, it was the only part of the season that I had not watched at least twice. So I sit down and put on The Legend of Ruby Sunday, and we are not even at the opening credits before I'm like, oh no, this is going to be real bad. Because the opening scene is... Because, like, Brian, you compare this a lot to The End of Time, and I feel like that is so unfair to The End of Time. Because The End of Time is really bloated, and it's written really stupidly, but there's, like, buffers of moments that make sense, and it's structured in a way that's pretty straightforward. The biggest, like, what the fuck is even happening scene in The End of Time logistically is the Master being resurrected. And that scene happens a good ways into part one. Like, we have firmly, like, got our feet on the ground, established some level of, like, stakes, some level of what our narrative is, even before we get to that scene. The cold open of The Legend of Ruby Sunday just hits the ground running with a Master resurrection level of, I don't understand this doesn't make any sense, as, like, a piece of writing. Because Ruby and the Doctor come in, and they're like, okay, without any, like, getting the audience prepared, we're here. Like, suddenly, we're coming to unit because we we've noticed that Susan Triad is following us around, even though there's zero indication that that's something that the Doctor and Ruby have picked up on in the previous episodes. The viewers, the fans who are theorizing about it, they've picked up on it, but no indication at the end of the previous episode or anywhere.
They're really fans with how they interact with the audience. Like, they show up, and you're just supposed to assume that they're at a point in their, like, arc for the season where it would make sense for this thing to happen now. And they've done no set. Like, can you imagine if, for a second, if 73 yards had been, like, just, like, Sutekh's influence or something? How, like, and if they had handled that kind of unknowable eldritch horror with him, that would have been amazing. They could have done that through line so easily, and they didn't. It's just straight up, you are at the ending. There was nothing in between except for 73 yards and the first episode of the season. That's it. And it's that same kind of jumbled around filler that's in the middle that I was talking about earlier that has no, like, causal connection to, like, any of the scenes before or after. And it comes to a head with this.
I'm not entirely sure how true this is or not, but from what I've heard, there was originally a different opening, a pre-title credit, a pre-title sequence to this episode, and it was just going over the different Susan triads that were appearing towards the Doctor and Ruby were noticing, and I think
cut it.
That was kind of condensed into the brief moments you see when the episode comes back and the Doctor puts them up on television or whatever. No, sorry, that's after. When the Doctor puts them up. That was meant to be an extended thing where they were trying. And yeah, I mean, that would have made a lot more sense in order to kind of acclimate the viewers into pointing out this pattern. And, like, it doesn't really show us the Doctor and Ruby suddenly getting interested enough to tell Eunice, but it would give that kind of contextual sense of this being a grand thing that needs to be explored for this two-parter. And also, it just, like, because that scene in Eunice, that pre-title sequence is such a, this is after the credits where he flies in and starts yapping on and on and on. It's such a long exposition. It's a really long exposition scene that's cut in half to the point where he talks about Susan, that it really does feel like this was initially after the credits, because it's just one really long exposition. And it feels like this is us opening the episode and the stakes of the episode all together, but it feels like they cut it to make it a new pre-title sequence once they got rid of the other one.
You just gave me a brain blast, too, because, like, what if during, like, Dot and Bubble, if they had, like, implied that, like, Susan Triad of the homeworld was, like, the reason why that, like, the AIs turned evil and killed everybody, because Goddess of Death. Like, they could have done
that would have been cool. But
they could have connected it anywhere, and they just did nothing with all of those episodes.
And so again, past...
I'm better that he tried to did try to nullify the effect of that episode.
But again, just...
Even if it was just, like, 5 seconds, just, like, throw in a seed, that's it.
But keeping on with the bizarre writing choices in this scene, it's like, okay, Ruby and the Doctor come in, they've noticed Susan Triad, alright, sure, whatever, man. But they've come to Unit for help on, like, finding out who the fuck she is. And it's like, oh, well, she's got the frickin' S-Triad technologies. And the Doctor's like, oh, man, you guys didn't realize, I hate to point this out, but it's an anagram for TARDIS. And then you have everyone in Unit, like, looking at him weird. It's like, yeah, it's the first thing we thought of. What do you think we are, fucking stupid? And it's like, okay, like, why even... I don't understand why that has to be a dialogue exchange. Just have someone in the room point out that it's an anagram for TARDIS, and, like, don't draw this weird...
Meta joke. Yeah, like, that's purely just them saying, like, oh, like, you assume in an exposition scene that everybody's going to be asking stupid questions, but no, like, we're already more informed about this than you are right now.
And then we have, like, we transition to talking about, like, okay, we also want to find Ruby's mom, and it's, like, a really blunt, like, okay, here's our 2 arcs, and we're very arbitrarily deciding to resolve them both here and now, because it's the finale.
Yeah, there's no motivation for the characters to do this.
But he didn't even...
No, and
He had it be a surprise. He didn't even tell Ruby that was part of the reason that they came here.
And the shit that connects them is like completely like unrelated to anything that happens in both episodes. Like the fact that he wants to go back and see who her mom is has no bearing on this episode whatsoever, outside of like being a MacGuffin.
By the way, I love that that this is a very complaint observation that one of the photos they use for the one they use for Ruby and Carla is a BTS scene of 73 yards. It's just a photo they shot behind the scene.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's true.
Yeah,
that's great.
It's really funny.
But so like that all happens, and I got the order mixed up because I'm pretty sure we start talking about Ruby's mom. No. Okay, so I'm getting mixed up because Ruby's mom doesn't actually come up until after the credits. But fine, whatever.
Yeah.
But so then our transition into the credits is Ruby being like, "Oh, but Doctor, don't you see even more than the TARDIS anagram? Her name is Susan." And it's like, why are we talking about, like, what the fuck? Ruby, what are you on, man? Like, it's what you said, Danny. It's tying into the end where it's like we're trying to make our characters the stand-ins for like fan theorists because that's the only logic to where someone would be like, it's a mystery. It's around the Doctor. Her name is Susan. Could it be? When it's like nobody in this situation would be bringing that shit up. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's also super annoying how Susan's the big thing they hung the pre-title sequence on. Again, going
and then
back
it results in nothing. Absolutely nothing.
There's absolutely, like, Susan has fuck all to do with this. It's a fucking red herring.
One line where Sutekh says, like, "I did this to torture you with your past."
Not even.
And like,
that's not what he said. He's just like, "Did you think I was family, Doctor?" And like the implication is he did it on purpose to be a dick, but it's never confirmed. We just leave it at that very subtle implication.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say it's subtle personally. I think it's very overt. But
I too read too much TARDIS Wikia, Doctor.
Yes. I'm going to go back and see the times the show was ruined forever again.
And I mean, oh man, this whole thing about, I don't know, I mean, at this rate, because especially after this fucking dick tease of a plot thread, I'm not sure if I even want Susan to come back anymore. It's been too long, and if they don't, like, Carol Ann Ford is in her 80s, and I know, because they did bring William Russell back before he died, but, like, if they don't bring her back, I don't see the point, and it's just, like, it's been way too fucking heavily lampshaded at this point.
I feel the opposite, actually. Like, my instinct is
I was going to say, people could have used that logic to not bring Derek Jacobi in as the Master. Do you want a world where that happened?
But that doesn't make sense, because Derek Jacobi wasn't on the show before.
Yeah, I know, but they brought back the Master through him without having to use the same existing actor. I know one of them was dead, but...
I actually feel the opposite, and, like, granted, I agree that the wind has been taken out of the sails by the way that this episode handles it, but I'm still of the belief that I want Susan to come back, and I prefer if it's not Carol Ann Ford.
You think so?
Yeah, just because, like, I'd be fine if it was, and, like, the idea that Susan grew to old age and, like, lived a semi-normal Earth life, but, like, she's a Time Lord also, like, why would we not want her to come back as, like, a different person and explore the character and, like,
That's Millie Bobby Brown!
The same way that we explore different Time Lords, and, like, I don't know, I think, given how relatively small she actually is as a part of the show's, like, history, Susan is, like, an untapped well of potential that I would like us to tap into the way that we've done, like, the Master.
Danny wants the Ranai to come back first, though, so we gotta wait.
Just say the Ranai.
Yeah.
Ronnie,
thank you. I've only ever seen that written.
I mean, I'd rather, I mean, my preference would be Omega, because Omega fucking rocks. But, no, I mean, again, I do think it is funny how people egg Susan's importance to the show, because, like, I mean, yeah, she's the Doctor's granddaughter, technically the first companion, but also, like, she's show. Like, Carol Ann Ford leaves after, like, the second or third story in season 2.
Yeah.
And then comes back in the Five Doctors, and ignoring the audios, that's the only time she has ever appeared in the actual series. She's barely in it.
I just feel about it now because I'm like in the middle of the first Doctor era, like watching it done properly for the first time, and I feel like there's a really interesting character to Susan in the little we get of her, and how much like she really does feel like a person who was raised by the Doctor, and I would like to check back in on that character if we're going to bring her up.
Well, and something else they really did that was cool with her that I don't hear talked about enough is that they like established in this episode, and I don't know if it was established in the original series as well, that like he's not like it's not his granddaughter from like when he is currently existing wherever he exists.
I don't like that line.
That's straight up something they brought up for this episode and this episode.
Yeah, I kind of like that because it opens up.
There's a kind of plot point in one of the novels that kind of leans towards that, but it's not the same as what this Doctor is implying, though.
I kind of like the idea of just having like this character be from out of time, and then if you bring them back, you have that chance to kind of establish the Doctor's like legacy in a way. Like you can see the effect that they have long term, and I know they love to do that anyway. Like the Trenzalore episode is basically that, but like it would have been a really cool new angle.
I mean, she's currently stuck in 2150, so that kind of solves stuff.
Eventually, he'll get back there.
Or she'll have found a means of time travel, but whatever.
He's going to come back with the milk.
My thing is, it's another thing that's like it. When we're talking about all this potential, and I don't understand from a screenwriting perspective why you would make such a big deal out of it in this story without following up on it in some way. Like, you don't have to bring Susan in, but there's one line towards the end where he's like, I talk about family in a way that I never did before with you. It's like, okay, that's great, but it is not enough. Like, you can't, if you're going to make a big deal out of Susan only for the bait and switch to be that it's Sutekh, then whatever, that's fine. Not how I'd have done it, but on principle, it's fine. But then there's got to be some kind of actual payoff to the Susan angle by the end of the story, right? Like, how do you not do that? Even if it's just the Doctor looking at a picture of Susan after he sees Ruby reunite with her mom. That's all you would need. Like, we had him have a picture of Susan on his desk in the pilot. Just have him be looking at a picture of himself and Susan together, or even just Susan by herself, and the viewers who have never seen a picture of Susan before will be like, what's that about? And that can be like, the audience sees him do that, and he like brings the picture away just as Ruby is walking into the TARDIS as they have their final conversation. There's got to be something. There's got to be something that justifies making so much of this story about Susan when it's not about Susan at all.
Well, the main reason I would argue that RTD put this in the script, and like I'm also kind of an amateur writer, it really feels like it was written from a metatextual level. Like he was looking at it and saying, what are the fans going to think? How can I work the fans' expectations into this story? And he distracted himself with these allegories.
He basically said in an interview that's a lot of his writing trying to get fans guessing, which is something I'm
it's written with the meta-narrative of the story being consumed by the fans in mind, and it results in these really weird incongruities within the story.
I don't know, he's the one hyping the shit up, that's the problem.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't know. Okay, I'll kind of reiterate what I want to say in platform back. This is something that bothers me when Nicholas Courtney wasn't able back for like at least one scene with the Doctor in the new show. I know he came back for Sarah Jane, but he should have been brought back to the main series. But I mean, that's bygones. I'm dead, so that can't happen. I do think they at least have one moment with Carol Ann Ford, and then you can do something with Generator into an actor, because I just think it's with the way it's been hyped up for so long, I would rather it be the character, the actress returning.
Like a legacy recast.
Yeah, and you can recast her then, and also the fact that it's again, I'm someone of the belief that Time Lord rank is not a species. You have to learn the ability to regenerate, and there's no indication that Susan did, so you could play on that she dies and out of nowhere without the Doctor realizing it that she actually can regenerate.
I didn't even know that about the Time Lords. I just kind of assumed it was an inherent part of their biology.
Yeah, it was, I mean, again, because Doctor Who is a very loosey-goosey kind of...
Yeah, Gallifrey's died like 3 times.
Like, it's like several different writers writing stuff like that. I mean, one of the plot points that was going to be developed for Sylvester McCoy's era that never got off the ground was that Ace was going to become a Time Lord. You know, Ace, the bat-wielding human being was going to become trained to be a Time Lord, which it's actually a shame that never came out to be.
I was going to say Ace in the Time Lord get up would have been absolutely hysterical.
I'd still love to see that as like a plot that we actually attempt, as like a non-Gallifreyan Time Lord.
Yeah, it's potential the show's never explored, and it's a shame because that would be really fucking cool.
Clara's as close as we get. Like, she's an immortal that can time travel with a TARDIS, but...
It would be interesting if we did the whole thing with the mentor, with like the Doctor being maybe one of Doctor's companions, and he's someone mentoring them. Because the idea for Ace was that they were going to have Sophie Olive leave, and then maybe come back after she's done her training. But again, they weren't able to see that through. Yeah, it's a cool idea, a lot of potential. But yeah, okay, I'm getting off. I'm doing that fan thing where my point was, in terms of this episode, it did not win out of my sails. I can see her still do something with her. I will also say that a lot of people try to hype her up, and all I will say is, and I say this with all the respect in the world to Carol Ann Ford, she seems like a lovely human. She had this. If you think Susan has a legacy that you really want to admire and has this, untapped potential, you should probably watch her stories first.
I mean, it's possible to remake any character, though, right? Like, Sutekh was a completely different guy in the original. And same with the Master. Like, there's one of the things that we were talking about earlier about this being kind of a like an anthology series is that you can easily kind of bring back old favorites in a way, to quote Tom Baker. You can bring in new masters and new other characters, but I would love to see more legacy casting moments where you get old actors, even if they just come to shoot a couple scenes and then regenerate into the new version, so that the series can continue. That would be peak. That would be so good.
Even then, ignoring that, William Russell coming back before he died was very lovely, and he has one line, and the fans fucking love that. So it doesn't have to be a lot, especially with how much they've hyped up it. If they do, particularly, it feels a bit weightless to me anyway. But again, I don't particularly like Susan as a character in general. I'm just saying, if you are, there should, I think she should be involved in some capacity considering her legacy show. But yeah,
they did also bring back, I think it was Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart after his actor passed, technically. So
no, do not talk about Cyberbreak in this fucking household.
Something that this episode has in common with Death in Heaven is that Unit sucks in both.
Oh yeah, let's move on to that. Kate Stewart.
Kate had a death fake out in 2 episodes.
Kate Stewart hiring literal fucking children to play puppets.
Not just hiring children, but outfitting them with guns. I'm the only person I know who cares this much about this, but that infuriated me. That one shot of Morris with that goddamn gun in his scooter is the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I don't think I could ever be made to care about Kate Stewart's character. I never have cared about it. I've spent the past 10 years constantly going, okay, maybe this will be the story that finally makes Kate work for me. Maybe this will be it. Maybe this will be it. And there have been like isolated moments, like moments in Flux, or moments in Zygon Inversion, or the one scene that she has in 73 Yards. I'm like, there's something here. This character can like meaningfully contribute to the dynamic of the show in the right hands. You can do something with her. And then I'm like, she's got this 13-year-old here in the room with the god of death, shooting at it with guns, and the episode has nothing to say about that. That is the moment where it's like, okay, it's clear to me. This show has never seen Kate Stewart as anything but a tool. She will never be a fully realized character that I'm supposed to care about. So
in fairness to Unit, though, like, all that stuff with, like, the guns inside of, like, canes and stuff like that, I always kind of took to be, like, an homage to, like, 007. So it never really bothered me, even though, like, it's patently ridiculous in the epised that they're giving it minors.
Maybe it's just me, I just think that's too silly to get. I find that way too silly for me to, like, really be annoyed by. I do think the idea that she keeps on hiring kids and putting them in danger is absolutely hilarious, and I love that it's been made a meme. In terms of Kate, because I do have a lot of thoughts on this, because she is an incredibly frustrating character, because I think I've made this point like several fucking times. She is written differently by every fucking writes her. What? Chibnall, who brought her, but he didn't create her because she was in one of the spin-off non-Doctor Who fucking downtime that stuff. I'm not going to go into it's stuff made with she appears in but she's reintroduced into the show proper by Chibnall. Chibnall, again, and I'm going based on my memory of her throughout like what she appeared in like what 11 episodes. Chibnall tends to write her as somebody who is rather career oriented, but rather somebody who wants to make a name for herself away from her father, but she's very overwhelmed by the ridiculous shit that's surrounded by her. That seems to be her basis. For Moffat, she's way more of a military who does flaunt her father's legacy way more upfront of people, and she just kind of falls into the Moffat kind of cool, calm, in charge, femme fatale kind of thing, but she's way more military minded. And then Russell just seems to write her as a massive, and it's one of those things where I think a lot of what, because again, Classic Who is very loosey. That seems to be my fucking word for today. But it doesn't have a lot of consistent bearings. So it's usually the actors and the kind of more consistent crew that brings that in. And the reason the break works so well is that Nicholas Carney just added a lot of humanity to his role. And he played him for so long, he was able to basically develop this Doctor where they were kind of on a frosty, opposing ideals from the third Doctor to being his best friend by the seventh one. And we don't really have that kind of foundation of their relationship that I wish the show would do more in. And I brought this one up a lot. I brought it up on Twitter, brought it up on Tumblr. There is apparently a segment in the novelization for Day of the Doctor where it says that Kate was really upset with the Doctor and kind of resented them because the Doctor never visited her father when he was dying. And he continuously asked, and the whole thing with the brand, he poured an extra cup of brandy from the Wedding of River Song. And I think that would be a great dynamic to play on. Because the one thing you could have done interesting stuff with was that moment where she drops her military stuff and tries to connect with him by bringing the Brig talking to her about, she brings up the Brig talking about him and never mentioning Susan. And then, in the moment where her soldier dies, she gives him that look of resentment. And that could be an interesting dynamic where she has such a Doctor, this man this person, this wonderful being, who her father adored, but then let her father down in his last moment. And if there was any attempt to make her a consistent player, that would be an interesting to do because it's very different from how the Brig and the Doctor felt. With keeping her as a consistent presence with Unit. sometimes unlikely allying yourself with her, and sometimes they do have to work together. And it's just annoying because I do think Jenna Redgrave is a very good actor, and I do think she tries a lot with the material she is given, but there's no attempt to like forge an identity or a character that doesn't just service whatever fucking story she's in. And it's so annoying, and it's like...
It's a shame, too. Like, you could very easily rewrite her to be a character that's, like, standoffish with the Doctor in, like, a way that makes sense, because, as you established, like, she has this potential resentment built up. And it would be way more interesting, because as an actress, I think she plays, like, that kind of stone-faced kind of anger, like, quite well. So I think it would actually lend a lot to her, because it's her talent, in particular, as an actress, I think.
She's a tool. She is unfortunately just something that the episode uses because we need a figurehead for unit, and I guess we got tired of the RTD1 approach, which was having a new unit head every like couple of appearances. Like we had Mace, and then we had What's Her Face, and so, but here's the thing: I get the instinct to do this. But I think this goes back to just bringing Kate in the first place being a mistake. If you are going to have a new head of unit who is going to consistently appear throughout this show, and you want them to have like that meaningful like relationship with the Doctor, then it shouldn't be the Briggs daughter. Because any relationship that they could have on the level of head of an organization and a scientific advisor, or like as friends, or as like occasional like opposition to each other, all of that is going to sort of by nature, I think, fall away to the reality that this is somebody who is interacting with his friend's daughter, and like that carries a lot of connotations with it, which is like there's always going to be that level of distance. There's always going to be that level of like, these are two people who can't really relate on anything except for the one person who brought them together initially. And like the show has had 10 years to let Kate Stewart escape that, and they fail. So like I'm not joking when I say that I could never see Kate Stewart again. That would be just fine. We could have a new unit head, we could never see unit again, and I think the show might honestly be better off for it, because has unit done anything all that worthwhile in the past decade of Doctor Who stories? I don't think they have. I think they've been a decent tool in the Zygon episode. I think Day of the Doctor, maybe like the massive Earth invasion stories have occasionally like utilized the literal tools that unit provides well, but we could get that by any other means. When we were doing like Earth invasion stories in series 11 and 12 and unit wasn't there, I don't think those stories missed anything.
I was going to say, because when Chip, and it's funny because people complained about the thing, the whole budget cuts thing with unit in Chibnall's era, to the point where I'm convinced he retconned by that. But like as you said, unit and Kate Stewart sat out most of Chibnall's era, and I really did fucking miss her.
Yeah.
I just don't know what she contributes. I'm sorry. And I do like Jenna Redgrave. And again, there could be an interesting dynamic you could play with the Doctor and the child of a person that he had a very close bond with on Earth. But it's not something that you can also use and have them function a narrative purpose in the way that unit is used for these stories. And again, it's not something that you can consistently bring up as much as they've tried to bring her up the past couple of years. And it's just a thing where, again, I'm not going to go too much into speculation. I've heard rumblings about the next series, and unit play, if what I'm hearing is correct, and I'm going to go into this in spoilers, unit have a significant place within the next series, and if what I'm hearing is true, I'm not really looking forward to it, because for one thing, I don't even think Russell has a good grasp of what Unit should be in general, and he never really has. So I don't. It's a consistently frustrating thing because like she's been in like nearly 11 or 12 episodes over the last 11 years, and I still don't understand how she functions as a character, and it's just getting to the point where it's like just fucking replace her or do something dramatically different or interesting, because at the moment she's just not working.
The one thing I do like about her the most, or I guess the one thing I should say I like about her at all, is that they kind of initially played her up as a bit of a colder character, and they've slowly been introducing more of like a compassionate side to her characterization. And
I don't know if that's true, because I don't know that that's consistent.
I felt she was a lot warmer and a much more less military-minded person, very intentionally so, when Chibnall introduced her, and then she came back for Day of the Doctor, and her character just... And that's not me shitting on Moffat, in general, every time she's been brought back, she just seems to be a character.
Yeah, she's so vague, and like, she really seems like she might be a different character scene to scene. Like, I don't know if I can tell you that this character has had any progression from one way of being to another, just because every time I see them, I'm like, okay, what kid are we getting today?
This might just be my pattern recognition creating a character for her, where the various authors failed to.
Maybe.
I will say that you compare, again, because it's impossible not to compare her to Potter, who they're trying to give a similar-ish role for her to, and you see how consistently Alistair Gordon and Everett Stewart's character is written by multiple writers over the 20 years, compared to her over the course of 10 years with 3 writers.
It's the kind of scale you can only get from an old Who fan.
And yeah, I'm somewhat on Nick's side, but I'm going to be the caveat of do something interesting and create a more consistent character with her, or just stop using her.
Yeah.
That's something I think we can all agree on.
Anyway, just to go back to the context of this, I don't know what Unit add to this story outside of upping the stakes.
Well, they give us the time window, which is if the lady who dies and like forgot that her daughter is dead is the one scene that I like in Empire of Death, then the time window stuff is the one sequence that I like in Legend of Ruby Sunday. And even then, it's not like it's not a flawless scene or anything, but I like the vibe. Like, I just like having all of these characters in a room interacting with and sort of investigating a moment that they are not physically part of. Like, that's such an interesting setup for a scene to me. And Millie Gibson and the actress playing Carla and everybody, they all play it really well. And like the desperate, even though, again, this desperation, like this primal desperation to get these answers and like see her real mom, quote unquote, does not feel earned with the Ruby that we have seen in these episodes up to now. But in a vacuum, I think it's a really compelling just scene. But
I will.
This is a really dumb like observation, but there's this thing that Russell does sometimes where he has characters say things that I don't think anyone in that position would say just because it seems too familiar. And like, we know these characters independent of each other, so we're just supposed to be fine with them kind of like... The thing I'm talking about is when Rose is in Ruby's house and is like talking about how her mom works for Unit, and Carla's like, well, you can tell them, or Ruby, you can tell them that your mom does too, so like I'm gonna come with you guys to Nitwit Tower. It's like, you are not familiar enough with Unit or the woman who works for Unit who is standing in your room to be calling it Nitwit Tower. It seems like a really weird line of dialogue.
she's also massively racist Welsh, which is a surprisingly consistent through line with Doctor Who, believe it or not.
I was going to say 73 yards at the villain is also Welsh.
No, it's not that. It's the Green Death. There's some really fucking demeaning depictions. Like that stuff. Yeah, it's funny.
Rose, by the way, who apparently is given any real work to do, but is essential personnel who has to stay in the room when Sutekh comes in. Morris, who has to stay because he's the scientific advisor, even though he's a 13-year-old.
We all know that UNIT gives people promotions based on the amount of adventures they've had with the Doctor.
So stupid.
Rose says herself, she has done nothing since being there, and she is essential enough to stay in the room when Sutekh arrives. I really want, let's give Catherine Tate any wants to film a scene where she finds out that Kate just left her fucking daughter to fight this monster when she clearly has no ability to do so.
We haven't even mentioned Mel at all, and she's the member of UNIT who gets the most screen time in this story.
Yep.
Why is she here?
I love Bonnie Langford. Mel's a character who didn't get a great lot in her time on the show, and it is nice that Bonnie even said herself, it's nice that she's able to get this time again.
But you like more than just time, right? You like stuff to do and characterization.
I felt the same here that I did about her being in the giggle, and that is why the fuck is she here? And
she was here for a specific reason, and was to be the zombie bite victim that keeps ignoring the symptoms until they die.
Right. No, I get it. That's the narrative reason why she's there.
But that doesn't add anything.
Exactly.
That could have been fucking anybody.
Or nobody. It could have been anybody, or it could have been no one.
That's the thing, is that whole subplot does lead to the Doctor tricking Sutekh at the end once they figure out what's going on, which makes Sutekh just the biggest fucking moron, but that's par for the course, I guess, for this episode. She doesn't have she doesn't really bring anything particularly narratively important to this. She does have a little more to do than the giggle. She held a box, but that's more narrative contrivance than it is her having a substantial purpose in the actual story. You could pretty much cut everyone out of this story, except for the Doctor, Ruby, maybe Kate, and the soldiers around the place to give it that impact, Sutekh, and the Sundays could be there for the end. Because why is Carla going to UNIT? There's no
if Ruby and the Doctor had been the two people that were left in the whole universe, that would have made kind of sense, because the whole thing is that she's the companion of the 15th Doctor. We didn't have a lot of time with them before, so now we get to see them work together. But then Mel's also there, just because she happened to be standing near the TARDIS,
and I think
standing near the imaginary TARDIS. I
think she originally was not supposed to be with the Doctor and Ruby when they escaped Sutekh. She was supposed to go up and bust at that point, but Russell just really fucking likes Bonnie Langford, so he kept great.
Yeah, so it just feels unnatural that they're still there. It's I feel like you have the favor of God.
I also think it's really funny that the Doctor tells this random girl to fuck off while he's attacking, just basically sending her off to die. Fuck you, dude.
Jesus. Okay. Let's talk about the actual ending with Ruby's mom. How are we feeling?
Okay. If I'm okay to take the lead on this. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Let me try to phrase this in a way that I'm trying to okay. I'm okay with the idea on paper that Ruby's mother is not anyone important, and that's what makes her important. I think there's a lot of one of my that reminds me of one of my favorite the show, Carol. In 900 Years of Time and Space, I've never met anyone important. There is a kind of cosmic balance, there is a kind of cosmic sense that making Ruby's mom not be anybody has a significant weight to it, and even can tie into the narrative themes that this episode is playing on. If you just take this in the context of just this episode and ignore literally every single bit of development and subtext and setup that the rest of the series has been putting into, because we still don't know, or we have a very terrible lesson for why Ruby can make it snow randomly, why the Doctor's memory keeps changing of the moment Ruby wrote, why she has the song in her heart that was so powerful that might. And none of this, and like, one of the things, the only explanation you could probably come up is because the TARDIS has this significance, thinks she has significance, that she might be creating this stuff, but she is nowhere near her when the snow starts around 73 yards, when Ruby's mom kicks her out.
This is actually leading into my general idea of this being like Sutekh, because like I really like the idea of 73 yards being the result of his influence. So the idea, like, overall, and this is kind of presented as like a very spotty headcanon for a lot of people, but like Sutekh's power in and of itself, like somehow going into Ruby and making her special because this god thought she was special. And like directly kind of manifesting the chosen oneness into her just by being himself and feeling this way about her. The idea that his obsession with her like made her this important thing that ultimately defeats him.
Okay, and like he's only obsessed with her because of the effects of that.
Go back to that moment.
I hate it. I think it's really stupid.
Okay, can I also point out that Russell just very clearly did not think this through. He just came up with that thought of Rey in The Last Jedi and decided to run with it, because he brings up the cloak, because this 15-year-old teenager in 2004 is wearing this medieval-style cloak to drop a baby off at a church. And his explanation is, time put the cloak on her.
Yeah,
He did not
the
take any
costuming is...
Here's the problem, and I forget who it was who pointed. I think it might have been Sutekh in his video, where he's like, okay, if we're gonna compare this to the Rey thing, then like Rey's parents being nobody is, and this is Ryan Johnson even giving his reasoning for why that happened. That's the worst thing that she could hear, because she so desperately wants them to be significant, because it would make her significant. For Ruby, it's completely immaterial. She would be fine with any answer so long as it was an answer. So we're just like, okay, Ruby, here's your mom. She's like, great, I know the thing that I wanted to know now. It's like, well, okay, what narrative impact is there for the audience? Like, Ruby didn't desperately need her mom to be anything specific. She just wanted to know. And so, like, okay, now she knows. Character has achieved goal. What do I care?
I hate bringing in metatextual bullshit, or more lore bullshit, about more precise when discussing this kind of analysis. But I do want to bring up the idea of not just resolution by Rey's parents being nobody makes sense, but also a more subversive metatextual one. Because in The Last Jedi, the point isn't that nobody, like, it is significant that nobody can be as force sensitive and as powerful as Rey is. It's the fact that because the narrative of the Star Wars movies at that point was so focused on the Skywalkers, we tended to ignore the fact that anyone can be as powerful as Anakin. Anyone can be as powerful as his family. Anyone can be extremely force sensitive. And that's what the twist with Rey being nobody reinforces. She is an incredibly powerful force sensitive being because that's just how the force works and how it has always worked throughout the lore. And he's just
you don't have to be the chosen one.
Yeah,
you can be one of the chosen many.
And yeah, that's the whole metatextual narrative of the Last Jedi. And yeah, it's reinforced in the ending where random guy pick up a broom and stuff. You know, that anyone can have the power. That's what he wants to say. And it doesn't go against the mythos of Star Wars. I'm saying all of this to point out that Ruby's mother being nobody does not in any capacity explain her fucking magic powers. Like, it just doesn't. And this whole thing of like, oh, it's because we gave her significance. And it's annoying because it's this thing where because the stories are going into more fantasy-based elements, because of the Tantheon, because of the salt, because of all this stuff, that the Doctor Who is trying to move more towards very non-science fiction-based fantastical elements. I mean, the science fiction in Doctor Who has always been kind of not very strict to say. It's very soft.
Very soft, yeah.
you get my idea. It's trying to be more fantastical-based. But the thing is, and it feels to me, that Russell seems to be under the impression that fantasy doesn't need to have rules. And I go back, and I think I mentioned that in my last one, the whole it's magic doesn't have to make sense. Mm-hmm. And I think actually we did discuss this last time, and it is very relevant here. There needs to be some basis that the fantasy has. Otherwise, the audience doesn't believe in the world you are presenting, and why should they fucking care if anything can happen? Why, if Doctor Who is now a show where you can come up with the most random shit and don't need to give it a basis, why the fuck am I watching? Why do I care? Why am I emotionally invested in this world with these characters?
And to tie back to the time window scene too, the bit where we're like witnessing Sutekh kind of appear across multiple times, like in the past and the present at the same time, like there's no explanation as to the boundaries of that. So whenever I watched it, I was like, why is he not just like interacting with that moment? Like the toy maker could freely travel through time on his own just by thinking it. Like, why can't Sutekh do that?
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff like that, and it goes to what you're saying about like there being no rules to the magic. Like that is the most important one for me. Like I come up with these like head canons about like Sutekh causing the powers for Ruby, but like that's just a theory that I have that like elevates the material.
So Ruby actually meeting her mom, good scene.
Yes, so well acted.
Ruby and the Doctor saying goodbye. Do not know where any of this is coming from.
Yeah. God.
Like there's this one bit at the end of Ruby and her mom meeting where it's like it is all subtext. It is all just in Ncuti's face. But the way that I read into his expression as he like turns away to like look at the camera after watching Ruby and her mom reunite is like, oh, she's at a point in her life where she doesn't need me anymore. But that look by itself is not enough to justify this kind of like, this sense of obligation that the scene has, where like my takeaway is that, again, it's really moments like this that undermine the idea that this is for a new audience, because this scene plays out really obligatory, and like it's a companion exit for people who know that companion exits are just a thing that has to happen.
And that's a thing that runs across like a lot of the scenes this season. They feel like tropes of scenes, like the bare minimum, and you just have the idea of what the character is supposed to be doing. Like Rose working a unit. Oh, that's a funny joke. What does that look like in practice? Oh, she doesn't do anything? Okay, that makes no sense. The same thing happening here.
Hey man, Yasmin Finney, she really successfully cashed in that check. Gotta give her that.
Yeah, 100%.
But just
more power to her.
But like Ruby walks into the TARDIS, the Doctor has like this sense that he already knows before they even start talking to each other that this is where they part ways. And it's like, where is any of this coming from?
And isn't she coming back next season too?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it literally isn't even applicable, really.
Like,
however, we've done this song and dance before, where companions get emotional goodbyes and then they go back.
Also, it looks really insensitive on his part because again, he's basically just abandoning her.
Yeah, people have brought this up because again, it's another cut line where he says, "I love you." I think he's meant to murmur, "I love," like that. So, and it actually, even if that still doesn't help him because she's had major abandonment issues because of the circumstances of her, and you're not telling her, "I love you" back, Doctor. What the fuck is wrong with you? Tell this poor girl that you love her. Come on.
And the fact that we do nothing with that is why I understand. It's the problem of having a really shitty finale. And again, like, shitty in a way that I don't think any of the finales this show has ever had so far have been. Where it really just reverberates back and makes the rest of the season worse. It's the fact that we don't pay off things like that. That's like, I can't argue with somebody who's like, Ruby's abandonment issues aren't a real source of character drama. Because like, think about what we've been talking about. Like, it exists kind of in early episodes, and it exists primarily in 73 yards, and then nothing post 73 yards truly capitalizes on it. So what is Ruby's arc as a character really? She doesn't actually have one.
It's amazing, isn't it, Russell? In your best episode, one of your characters has just an extremely three-dimensional story to go through.
Yeah, and this goes back to the inability for him to like merge character drama and spectacle. Even with Hellbent, like everybody hates Hellbent.
Hey, I don't. I'm on the.
No, it's crazy training. It's got a lot of reappraisal.
Good. All right. Good.
I still don't like it.
That episode, from a narrative perspective, is absolutely absurd. Like, everything that happens in it is ridiculous. But I cared every single second I was watching because I cared about Claire and the Doctor's relationship and the resolution of it. Whereas, like, here, it's just like, you just tack this on to an existing episode, and it's not even important. But weirdly, it's also consistent with how he acted at the end of The Giggle when he was going to take off without saying goodbye to anybody. So, like, RTD is only consistent in ways that make the material worse.
Okay, this is one of the few things, because so much of Empire of Death, I just don't see how you salvage it. Like, I don't see how future developments could possibly make even just the events of this episode on paper any more palatable. But the fact that Ruby is back and knowing Russell's approach to, like, just character writing, relationship writing, I can see us having a moment next season where Ruby does, like, call him out on that, and it's like, but really, why did we have to say goodbye then and there? Like, what's going on actually? And, like, that's something that I do trust him to write into that season. Won't necessarily be surprised if we don't get it, but I do expect him to approach that. Just the fact that we know in advance that Ruby's going to be in there. But as it stands right now, with someone who has not seen that, I'm just looking at this like, this is the worst companion exit we've ever had. Because it just does not feel rooted in the character. It does not feel earned at all. And, like, people will be like, but Yaz in Power of the Doctor, Ryan and Graham, like, compared to this, Ryan, Graham, Yaz, even Dan's exit all feel like fucking gold. like all of those exits are saying things about those characters and those relationships in a way that this just is not.
And I'm sorry, because people do shit on Chibnall's character companions a lot for feeling underdeveloped and feeling not that it. And I will say they're not as multi-layered as some of the companions that we've had previously. They're very grounded in their own. I don't like this. The thing is, like, their characterization may not be strong, and it might not be kind of stand out when you compare to other companions on the show. But it's not there. Like,
you know what Ryan and Graham both have? Episodes that are like what we were talking about with Boom, like standalone episodes that bring their characters individually and like relative to other characters to a point that then gets paid off and reverberates later. Because
completely, and like I do think Yaz is a horrifically underserved character. But even she has stuff that stands out to her that is that has a consistent through line throughout how her character's handled for her journey. And it's just so annoying that Ruby has all these potential threads and it just doesn't seem to be based upon. And it's so weird because since the show has come back, that's the one thing it's been pretty good at, is giving these characters a sense of weight that comes out in the finales.
It's not like Russell has somehow forgotten how to do this in his time off the show, because Tennant, 14 and Donna had a lot of great character exploration in their 3 episodes together. Yeah. They had a fully realized relationship arc over the course of 3 episodes. So I don't want to hear, like, they only had 9 episodes together as a reason why we couldn't get that for 15 and Ruby. Which, is true. Yeah. It's a factor. We are building on a pre-existing thing, but, like, again, that's 3 episodes versus 9. You can make it work.
No, I agree with you. I agree they should have made it stronger, and there is stuff they could have done within the time frame of the series to make their relationship feel more authentic. Not make them. They didn't. Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't actually put effort into like communicating honest, like emotional connection. It was more about like the idea of it without actually doing it. Like, oh, these guys are friends now because we said so, and it's been long enough in their journey. Not, oh, they had this moment where they had to trust each other, and then their relationship changed. Like,
So I want to go back to that for a bit. I just want to mention another thing that apparently was cut because I know this was actually something that was finished because it's at the table read.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's the moment, you know what I'm talking about. It's the moment when Ruby and her mother get reunited in the cafe. That was meant to end with the inside of the cafe snowing. And when I read that, I was just like, that would have actually really helped a lot of what was going on with her have weight. Because the one thing that annoys me about the reveal is that it acts like Ruby had never had these abilities and was dropped. If they had the snow and connected it to her the emotional resonance, and that having power for some reason, I could have been okay. It's frustrating and it's very underexplained, but I can get it. I can get what they're trying to get across here. But because it isn't there, we're just pretending that Ruby didn't randomly make it fucking snow because Sutekh or was thought she was important or something. Fuck this.
Well, and even if they had used it to, like, set up a mystery for the next season or something, have it be like, oh, Sutekh was, like, an entirely, like, separate thing from Ruby, and this is, like, a thing that's going to come up with her later, but they don't do that. They're just it was probably him.
I mean, they did know they were getting 2 series in advance, and we still don't know anything about who the boss is, and obviously the obvious one is a plot thread, but, I mean, that's no excuse for how terrible the writing is here.
We're going to get the master back, I'm telling you.
When the Doctor says he doesn't want to go back to that moment, and it seems really set up that he is hiding the fact that he went back in time to her birth.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't bring this up. Oh my god, you're right.
Yep. And confronted her mother. It's clearly set up that Ruby is being withheld from this information because it would obviously upset her that he had an opportunity to talk to her mother and didn't, and then locked himself out of that time period in a very hasty, rough explanation, but that's just kind of par for the course for the show.
You'd think Legend of Ruby Sunday would happen, we get to the time window scene, and like we're there in the moment of Ruby being left, and then the TARDIS shows up, and Ruby would be like, wait, this is what happened? You came out here and you just didn't do anything? And this would be a source of character conflict, but nope. Just goes completely unremarked upon.
This woman,
only lore.
This woman was obsessed her entire life with finding her mother, has her best friend go back to the moment she was left of the church, actually confront her mother, and has zero reaction to the Doctor not doing anything. This is never brought up. And again, I think the complaints about the Chibnall era. I don't like how they handled the way that the Doctor frustrated her companions by keeping secrets from them. But there was actual character conflict there, and it didn't have great resolution, it had some resolution, but we've gone for the opposite, where instead of having character conflict with no resolution, we have nothing, no character conflict, and dead resolution, as if something had happened to change their dynamic when it hasn't. It is
with no conflict.
So fucking underwhelming, and it is one of the key aspects that's wrong with how Russell wrote this dynamic throughout the entire 8 episodes. These two seem to get on extremely well in a very superficial, that when you are meant to care about them in a very deep emotional level, there's nothing there, because I do not feel like these people really know each other. And it is a massive issue when this is meant to be the crux of this particular story, that there is no foundation built for these two particular people, and I feel nothing when the Doctor leaves her, and where she leaves the Doctor. I did think the bit with the mother was very well written, but it is the core key aspect of this. This is a companion Doctor team I have zero investment in, and it makes it really difficult to get really involved in this. And I really like Series 1. I think there's a lot of great episodes here. There's a lot of great... Russell is really free to explore different concepts in a way he wasn't before in his previous era, and I hope he continues with that. But I can completely, 100% understand why people cannot fucking stand this, especially after the finale came out and people really turned on this, because they had so much potential in building something substantial and with this pairing, and they did nothing with it.
This finale, unfortunately, is the only finale that I really think, and I said this before, makes the season around it worse. And today, as we're recording this, I just posted my short review of just the whole of Doctor Who Series 12, and my takeaway was that, Series 12 is a pretty decent run of episodes, but it's like one of, if not the only season in the whole show that I don't think has any great episodes. Like, really all-time, I could revisit this over and over and over again, great. Like, it has an episode or two that comes close, but none that I think cross the line. Season 1, this season, has 4 episodes that I think are fantastic. Gonna go back to them constantly. But, the whole, holistically, it is so much less than the sum of its parts. And this finale just fails so fundamentally that...
It's a quintessential RTD finale.
It really isn't, though. It's not. It's not. Because Parting of the Ways and Bad Wolf are really great, and they go back and make the rest of Series 1 stronger. Army of Ghosts
They're small in scope.
Army of Ghosts and Doomsday are great, and they make the rest of Series 2 stronger, I think. Utopia is fantastic. The sound of drums is pretty good. Last of the Time Lords really falls apart in the last 15 minutes, but you know what it doesn't do? It doesn't make any of the previous stories in that series worse. Stolen Earth and Journey's End are very flawed, but they're big, enjoyable spectacles, and again, I don't think that they retroactively weaken the rest of the series. Season, like Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire of Death, make the rest of Season 1 worse, and I don't think you can say that about any of the other RTD. It's completely broken. The other RTD finales are flawed. End of Time is broken in a lot of ways, but it's got, like, stuff about it that works. It's not structurally a complete fucking nightmare. Empire of Death is just completely broken. There's not a single thing about it that isn't somehow just unsalvageable. I really think that to compare this to the other RTD finales, or any of the Chibnall finales, or any of the Moffat finales, is doing all of those a disservice. I think this is just a fundamentally unworkable piece of television in a way that those aren't.
I'm inclined to agree, first with your passion, but also I think, like, in a way that he's kind of like Roland Emmerich, in that, like, he progressively plays up the worst parts of his own filmmaking to such a degree that by the time you get to this pair of episodes, this finale, we're at his worst. Like, the finale immediately preceding this one that he would have written would have been End of Time. So, like, he took all of the bad stuff and cranked it up to 11, and we have less conversations with Wilf. And I don't know how you devolve like that when you have such a backlash, especially at the End of Time.
Priorities, I guess.
And I think Giggle feels way more like a typical bad, all over the place RTD finale.
Yeah, if you compared the Giggle to the End of Time, that makes perfect sense. Like, the Giggle really does feel like the End of Time redo. Empire of Death feels like something unprecedented. Like, I've never seen the show do this.
Like, the Last of the Time Lords at the End of Time, probably, like, my low bar finales. And, like, I can still think of things, like, I'm trying to be fair here. The only thing I can think of is, like, I like this, but I also like the scene with Ruby and her mom. The difference in Marsha, the scene with Marsha isn't precedented on complete bullshit. It actually is a satisfying character arc. And it's also funny that, like, I mean, we've gone. I definitely think this is. I'm inclined to agree with Nick on this basis that this is a shocking new low for. And he's not somebody. He is somebody I'm very happy to criticize, and it's a shame where he's had such a hot streak of great episodes, not just with the 3 he did that I really love in this series, but Wild Beyond as well. And I think of something like the last thing of his I watched before I went to see is Years and Years. It's just that is a fucking phenomenal show. And he's just like he's a very frustrating writer in a sense. I know using the word frustrating a lot, but that's the only thing that comes to mind when I think of stuff surrounding him.
That's the quintessential RTD, like, quality, I think. It's always present in, like, the big finale stories to some degree. Some kind of, like, frustrating writing choice or frustrating character.
He'll come out with an episode out of nowhere, like, Wild. I completely see what people love about you and what you bring to this show, and then he'll do something where I'm like, why the fuck are you writing for shit? Go away. I hate everything about you. I will give him one great compliment that I definitely cannot, I definitely cannot give to Chibnall, and in a lot of ways I can't give to Moffat. I have watched episodes of his that have pissed me the fuck off. I have watched episodes of his that have elated me in a way that has. I don't think I have yet to watch an episode for Doctor Who that I have found boring.
Yeah, that's fair.
He is such control writer that I will give him that. I do not come away with not having a strong opinion of something he's written. And that's not even something I can say about Moffat.
Yeah.
He was probably a better track.
He was polarizing, but the man had passion and vision.
Yeah. So I'm amazed we managed to get through this without bringing up the fact that the episode accidentally endorsed mandatory gene breeding.
Yeah,
Like, what the fuck even was that?
that's dumb, but I'm sick of talking about this episode.
Yeah, it's not a huge. Like, I just think I didn't want to go into a huge deal about it. I just think that's a really funny detail.
There's an infinite well of terrible little idiosyncrasies with this episode, I think.
I just wanted to end this with Russell T Davies accidentally endorsed keeping a massive file of everyone's DNA in it, and did not consider that how bad this looked.
Normal stuff. That was a little odd. Yeah, like, I definitely think you could read that either way. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
the characters are so fascist, this is normal now. Or, yay, possible eugenics.
Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm done. I guess this episode is
Well done.
Yeah.
Destroyed us.
So fucking wrong.
I never
You
thought I would
destroyed us.
have a season that's like half of its runtime is fantastic episodes, and yet as a whole it's like near the bottom of my
Trash.
list. And unfortunately, like, I don't know if I said this earlier, but that ends up affecting Ncuti's Doctor, and right now he's at the bottom of my list of doctors, just because.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still not sure how to feel about him. I mean, the thing I felt the same about Capaldi, because I was never a huge fan, say, but he ended up being, like, Series 10 is one of my favorite series of the show.
Most doctors hit their stride in year 2 as well, so, like,
Yeah, it's true.
I think keep an eye on him.
So let's give it a shot. But for now, I'm going to call it there, and I'm going to eat food. So, thank you both for participating. And
Always
if I
happy
just,
to talk about it, you know what I mean?
I'll get caught up on 13 at some point. I'm near the end of her first season, which I think is terrible, by the way. Not a single good episode so far.
wow, unfortunate.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Rosa Park one was all right.
Did you get the Demons of Punjab?
Oh yeah. Okay, one good episode so far. One and a half good episodes.
Fair enough. That's usually everyone, even people who really hate it will give that one a fair shot.
Yeah. If only her dad had gotten a fair shot.
Anyway, see you guys later.